logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Though when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Though when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Beat them advance. We do we think for the win when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell we claim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty she's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these moves while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all land on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Fuck the ruckus, I get buckets with an ears. Better duck, I tap the budget for a fee. No questions when I step into the lead. Man of the hour, power forward like Embiid. I lost a couple homies, had to take some time to grieve. Now I'm straight, gotta get it out the gate. Go ahead and fill my plate up. Cleaning makeup off the other pillow when I wake up. Her glasses down to tell her she don't see it when you shade her. When you hear him talking down, does it faze ya? Spend my time inside a booth going crazy. Like, have you heard the latest? Shattering the earth, groundbreaking while I'm faded. Said that you were there for me, bro, where you at now? Spinning till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from my glass house, never feel the thing, I'm the king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down.
I don't back down, Mac back now. I got two hoes looking for me where I'm at now. I'm on a whole nother level, wanna get a brand new bezel. I got 20,000 on me, trying to get another 20 for me. For my bitch, for a brand new flick. my shit 100, no bullshit. I got money on my mind, I don't never switch. Since I was a little jit, I'll slap the shit out of a bitch. Don't get disrespectful with me, I be checking, homies. I got too much money, that's reflecting off me. So let's reflect, and I be talking to myself. Niggas, time to get this money, time to strap around that belt. Wanna run your mouth and I take that off and I whip your ass myself. I ain't playing around with no game system, I'll take it, put it on the shelf. I'm on high levels, elevated, pretty bitches think I made it. Now that don't get shit confused, it's me and money, we related.
Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down.
Today,
we are here for another exciting game. We have the Wolves and the Ghost.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. It's your boy Black Diamond here.
And it's Rex.
Love to hear it, man. Look, man, I've been actually looking forward to this matchup because both teams have got a really good chance to revamp here in the offseason, making some key moves, both through the draft, actually. The Ghosts had a lot of draft capital, and it's been interesting to see them all mesh together, and it looks like that's what we're going to get here today.
All right, so it looks like we're about to fade over the head-to-head for the rock, paper, scissors. All right, looks like the Ghosts won that, so we're going to see what they elect to do. So for those that don't know, there's a little bit of a different thing on how we do the first game. So the first game rolls, right? You can either choose to respin that wheel, or you can choose to play that game. So it looks like Gears of War 5. I'm thinking the Ghosts are going to elect to take this. The Ghosts want shooters today.
Yeah, the Ghosts definitely want shooters. That's the crux of what their team's been built on. They definitely have a huge revamp here, and they've got two of their OG veterans over there in Hydro and Mr. OG.
All right, yep. So let's go over the lineups real quick. We have Alchemist. That looks like that's True Hunter. Who is Big? So we have how many? MJ. Big Bad MJ. That's King Dre. So King Dre's a second-year player. We didn't really get to see him that much last season. Brene. We have Jorginho, who's been around the league for a little while. Yeah. And then we have Peruvian Poppy, another person that's been around the league for a little while.
For sure. And then for the Ghosts, we have Hydro and Mr. OG, two of the... Oh, yeah, they're definitely going to run through Gears of War. But we got Hydro, Mr. OG, Rat is Mad. Then I can't.
Connor.
Yeah, that is Connor. Now, see, he's super cold at Rocket League.
Exile.
We got Exile, J-Law, and then Mystical.
So Mystical's the one I know the least about.
Yeah, I mean, overall, how much do you really know the rookies?
Right? I mean, you know what they show you in the combine, but we don't know how much they've grown since then. But you know, it's a really interesting thing. Look how many former gorillas there are in this game. You have Alchemist, you have Brene, you have Jorginho, you have Peruvian Poppy, you have Hydro, you have Mr. OG. Like that's a whole team right there.
It actually is, and that's the one thing that's been really interesting about the Wolves as well is they actually didn't have that many draft picks, but they managed to pull off a trade or two here and there.
They didn't have a lot of early draft picks.
Exactly.
A lot of the draft picks were like third round, and then like when you get to like the fourth round, I want to say it was them and maybe the Phantoms that were picking every other time.
Yeah.
But this is a big game for the Wolves. So last week or the week before that, they were able to beat the Phantoms, right? They were able to get their first win essentially as a franchise, and kind of like they want to see where this goes, right? So they are up against the Ghosts, who had a rough first week. They played against the Reapers, right? The defending champs. So now the Ghosts are 0-1 right now, and the Wolves are 1-0. Are those teams going to be able to... So are the Wolves going to be able to continue winning, or is this going to be the Ghosts' time to come up like, hey, we have the better rookies, we have the better veterans, we're going to take this, be 1-1, and just keep pushing it from there?
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, this is what you were referring to earlier when you're talking about we don't really know what to expect. The Wolves have now revamped and have actually some veterans.
They have players for one.
They have players, like good veterans that have been around the league, and Alchemist, True, Brene, and Peruvian Poppy. Obviously, Jorginho as well, but we haven't seen too much of Jorginho, right? We know he's been around, but we haven't seen too much.
He doesn't stand out to you yet, right now.
Exactly. We just have to figure out what his player profile is and exactly what he brings to the table. Meanwhile, you have a super strong duo, in my personal opinion, in Hydro and Mr. OG that I think are going to definitely be their anchors, and they're gonna give the Wolves some problems. So I think we're gonna be 1-1. And if you think about it, at the start of last season, it's kind of crazy because last season they started in the Ghosts were 1-0.
Yeah, they won against the Reapers, I want to say,
and the Wolves didn't win a single game. But so as you can see, just the one off season that can change in a heartbeat. One thing I am looking for from the Wolves is to clean up that execution. I know that we've got a lot of rookies, but that first game they didn't execute too well on the
6
setups.
or 7 forfeits just based off of subs. Now I don't know if they win those games or not, but it was what allowed the Phantoms at the end to kind of make a comeback. I think the big thing here is going to be how the rookies perform. I think for the Wolves, I think their rookies need to step up to win this game. And for the Ghosts, the rookies just need to keep it at the pace that they've been keeping at. I think right now, I think the Ghosts have the stronger players if you're looking at it just from the aspect of the veterans, right? I think they have the better veterans. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Alchemist, True Hunter, Brene, like they're not bad veterans. But look at who you have to go up against. You have Mr. OG and and Hydro on the other side. That's
Really what you're looking at is it's the difference between fighters and then sports. and then some shooters, because I think the Wolves will actually be able to contest them in some of these shooters. But the Ghosts did a really good job of loading up because they had a lot of early draft picks just based off of moves of having to get off of certain players. So they were able to make a lot of picks, like going in with like Radis Mad and just some certified shooters from the combine's perspective, right?
Well,
so I think that that's what they wanted to stock up and load on. So
I think the shooters aren't going to come down to the top 2 on each team. I think it's going to come down more so to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th that have to go in, right? Because we know what we're getting with the top 2 from each team in terms of shooters, right? But what we don't know is what we're going to be getting from those other, you know, I don't want to say the supporting role, the supporting cast.
yeah, I mean, well, right here we've got a timeout to start off, so we are waiting for Gears to go
Timeout
and
for
get
the
launched.
Ghost.
Yep, timeout for the Ghost. So obviously having some setup issues, you never know what that could be. First game, not necessarily where you want to take the timeout, but having that extra timeout this season, just in case, going from 4 to 5 was a really useful tool for these teams.
And the thing is, like, yeah, go ahead and take this time out because you don't want stuff to start snowballing. Just take it. Make sure you have everything set up. You have a lot of rookies, right? So that's one thing you have to consider. But Rad is mad and Connor are both going in. So it'll be more curious to see who they opt to leave out. Are they going to leave out Hydro and OG here?
Yeah, that's actually really curious. That's a good point. That's a good point. Will they end up leaving them out? Looks like that's what we're getting here.
Yeah, so it's gonna be the essentially all rookies cast,
which tells me that maybe the Ghosts aren't as confident in this game, or maybe some of these rookies have been touched Gears and they're like, no, like we actually have a strong Gears squad here.
Well,
or
sorry,
before you go, do you think it's that they don't respect the Wolves and they're like, well, we don't have to go in for these?
I think with you being down, like down in the standings, right? Being down 0-1, I think you go full force here. I think that like if OG or Hydro are a similar skill level to the rookies, I think you throw the rookies in there just because you have to look at the other games and kind of see who what other else they might cover. But it looks like, okay, so we have a relatively even. They're playing TDM. All right, so we are watching. It looks like the perspective of. Now, did it crash or was that pause? All right, so the only person that really can't call a timeout or can't pause the game is the host, because the host will pause it for everybody. Everybody else has a little bit more of opportunity, but it seems like we had a game crash potentially.
Yep, that's what it's looking like. So just a little bit of technical difficulty to get the match started, but I do like the straightforward game mode, right? With Team Deathmatch, I think it evens out the playing field, and we're going to find out a lot about both of these teams and where they stand in Gears of War right now.
I think TDM is a game mode you choose if you feel like you're just. I feel like it's easier to, at least, and I could be wrong. Feel like it's easier to win TDM with a team. Like I feel like if your team isn't like quite up to snuff on Gears, I feel like it's easier to win TDM than it would be Control or
a pointed game mode where you have to know a little bit more of the mechanics of the game. That's why I actually like the pick of Team Deathmatch, because it kind of gives you a rough estimate of where these teams are. Obviously, the more veteran people around the league and just watching are going to be able to tell, okay, well, you know, maybe the Ghosts aren't doing so hot here. Maybe they miss cutters in Gears, which we know it's just one of those things.
One of the best Gears players who claims to be the best. But it's curious. What I'm really interested to see is what the next game is. Looking at who's left, I would love to see something like MK between Hydro and OG and King
True.
Dre and True, who I believe are the two that's left out for the Wolves. Oh, so the Wolves. So just an update: King Dre and True Hunter actually showed up late, so they can't, even if they want to, can't play the first game. So this is essentially a full reset,
Which could actually work in their favor.
it could, and then also consider the fact that this is going to throw off rotations, right? So normally the only time rotation gets thrown off when it's 7 versus 7 or 5 versus 5 is when we start getting those asymmetrical games like Rocket League and Dead by Daylight.
It depends on what you define as thrown off, because obviously we don't always know what the next game is until it spins right till the game pops up. games.
Oh, but what I mean is like both teams don't have the same number of people available.
Okay.
But we're about to get that wheel spin. It looks like we're watching from the perspective of the Wolves. So Car X Drift.
Peruvian Poppy, we got Car X Drift, a new game to the wheel this season. So far, been pretty exciting. We're gonna get that popping.
All right, so yep, we're watching Peruvian Poppy. No kills as of yet.
And I think that was the strategic play for both teams. I think they're both looking, and maybe they're not fully comfortable with gear, so they're just like, okay, we'll just rely on our base shooting skill, point aim, and see what we can get done.
So it looks like right now, the Wolves are actually up in gears right now. They have a 5-0 lead right now. There, if you look on the top left side, you'll see how many lives each team had before there's no more respawns. So it looks like the Ghosts haven't gotten a single kill as of yet,
Which tells us that these rookies haven't been playing too much, or maybe they just need to find their groove.
but I mean, yeah, because if you look at it, it doesn't look super impressive from the Wolves right now. Not a lot of movement going on, but
Yeah, it just means they're probably not comfortable with the mechanics, and this is what UEL will do to you, man. Like, hey, you're good at what you're good at.
and nice pickup there.
Now you gotta learn.
Yep, now the Wolves, not the Wolves, the Ghosts finally got a kill there. They downed another person. All right. So it looks like it looks like the Ghosts are starting to get the hang of it a little bit.
Oh yeah, and this could easily be one of those things where they just look back, they're like, okay, next time.
Now we're warmed up.
Yeah.
Look, it's 7-11 now. It's starting to dwindle down a little bit.
And they got to get used to the cover mechanics, the movement, if they haven't played.
Yep. So the Ghosts are the Swarm and the Wolves are COG. All right, so it's back up to a 5-point lead now. Standing behind there, he was able to get. No, he wasn't able to get nobody down. But that's a good way of seeing where the power weapons are, or where some of the other items. Because power weapons are something that you have to take your shotgun out there. You can't be that close up to somebody and keep firing with the AR like that.
I mean, sure you can.
I mean, you can, but you're gonna lose those exchanges.
Nah,
It's like
man.
happen right there.
You'll win eventually. Just keep trying.
And it's another thing, do they even know? They may be a better shot, but right there, another instance, right? But do they know how to switch between those weapons? Because it doesn't seem like they do, and it looks like one more kill till the Ghosts are on their last revive. This looks like a very strong win opening up right now for the Ghosts. Not the Ghosts, sorry, the Wolves.
The Wolves.
And it looks like they're down to 4 people left. Now they're at the point where if you die, you're out. You're just out right now.
And that's pretty much
3,
it.
2, they're down to one more person.
And this is where having more veteran presence in a game like this makes a difference. And I think Hydro and OG knew that. Like I said, they were going to definitely anchor themselves. They're for sure coaching, right?
Yeah.
So I think strategically they knew that. Well, this isn't our strongest game necessarily, but once it gets to our games, we're going to be available. We're going to be there for our resets. And we're going to start putting points on the board. But to start off, that's a really good showing from the Wolves, showing that, hey, like, we're comfortable with Gears, which has been on the wheel before. Fan favorite for sure.
And what makes this difficult with having so many rookies is that you have so many laps on coverage. Like, they're not bad players per se right now, but there's going to be those games that haven't really had much of a chance to touch because they've been on a team for less than 2 months, right? Like, you're gonna be unfamiliar with some stuff, but we have Car X Drift coming up.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Car X Drift. It's been entertaining to watch so far every time it has been played. You want to talk about a game that I know, I say what would you say, probably 90% of the league doesn't play?
I mean, it's going to be one of those games that you can go in and instantly see who hasn't really put a lot of time. Because I remember the first time I played it, I was just swerving all out of control. And, like, it's not just not having touched it. It's like, who's touched up on it recently? Now, with True Hunter being their racer, I'm curious to see if he's put time into this. I know, though, that with True Hunter, there's been racing games in the past where he hasn't performed that well. And those will be some of those non-traditional racers. So it'll be curious, like the Hot Wheels or CTR. Car X Drift isn't a straightforward racer, so I'm curious to see, like, the races that we've seen him do good in or something like a F1 or Moto Wreckfest to a certain extent.
Right, and that's for true. That was the profile when he got drafted. He got drafted pretty high, coming. I think it was like what, the 5th, 6th pick, something like that.
It was pretty. Yeah,
It was pretty early. Everybody knows the potential that he has. They had seen it. It was multiple teams definitely interested in him, and he's been able to deliver on it in terms of improvement. Now it's about solidifying that. Now we're a couple seasons removed, so I mean, I'm looking for exactly what you said. Big things from him. I think it's about time he hits that stride, that stretch.
I mean, he has to for this team, right? Because from what we've seen from him, he is a good enough racer to beat bad racers, but we need more than just beating bad racers. We need somebody to come out and have a dominating effect, right? We need somebody to maybe not be as good as per se Hollywood or say a Jury, right? But we need somebody to start elevating their level to that, because we can't have you losing random racing games because you didn't put enough time or effort into it.
Well, sometimes players get pigeonholed into something, right? Like that was a profile that he had propensity to pick up and learn these games. But hey, sometimes it might just be a different direction, and he just needs to be exactly what he is in those games and spend time and focus on other areas. For instance, I know that he's put a lot of time into Tekken and some into Mortal Kombat, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, those were the two fighting games he's probably put the most time into.
I think he touched Guilty for a second, but
Yeah.
like you can see that he improved more. I would argue he improved more in those two fighting games than he has in the racers as a whole. But either way, it's still steady improvement on both of them. So we know it's in there. It's just a matter of like how much time can you make.
I mean, definitely, it's just, this is going to be a big step for the Wolves if he's able to step up and kind of get those racers right. Like, we don't see a lot of teams that have a dominating racer type player on their team, and if he's able to do that, the Wolves are going to be able to steal games versus opponents that they don't expect, right?
Right, and here's the interesting thing about the Wolves, right? For me, I think that, well, really both teams, they revamped heavily in the offseason, whether by choice or not, right? I'm interested to see the progression. Usually we start to see it around game 5, game 6, especially with the games going back to being back to back this season. We're going to be able to see a lot more, I wouldn't say rapid growth, but you're going to see it just from getting into a rhythm. And it's all these practice regimens and schedules are going to make a difference. You're going to be able to tell which teams have decided to put in that type of work, and it's a dedication level.
But if you look at it, honestly, the Wolves should be the team that's more prepared. Look at their roster, right? They have how many rookies? They have one rookie in right now. Only one rookie, right? This game,
technically,
yeah, this will came out probably close to 2 months ago. They should have already been on top of that the second that game came out. But then you look at the Ghost, right? You have Hydro and you have Mr. OG, and you have a bunch of rookies.
So really, the pathway to both teams winning, but I would say for the Ghost more so. We know that in Connor and Rad is Mad, they have strong specialties that they play that they can come in and really make a difference in, and I think that's what they're banking on.
Yeah. So we have a tech timeout right now, but no. So like, and that's the thing that's going to be difficult for the Wolves. Not the Wolves. Sorry, the Ghosts in the early part of the season is. Connor, Rad is Mad are the ones that we talk about the most. They're the ones whose names were out there the most. We need to see their growth, right? And they're gonna grow, right? But it may not appear at first, just because there's so many different moving parts with the Ghosts. So, say hypothetically, this is what the Wolves want to run going forward, right? They have one rookie in their lineup. They have a little bit more flexibility because they can cover him a little bit better. But for the Ghosts, it's harder to cover that many people, right? You have more rookies in there than you have veterans. Now, this probably isn't their general lineup, right? They would have Dev, and they will have LJ. They will have Zack Attack. That's 5 veterans right there, right? Granted, Zack is only in his second season, but still a veteran nonetheless.
Somebody who provides a strong enough presence to add, and he knows what's going on. He understands the transitions, the setups, what to expect, the environment, and all these things are brand new for the rookies. I almost want to say that it seems to me that they looked at it as like, well, this is the Wolves. They only won one game they won no games last season. They're coming off their first win. What better time to test out all of our rookies and see what they're made of than now? A lot of times it's just at this point, we're finally at that point in the league where don't get me wrong, you can have rookies that come in and make an immediate impact, but it's more so about putting them in the right spot and surrounding them with the right team structure. That way they can really shine in what they do shine with. In games that they haven't gotten a chance to touch it, they're not a liability. And to be clear, they're not necessarily liabilities because of their skill level. It's just a matter of game knowledge and knowing whether or not they.
But also, I
doing.
wouldn't say that the Ghost did this because I think Thursday was rough. Availability is a big thing, right? The best ability is availability. But looks like we have them going on right now. It looks like whoever's in last place understands a little bit how to play the game, but isn't quite fully comfortable. Looks like they're drifting a little bit. Still at that. Have you played Cards Drift?
Actually, I'm not.
So you see that one at the top? That's a multiply. It can go up to 5, but it's one of those things you have to constantly keep drifting. Now there's certain, let's see, Texas Chainsaw. It's gonna be an interesting one. Now there's certain things, right, that you can do, certain moves, I should say, that gives you X amount of points, right? Like it may give you 50 points, and if you have a 5 times multiplier, that gives you 250 points. So it looks like we haven't had a lot of points there. Not overly impressive.
Okay, Rex with the math. I feel you.
But it looks like this is another Wolves win.
Yeah, nice quick game. Two W's now for the Wolves. Strong start, trying to make a statement. We're 12 minutes through the match.
And it may not seem like a lot, 2 wins, right? But when you're going to be leaning on OG and Hydro, 2 wins in a row is huge for the Wolves because that gives you less opportunities. Yeah, the Ghost have their games that the rookies are dominant in, right? We have what's the name of that game? We have the Fortnite, we have the Rocket League, but those games have to roll.
Right.
And they have to be available.
Right.
Now, that being said, we did spend a lot of time talking about them, but Exile, J-Lo, Mystical, we don't know what they're good at quite yet. Now, I do remember, if I remember correctly, J-Lo loading up Madden beforehand. He said he wanted to check it, so maybe he's a sports player, and we haven't really seen sports games roll as of yet. We haven't seen the fighters roll as of yet. There's a lot.
I mean, there's definitely a lot, right? We're only 2 games deep, really about to head right into the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which usually, that's a big one for setup and learning how to set that game up. So that's going to be another component.
That's a ghost setup.
It is a ghost setup, and hey, like, you never know. They chose to start off how they started off. Now they've had 2 arguably rough setups, but I wouldn't necessarily say that. I would say, let's just stay tuned, because I'm really interested to see how they gel and mesh, right? And how Hydro and OG want to coach this team through.
And whether they choose victim of family or...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about the overall match when I really think about it. I'm really interested to see how they maneuver when they decide to put them in for their certain spots. Mm-hmm. Do they know that they have the strong edge in fighters? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, are they saving themselves for those games? And with this being a new rookie team, and same thing for the Wolves, are they forfeiting games? Or are they gathering intel?
So right now, Cards Drift Road, and then so we have everybody available except for Bernay and True Hunter right now, or that Alchemist. It's Alchemist and True Hunter. So depending, I'm curious to see what they decide to go, because Peruvian Poppy and Jorginho, I want to say, are more aligned with strategy type players. So maybe you put them in there and you put one of these other people in here. It's just so much that we don't know, and we've gotten. This will be the 3rd game in a row that wasn't on a wheel last season. Gears of War was on a wheel, but it's been a few seasons, if not just one. So a lot of these people, we have not seen them in these games.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the, I would say, interesting thing with the Wolves in the way that they were able to reload, right? So far, they've gotten to play the Phantoms, which was an extremely close game due to setup, which from a veteran standpoint, yes, they are brand new games, but you would like to think that they've gotten some time to test them out. And now they're playing the Ghosts, who last season were undefeated for a very long time.
Didn't they win like 6 in a row?
I think it was 7.
It was like they got to
7 or 8.
It was up until that matchup with the Clips last season, right? That was their first loss. Was that last season?
That was last season.
It was because
that was last season.
Because when the Clips when the Ghost played the Reapers, they both at that point only had one loss. So that was that was definitely last season. But we have about 15 seconds in the setup timer right here. Only 15 minutes have passed in this game so far. So we'll see if the Ghosts have this game set up properly. Because I was speaking to you earlier about this. Texas Chainsaw is a hard game to get after a
PC game.
And the issue was timeout. Is this going to be a tech timeout or timeout by the Ghost? But the issue is
this is a timeout for the Wolves. It seems it was the Wolves setup.
Okay. So I probably had that backwards then.
Right. So now we're all even on the timeouts. A game like Texas Massacre is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre is interesting to me because I feel like later on in the season, this may be a game that teams start to forfeit once they figure out where their strengths are, where they lie with it. I could be wrong here, but that's just kind of the sense I get. I think the super strong teams are always going to want to play it. It's kind of the other teams are just going to be like, well.
No, it's going to be really interesting. So say the Wolves 2-minute setup, right? And the Wolves are still struggling with Texas Chainsaw. What point do you just forfeit the game?
It's tough after you take a timeout though, because it's like.
But do you want to take another timeout because of it?
It's really situational. This is the first half, right? I would look at this with the new timeout rules, knowing that last season we had 4, as the 5th one is an extra timeout of sorts, right? So with that being the quote unquote extra timeout, I might actually burn a timeout here because in the past you'd only have 2 more. So now you have 1 more extra one if you really want to play it and if you feel confident in it.
Yeah.
Or if you think it's a 50-50 and you're just like, hey, these are points on the board that I would like to secure.
I think honestly, if you don't feel comfortable in this game, I think you forfeit it. And this is why I think you forfeit. You don't want to get in this. You have the lead, right? Protect that lead. You don't want to get in that situation you got into the other week against the Phantoms, right? Because other week against the Phantoms, the Wolves had the lead going into halftime. Allowed the Phantoms to catch up is the Wolves really didn't have timeouts left. And at this point, those timeouts are super valuable. You don't want to start trickling down and down, especially with only about 15 minutes having passed by.
It's not even that they weren't timeouts.
They need to kill.
All right, so we'll get to see who's who.
Oh, that's a very nice looking young man.
I put him on the hook.
All right, and we are focused here on
That's Mystical over there looking like Cisco.
There's no need to say that, sir.
All right, so it looks like that means that. Let's see.
Yep, I'm in the basement.
All right, so the Ghost opted to choose the killers. So the big thing about this game is it's sort of like Dead by Daylight in the sense of it's escapees versus people trying to the killers versus the survivors. So how this game is if you if you kill all the people or if you get out with everybody, it's an automatic win. And then I want to say anything other than that just comes down to points.
Now I wonder what the next spin is going to be. I know we're going to get that popping off.
So they're still looking around for people here.
Now, depending on who we have in Overwatch, that's another favorite one. So far, pretty interesting. I think that Overwatch is definitely going to go the Ghost way, believe it or not.
But so there's a lot of little just things around kind of key you on where some of the survivors are. A big thing is feeding Grandpa, right? The more blood you feed Grandpa, the stronger he becomes, the more kind of abilities. So it looks like somebody loosened the noose around Grandpa. So it looks like somebody at least has an idea of how to play. How much will be the question here? Because honestly, one or two people knowing how to play this game when a bunch of people are running around having no idea what they're doing is huge. So they're going down to the basement here. I haven't seen.
This is where people are gonna start wearing Google glasses.
I have one little...
Get all your information right there. It does make a huge difference. We've seen it before in other, I guess, killer type strategy games, just strategy games in general, and really gaming in general. Like he who knows has the advantage. If you don't know, you will find out very quickly.
It looks like we're watching Brene right here. Is that a killer or is that his? All right, so it looks like they're hanging out in that bush there. Looks like they're what? Is that another? All right, so they're just
they're
watching.
Yeah, they're all clumped up, trying to make sure that essentially that they're not found. So it seems like the ghosts are checking the perimeter right now.
And that's smart. There's somebody literally right there. So I wonder if he
Hey, be careful. Leatherface is like...
notices. But there's two people right there in the bush.
I think there's three. I thought I saw a third already pop in there.
Bet y'all can see that I opened this door.
Could be wrong.
Yes, y'all can see this. All right, bet
All right,
that.
so
Hey,
it looks like that is we are watching from the perspective of that's Jorginho.
Dog. Just,
So I'm curious what their strategy is here. Let's see if we can get somebody else. Yep. So the person's just running around. Wonder if they're just there to deter anybody from going around. All right, so there's somebody there to sound me. And with him, you can rev up your chainsaw, get really powerful attacks. But the thing is, you know, they hear you.
I found one in the room, Exile. In the house.
All right, so I mean, from early observations, it seems like the Wolves have a better handle on this, or at least they have some people who have a better handle. But looks like, are we about to get somebody here? All right, yep.
There we go. We got a pursuit going.
And this could be one of the all it takes, right? Just feed Grandpa, collect the blood.
That is one down.
And just like Dead by Daylight, right? One of looks like he's executed. Just like Dead by Daylight, where having that one person slacking behind, not fully knowing what they're doing, could end up costing you the game.
Oh wait, no, he's outside. My bad. He's outside.
He's not in the same spot. Oh, I see him.
Oh, yep,
Yeah,
and
My fault.
yeah, they feeding Grandpa the blood right now. So the more they feed Grandpa, the easier it is going to be for them to find some of these other people going around.
Yeah, nice. Oh, you fed him?
What a sick world this is.
I have a hunch.
Like, you just got Grandpa sitting over there like, hey, I'm hungry, man.
Oh, it looks like they're trying to get out of that back gate right now. Looks like they're close.
Yep, and hopefully the killers don't catch a hold of them.
I mean, with Grandpa being a little bit stronger now, I think it's going. Another thing is, I think it's going to come down to points. So the door is unlocked, so they're getting out.
There's one.
All right, so there's one more person left, and whoever gets out here. I mean, they just need to go to maybe watch that back gate.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, if I'm the killers, I have one person just guarding the back gate, and then the other two scouring.
Leland.
Should be able to
Leland, you
pick
have your
apart this
Leland,
last.
hop over that barrier,
person.
Leland, and you can
And it
show
looks
the
like
charge
he's
at
just.
50 and
You
book
use-
it to the
I
gate.
wonder because you have to be careful because if they just catch on to him
Yeah.
only got
right
one.
there.
You only got one.
They're gonna run straight up. You'll see the gate.
All
when
right,
you get
so
up there.
yep,
Just
smart
trust me
idea. Just
Press B. Yeah, run. Don't burn. Oh, they
Trying
turned
to
it.
fix
They
that.
turned it. No.
Oh,
They're
get
gonna
it,
go
back,
electrocuted.
back,
No.
that. Go ahead.
You're gonna get electrocuted.
all right.
I should have made you come with me. Fuck. Yeah, he was hidden.
All right, so it looks like Exile is a friend of Nexus and Snappy, so he kind of has to make a statement here.
Is it-
Oh
can you
wow,
get the right
wow.
now?
He walked right
run,
by
run.
him.
RB,
Like I don't. If he got any closer, that sweat's gonna fall on him.
Alright, then run.
I don't think it's sweat
run
that
right there.
emanates from somebody like that.
And then hide somewhere.
Or you're
Hey,
still gonna
think
need
is
a lock
think.
pick for the gate, or
Yeah, that's for sure.
Hide in the bush. You gotta lose. You
So
gotta
giving this another go here.
You can't truck him again because it's on cooldown.
Wow.
I don't know who.
Wow.
I don't know who.
Wow.
I don't know who's on him.
Go through that,
But
go through
whoever
that,
that is gonna look back at this game and be like, "What were you doing?"
Don't get cocky now. But you might just be good. You might just be good.
Go in that bush. And
And you
fucking
can
hide.
see, you can see him just like laughing.
Yeah,
like,
he's already like, I checked the car.
run through that gap in your wall.
A few
Leland,
times.
To your right.
And- Oof.
To your right,
There's a gap.
Leland.
You're right. There's a gap.
Yep,
Right there, right
right there.
Look at that. Look at
You
that.
gotta heal. Hold wide, bro.
Way to turn the tide.
You gotta heal.
I mean,
And
it's
latch,
just.
latch that door.
It's not over yet,
Watch the door. Watch
but
the door. Go to the door. Behind you.
it sure ain't looking good for the Killers all of a sudden. They started off hot.
And she's running around. Still.
My lord. Definitely gonna go feed Grandpa.
But I wonder. I just have to like. He's gonna look back at this and be like, "I passed this man, time and time and time again."
Shit, wait a minute. Hold on.
You good?
Alright, so it looks like he knows what he's doing. He was, unless he's being coached like
I'm gonna feed Grandpa again.
a lot, but so it looks like yeah. Oh man, Mr. OG is gonna look back at this and be
Alright,
like,
not quite enough to be able to.
I done passed. You
I'm
like
gonna go back up front.
I
and see
got
if
so
can
close
see
to him,
them.
I could have like I could smell his sweat. Like all right, so yeah, if they're able to feed Grandpa again, that's would be huge for them. But I mean, it looks like good job on. It like it doesn't seem like the ghosts are really checking areas, right? Like they're looking like, oh, they're in the clear path, right? Like
Right.
they're not checking those bushes. They're not checking like anything other than what they can.
See, almost like you're supposed to check the bushes, check behind things, check around the corner.
And then maybe like this may just come to be one of those games that as the season goes along,
Where's the generator?
I don't know. Yeah, as the season goes along, you get better at it and you start learning the small little things, right? They could practice this game so much, but if they didn't know this small little thing, it could be what ends up costing them this game.
Are you fully healed?
And the Wolves are just being patient here, just waiting to make their move, hoping that the ghosts keep running by.
And I mean, honestly, if you're the ghost, not the ghost, sorry.
Stay still. Stay still.
Ooh, Grandpa level 3. Okay. So they fed him again. So if you're the Wolves, winning this game and taking a lot of time off the clock is your best friend, right? Less setups is a better thing for the Wolves because we've seen how when they have to set the game up, how that can be an issue at times.
Yeah, but this early in the season, I'm hoping that we play as many games to set them all up as much as possible.
But honestly, learning setups is for practice. By this point, you should know how to set these games up. All right, so look, feeding Grandpa again.
So did they kill? So the Wolves should have 3 more survivors still right now.
Yeah. Unless someone's
Whoa,
been killed.
One
off
of them is
screen.
free, so 2 more, I should say.
Yeah.
Yep, so just with
Alright,
them
get-
feeding Grandpa, that's going to help them more, right? Like, they're going to know where these people, they're going to eventually catch
The
another
only-
person. They're going to know
Alright,
where these
so
people
the
are.
only way they can get to the front though is if they turn off this generator.
But right
or
now,
if they
it's
go
going to
to the
come
house.
down to points. As it
As far as I
stands.
know, that's the only way.
But if you're the,
that's the only way to the front.
and that should be another person right near them that he's missed a couple of times. Last I saw, they were hanging out around this area,
Like kicking it because he has the strength, but it's okay. Just finish it. Just finish it.
but
Just Leland, just watch him and just get ready to show the
What?
chart.
looks
Yeah.
like they
If
are
you see somebody coming,
kicking.
truck his ass. Y'all about to go up that hill, right?
Yeah,
That-
literally, once you finish that, follow that yellow cable. It's going to take
Oh.
you up the hill to where you need to
Getting
go.
in the
Hey,
area.
Rodrigo.
Follow yellow cable.
Could this be what they need?
They're calling y'all out. They're calling y'all out.
Probably gonna hide.
Go.
Maybe they
Give me
need to
two,
get two more people out.
your Samo.
Just go.
They need to get those last two.
Get ready to chuck.
Hey, but
people
conserve your
out.
stamina though, Leland. You're gonna have to hit Sicker. You're gonna
And
have
it's
to hit
like-
Sicker, Leland. Hit her.
Somebody
You have
knows
to,
that
you have
they're
to. You have
there.
no choice. You were running
He's
out of
trying to
time.
run out now.
Watch
They
your
can know,
stamina.
but are they? Will
Y'all
they
can
be able to
make
stop
it.
them in time? That's why they just made a mad dash for it. I would have been a little bit more patient with, it, but hey, if you have the
You might have to
freedom,
juke around, Rodrigo.
you got the chance.
I mean, they've been playing patient, so that's one. That's another person out.
And there was that a killer beyond, or was that another?
That'd be interesting because if it's a survivor behind them, that's game.
Yeah, I'm not
Escape,
too happy about
killed,
that.
escape. So, oh wait, they got two people killed. So I want to say that probably goes to. I want to say 2 kill goes to points. All right, so we're gonna get confirmation on that.
If that is the Wolves, that's a very impressive start. They're trying to show that last week was not fluke, even though they were yeah, they're just trying to show it wasn't fluke. Now, granted, yeah, he's still going up against a bunch of rookies, so we'll see. And a lot of the super strong games for the Ghosts have not rolled yet.
And now it's good that I want to say good that Rad is mad and Connor are able to be in here, but they really want OG in for Overwatch.
This is well, they should be able to swing him back in, right?
No,
Is
unless Mythical is
Grayed
Mythical
out?
available.
No, he's not grayed out. He's available.
So then looks like it'll be Hydro, Rad, Connor, J-Lo, Mythical.
Yeah.
And who do you put in if you're Alchemist and Renee? You want them both in for, but they run into another situation of having Renee out for a full rotation after that.
And really, I don't think you want to do that just yet if you're the Wolves, especially if you have a 3-0 lead, right? You should feel fairly confident in putting in somebody else instead of Brene.
You should. Maybe Proven Poppy, Jorginho.
Well, from what it's looking like, it looks like Brene's actually out right now.
Yeah, Renee's out, but it's Jorginho.
No,
and,
Jorginho, everybody else is available. So Brene's
except
already
for
out.
him and Big.
No, he's available as well. So really, it's just Brene. So right here, putting in your strongest 5 wouldn't necessarily hurt you if you're the Wolves, because you're more than
So
likely
that
to
does
get
that,
Brene.
that was a win by the Ghost.
That was a win by the Ghosts. Okay,
Yes.
so they were just okay. We had that backwards. Or well, no, I guess it went to the Killers.
Yeah, by points. So, all right. So good game overall. And this could be a tie game here if the Ghosts are able to do what they did. Because the last time we saw them, they did really well versus the Reapers, one of the teams that people want to say is the best Overwatch team, right? Or one of the best.
I'll say one of the best for sure, but they've been contested with. They've definitely had their streaks where, as an Overwatch squad, they've been the best. But yeah, like now it's definitely one of, now that the rest of the league has had time to catch up to Overwatch, I would say, because just the nature of the game, it's played heavily, right?
And we're gonna have Radis, Mad, and Connor in. 2 shooters, right? So this will be able to tell us this is their statement to say that we're good shooters. We're not just good at the shooting games that we came in to rewrite. Like we know they came in Fortnite. Are you good at just Fortnite? Or are you good at all of the shooters? I know they did good at Call of Duty. So we need to see, they need to put their team on their back right here and win this. Unfortunately, we're not able to see Exile in for this. You know, being friends with Snappy and
You would like to think that transfer's over, huh?
that. Like, yeah, they're good. Hey, you know, Snappy's good at Overwatch. Maybe his buddy is too. I do know Brene and Alchemist are both. They were both. I want to say on the Guerrillas optimal Overwatch vibe, man. So we'll see how it transfers over here. 'Cause I don't think we saw Overwatch play when they played the Phantoms.
Yeah, and I mean, so far so good. Super strong showing from the Wolves. Texas Chainsaw was very close, right? I think if they were able to get one more survivor out, they definitely win that.
Yeah.
So far so good. I mean, like the Wolves have impressed me so far. Good showing these last 2 weeks. Who knows what would have happened if they didn't have to forfeit so many games against the Phantoms, right?
It
And
might have
this-
been a much bigger gap.
And I think an underrated angle to this whole thing is, you know, Alchemist and Brene, along with True Hunter, really kind of getting to have their own team of sorts and step up as leaders. Which led to the exit from the Gorillas when you're talking to Alchemist.
So
and
we
Brene.
character select here, and then we're gonna see. And it makes sense for Rad to choose Soldier. Is this Wreckfest?
Wreckfest, we've had a very weird
Right.
wheel so far.
Like it's like a lot of games that teams aren't well, that teams may not have put as much time into.
These are usually the games that when they roll, it's like kind of spaced out throughout the match, and you're like, okay, cool. This is like a little break from the, I won't say the norm, but definitely.
So it makes sense if that's we're spectating Rad. It makes sense for Rad to pick Soldier, right? More of a, like, I want to say like more of a just a hey, I'm a good shooter, but I haven't touched Overwatch as much kind of character, but we'll see. And this is the same map that they played the Ghost on. Sorry, not the Ghost. That they've played the Reapers on. So we'll see how well they're able to do. We have a Soldier. We have a. Is that Ryan? Is Mr. OGM for this? Looks like we have a Lucio behind. Alright, so we'll see if they're able to keep them at this point. There's a Zarya for the Zarya bubble. Okay. Standing behind the shield, just firing away.
Right, and we'll get that in-game updated for you guys so that you know exactly who's there.
You have to watch that corner right there because there could be somebody popping up behind. There's a Mercy right there, with keeping up with the heals. It looks like they're able to push up a little bit.
Switch off the segment.
All right, and it looks like Rad is dead. So he's about to change. Looks like he's changing sensitivity. Something's maybe off here.
Yeah, that right there tells you he's like, okay, well, I know how this is supposed to feel, but this isn't really your home setup, and that's the tricky thing, right? Getting into as many of these games and making sure that your settings are right, and if it's not locked to your profile, just make sure you know exactly what you're doing for each game. That way you get the feel you're looking for.
All right, so we're watching a Baptiste right there. All right, so Baptiste is a support. And he has the Immortality Shield. Let's see if they notice that and take that out. They took it out relatively quickly. Standing behind the shield right there. And he's setting up the his ult right now. Shooting through that. And you have the Ramatra over there. Keeping them from that, pushing in that point. Has his shield up, just pushing at him through that. He's behind it. Let's see if the Zarya is able to finish him off. He's able to get behind. Let's see if he gets killed here or if they... Nope, he is killed there, so let's see if they're gonna touch payload, push it back a little bit. The Lucio still has his ult, probably gonna save it for like a counter ult.
Activate yours when you hear an enemy ult.
There. Alright, trying to keep them at this point right here. It's gonna be hard for them to push in. Alright. Nice job. You see how he put that down where he can still push back and still have a place where he can heal without having to be in direct line. And there's that Reaper behind. He's able to knock out that Reaper. Alright, that's another thing, right? There's certain characters like Reaper is one of those ones you have to kind of call out. Because the Reaper can get in your back line so easily, so if you're not calling it out...
Right, they can wreak havoc.
Yeah, no.
You really make a strong push, throw
Kill your
out of
supports,
for your,
yeah.
Yes, get rid of your supports, which leaves you vulnerable off the attacks.
Alright, so it looks like they are pushing them back. It seems like it just took the Ghost a second to...
Adjust.
Yeah.
That's really what it is.
And that's the thing, right? With them not having been together as much... It's probably gonna take them less and less time as the season goes along to make those adjustments mid-game. But looks like they have about a minute and a half here to push the. Oh no, less than a minute now. Sorry, to push the payload forward. And once they push that forward, all they whatever point they are at
is all the ghosts have to beat.
Yes, is all the ghosts have to beat. And trying to Zarya bubble that. And let's see if he's able. He's unfortunately not able to survive that interaction. It looks like the Orisa's coming out.
How come you didn't ult there?
And one thing that we haven't seen as a Maga, I cannot say his name, but but he
We gotta play
recently
more
got
team, get back.
nerfed.
I have to
It
back him.
was a really powerful tank beforehand. I wonder if that nerf has any impact on why they need a cheap shooter. But we have the Orisa there, pushing them back a little bit, and then now we have the soldier ult. We have a shield there. Soldier ult should be over relatively soon. He's using so when Sigma does that, any bullets that come his way, he converts that into shield. So it's good against something like, say, a
That's fine. That's fine.
wow. So that was a good ult. I don't know how many people he killed, but he killed a decent amount. Full team wipe, but they have to get to the next point to extend this time, because if they don't get to the next point, the second they all die or second they all fall finish. Yeah.
Then that's all the ghosts are gonna have to beat. So this could be a very short.
This is gonna be a hard point because they're fighting uphill right now. They have to take some different angles to try to break a hole into them.
Right, and if you have any ults here, the placement and timing of the use is gonna be super important.
But they have that Orisa on point there. And you have the Mercy pocketing the Zarya right there. You have somebody super low. The Sigma looks like he's super low. Might have to push back again. And now you have the Mercy that was pocketing the Lucio. That's an interesting
I don't want to talk about it.
choice there. A lot of heals, so I guess it makes it harder to kill. But
Probably gets really good.
all right. So it looks like. I mean, all they have to do right now is hold it off for a little bit. You see, it's in overtime essentially, and so another thing about overtime is like you can be off the cart for like a second or so, but the longer the overtime goes, the less time you can be off of that cart before it just ends it at that point. All right. So it looks like this guy destroyed the Immortality's shield. It looks like this may be the first round. So it looks like. Oh no, there's somebody still up there? Alright. Oh wait, they got to the... So they got about 40 seconds left. That's my mistake. So they probably have one more. If they don't win, they probably have to win this one. I don't think they have enough time for another push. Not at least another push with a full team. Alright, so it looks like they got, popped from the top. And that Mercy probably went over to the res. Was able to take out that Mercy. Really good job there by Rad. And I don't think they can get, well, okay, so they have a closer spawn, so it's a little bit easier. But if they're not able to push this almost immediately, and I want to say this is going to be the round for the go for overtime. You got to take out that Mercy. That Reinhardt is pushing you hard. Don't allow that Mercy to rev that Rein. All right. All right, and it looks like
We're able to shake them off.
Yeah. Good first round, back and forth.
Yeah, literally right down the middle almost.
Now, right now, the Ghosts have to push further than that. So the Wolves know how far they have to stop them from getting. It's a lot of pressure, right? You built this 2-0 lead. You don't want to give it up now. They didn't perform that badly.
No. But even here, if the Wolves were to drop, you have Wreckfest coming up, and they have more veterans, so by default, that usually will be the best.
Your racer of choice that's going to be available.
All right, and now it's up to the Ghosts to see what they could do, and of course they could push it and push it in a dominating fashion. And as we know, like attacking and defending really does make a difference for some teams, and some teams are just naturally better on point when they're attacking.
Yeah, but they know a little bit of how the Ghosts are playing this. Granted, it's gonna be a little bit different because, like you said, they're on attack, they're on defense now. But it's gonna be it's curious because the Ghosts got really close to being the Reapers in this game. So we'll see. We'll get to see how that goes for them. And now pushing up on that. All right, coming from the other side, opting not to go straight for it. Smart. Because a lot of people like to go out of those two doors on the front, and then they just start getting popped the second they go out. And then try to take out that bastion, which is smart. A lot of damage. See, he's in their backline and they're not communicating that. He was able to just kill that bastion real quick, pop some shots into the back, and not really have to worry about much. All right.
Had to kill the hill. Sorry, had to kill the hill. Had to kill the hill. We have to kill the hill.
A lot of good communication between both teams.
Yeah, no. So whoever who is that? Jorginho doing a good job on Ramatra there. But right now King Dre's on the Ramatra. Okay. But right now the Ghosts have not the Ghosts, sorry. Yeah, the Ghosts have spawn advantage. They're closer, right? So like in those 1v1 trades, the advantage is gonna go to the Ghost. But let's see, is that Ryan there putting that shield up? So King Dre, not a person we saw a whole lot. I want to say he lives in Virginia Beach. He lives a little bit away. Yeah, he lives a little bit away. So we didn't really get to see him that much. So yeah.
Yeah, so far, I mean, a pretty good showing for him, right? I mean, both games showing that he's got some knowledge here. There was, and sometimes players end up being like almost like stash picks, right?
Well, like yeah, because it's just like I said, there's so much. We didn't see the Wolves. We didn't see a lot of Wolves last season. Like near the end of it, it was 2 people showing up to game, 1 person, no people, right? The last time the Wolves and Ghosts were supposed to play, that game ended up being a forfeit because nobody was there for the Wolves. So much better showing, especially on a Thursday. People don't understand how hard these Thursday games are sometimes.
Right, so shout out to everybody for making time to win some money, because at the end of the day, every match has a little bit of bread on the line, and we like to hear that. 1,000 here, 1,000 there, no big deal, right?
All right, so it looks like right now, who are we watching? We are watching Alchemist right there. All right. Playing the Baptiste. Oh, Sigma ult right there. Let's see if anybody has a counter ult. No, he seems like he got a few people out with that one.
So far, a stronger push from the Ghosts.
And that's one thing you have to consider is who you're going up against.
Because the Ghosts are about to pass this right here.
Because with that Sigma ult, with them all clunked up like that, and it looks like this is going to be a victory for the Ghosts.
There we go. So we're all tied up at 2-2 going into Wreckfest. How are you feeling about that? I mean, the Wolves coming out, starting off strong. Texas Chainsaw close. Overwatch not quite as close, if I'm being honest. It seems like the Ghosts had a much better handle on the attacking.
It just took them a second to kind of get their bearings right. I mean, if you want to look at it, from what I know about the Wolves players, they all, like, they were friends. They're buddies before, which is a good thing in some instances and it's a bad thing. Because with them, there's better chemistry, right? But at the same time, if you're all, like, they drafted a lot of their friends, right? Like, with that said, you probably all played the same games.
Right. Which means in those games that you guys do play, it helps. But now as a team and as friends, you guys,
somebody has to be good at fighting games.
Yeah.
Somebody has to be good at some of these other games that we didn't play a lot of before.
That's definitely going to be the big hole for the Ghosts. For the Wolves.
Yeah.
And now that it's 2-2, like, you can't be feeling quite as confident if you were the Wolves, but you shouldn't feel like you're out of it either. Like, obviously you're not out of it, it's tied up, but knowing that the Ghosts are going to get some games that we know for a fact that they are certifiably strong.
Fighters, I think outside of Smash, right? Because I know OG is really good at Smash. I don't think that Hydro has put a ton of time into it. And on the opposite side, you have Alchemist and Brene, who at least have some experience with it.
Right.
Now, don't get me wrong, Alchemist and Brene aren't stellar at the game, but it's just at this point throwing bodies at OG. And if, like, with how items are, if OG, gets caught up in the item in a bad type of way, we've seen it where that match can be over, and now your best match person's out. And now you're just going to get ran through. So outside of outside of probably Smash, the Wolves probably don't want to really see fighters today.
Yeah, I mean, that's safe to say. And so far, I mean, we're an hour in through 4 games, about to be on the 5th. Wreckfest, which can be somewhat quick, depending on how it's played, right? If they're going for the bus strat, both teams, then you know that you're going for Rex. And if you're going for the straight up race, you're still going for Rex, but you're trying to finish the race to the best of your ability. And we're going to find out and see where this really comes down to. But so far, how are you feeling? I mean, 4 games in, like I said, about to be a 5th. 2-2, right down the center.
I think this is another example of how the wheel spun so far. It would have been a much more interesting, much more different match had this game been played later in the season. There's certain games that you kind of know where people are going to be at the end of the season. Like, they could put time into it. We've seen when people put time into one game and got really good. But we have so far CarX Drift and Texas Chainsaw, Gears of War, and Overwatch. Those are all games that I feel like if later on in the season, especially for these 2 teams, that it's gonna be a lot different, right? Because with the shooters, in my opinion, the Wolves, I'm not sorry, the Wolves, the Ghosts didn't really seem too comfortable with Gears, but I feel like as the season goes along, that's gonna be a game that shooters, right? Texas Chainsaw, CarX Drift, new game to the wheel. People may not have played them before they came to the wheel, so they're going to get drastically better if they put time into it.
Exactly.
So I think, like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how these games develop for each of these teams as the season goes along. It's not like it's something like, I'm trying to think of a Fortnite, right? Like, you're going to know where, like, a lot of these people are going to be at Fortnite by the end of the season. That game's not going to change too much for certain teams, but CarX Drift, Texas Chainsaw, Overwatch games that can very much swing a much different way.
Exactly. And towards the end, right, we hear this all the time, man, this, man, that, but you had a lot of games to
So it looks like we are going a lot of school buses and 1 Star Beast.
So the 4 buses in a racer strat.
If you see that Star Beast, you don't let that car survive.
You're not supposed to, but a good driver can outmaneuver the buses, and that's what you're really banking on. So,
But
that being said,
the buses control so much space, though.
They do.
Just by being there.
They do, but if you have enough stop and go, enough knowledge of where, that's gonna be a big hit. Not as bad as it could have been, but definitely don't want to eat that.
All right, but it looks like, yep, we just having a bunch of chaos, and that
Star Beast is done. That Star Beast is about to be done.
This is about half health, a lot of damage done to it. And honestly, that Star Beast, that's like, you're doing a make or break kind of thing there, because it's one of those things that, like, you have to finish if you're the Star Beast. You have a lot less fighting power. Oh, UFC 5.
That's gonna be interesting. Is Hydro available?
Hydro should be available. And if you're the Wolves, you want Alchemist available?
Yeah, that one's going to Hydro.
Alright, so, looks like a lot of damage. Right now, we are watching J-Lo. J-Lo? Yeah. So, it looks like... watching J-Lo, my bad. He's not a, yeah. So it looks like we're 26-3. I want to say, if we're watching it correctly, that is the Ghost up 23-26, 7-3.
That bus look like the McDonald's sign.
I'm loving it. Looks like the Wolves are making a little bit of a comeback here, but just looking at it, if that Star Beast is on
this is definitely a game that I would have expected the Wolves to come out and actually have a little bit of an advantage just off of the fact that you have more players that have played it.
I mean, honestly, that Star Beast is still alive and is kicking it. But if I'm honestly, I don't know how many people practice this game outside. Like, I hear so many teams talk about they don't touch this game. So, like, a lot of rookies really only get the experience touching this game when it rolls during the match. And that Star Beast, which is True Hunter.
True. Go ahead, flex your stuff, man.
It looks like he is in first place.
which means that the Wolves are winning right now, which is honestly what I expected. Playing with fire right there, but he's see that's knowing how fast your car is, and even with damage, what you can get away with. So shout out to True Hunter on that right there.
He is in first place. He's on lap 4 of 7. If somebody coming around, he has to make sure he knows it behind him.
Yep,
if there's somebody behind you.
Oh man, that was tough because he was trying to slow down, hoping
the person wasn't.
Yeah, because they were waiting for him right there. So a really good trap set by the Ghost. Now it's gonna be.
That's a lot of points.
It is a lot of points, but now it's 2 wrecks. That's really what it comes down to.
Do we have everybody but one person? Because that's what it looks like. Look at all those DNF on the leaderboards. And if we're looking at correctly, the Wolves won this one.
That should be the case.
Oh no, it's a Ghost win.
Oof. That's one that I think if you're the Wolves, you're really hoping that you...
Those 50-50 games.
Yeah.
And I think
forfeit from the Wolves.
So I think you are gambling there, right? You're like, True Hunter is our best racer. We're going to try to cheat some... Oh, it's an incorrect setup.
So the Wolves set it up incorrectly, thus leading to the forfeit. So in reality, the Wolves were in the lead there because all they had to do was either finish the race or wreck the Ghost out of it. However, due to the to not setting it up properly,
and this is one of those games that you can look back on after this match and be like, man, all we had to do was set that game up correctly and we win that. Because that's a 2-point swing. If they lose 10-9. That's a
and now, yeah, that's just a tough one to eat because, I mean, True did do a good job. I think at the end, he played it too safe. Honestly, he could have sped up and then slowed down and really
forced him out.
Exactly.
You have more maneuverability.
And then force the bus behind you.
And that's the thing you have to think about because we were talking about it because it was like, yeah, he's just standing there, but like a bus could easily come behind him. And the thing about it is just sitting. So I'm trying to say this is the easiest way I'm going, right? So say you're going 50 miles per hour, right? And a bus pulls up behind you going 55, right? And it taps you, right? That's only about 5 miles per hour worth of force that's coming on you, right? But if you're standing still and that bus comes behind you at 55, you're eating all of that.
Exactly.
There's no absorbing it.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have your force speed absorbing what they're coming at you from. You're just standing there. And that's probably why he took so much damage.
Yeah, that went critical real fast. And then the second bump, of course, just finished it off altogether. So now looking at it, we've got UFC coming up. We know that Hydro is going to go in here. The Ghosts, now after starting off 0-2, have rattled off 3 straight. Now they're starting to catch a rhythm. And they have, from what I can tell, unless there's something about Big MJ,
if I'm correct,
or King Dre that I don't know.
And if I'm correct, and this is a Ghost setup, meaning Hydro gets his weight class that he wants.
Oh yeah, I mean honestly, in this situation, for UFC it's very interesting, right? Because the characters fight true to their real life counterparts, right? And we play it on simulation now. So when you're dealing with the UFC, the weight class can make a difference, but a lot of times it is actually just knowing your character. So if you have somebody for every single weight class, you won't really run into that issue of, well, it's not in my weight class. Now see, you may know how to maneuver with certain weight classes better. Like for instance, if you're a slugger, being a heavyweight sometimes helps you out. And if you are more of a agile in and out type of fighter, being like something like bantamweight might be suited to your style. So I think for something like Hydro, the weight class won't matter as much, but it'll be interesting to see what he chooses. And right here,
I tell you, man, Gilbert
I believe that's Hydro we got right there on the right.
If I had to guess, Hydro's the one burn just by the combinations that he's doing. All right. So Burn versus Edwards.
So we've got Dre. I actually, we'll get more confirmation on who's who, but I believe that Hydro is Edwards.
I mean, looks they're just going back and forth here.
Right now, a lot of head movement, a lot of trades, so we're gonna get a cut. Yep, the right is the Ghost, and Dre is just fighting this out, and I know exactly how Hydro's gonna do this.
Oh, he's down on the ground though.
Hydro's probably trying to not trade as much, so you're gonna see him switch up.
But I'm also curious to see how much time Hydro put into UFC 5 because from what I heard, it's a good little bit different than.
It's really just a cut system, and then I would say that the striking is more even, and then you're not just gonna win off of submission.
Yeah.
So, but having played with Hydro, he's gonna be a lot more patient. Seems like Dre kind of knows the game, but he's also a little reckless with the way he throws. But he does play, you can tell. But it's one of those things where he plays and he's
It's just
probably
a difference in skill.
rock and sock him, to be honest. And now we got League of Legends coming up. Oh, Hydro's in. Oh, okay, that's interesting.
All right, so
I'm actually interested to see that Hydra's fighting like that. That surprises me.
all right, so I mean, we'll stand corrected. The Wolves are looking a lot better in this than we anticipated.
Not so much that I anticipated. Both of them are looking good. It's just Hydro usually fights more patient. So Hydra's really just throwing. That threw me off. I'm not gonna say here a lot.
He's been a little bit more aggressive.
Which tells me that he doesn't quite respect Dre, which is crazy because Dre not too bad over here. I actually like what I'm seeing from him. Much more patient output. But Hydro did manage to knock him down. So Dre keeps throwing that front kick to the body. I'm wondering if Hydro is gonna
Catch up on
Yeah,
that.
I'm not gonna lie. Dre looks good.
Solid.
He looks solid. There's nothing crazy, but he looks solid. He looks like he's gonna wait this out. The question mark kicks.
Oh, he
Good
grabbed
catch.
it. Yeah, like
Yep.
you were saying that he might.
Yeah, and the adjustment to those leg kicks, honestly, is to crowd him. But when you're dealing with Edwards, he has like this insane one-stop power. So if he catches you right off of a counter hit, that's night for Burns.
Ooh,
These,
putting a lot of pressure on Hydro right now.
yeah, and just off of that, Hydra's gonna get a cut, and this will get stopped by cut if Hydra's not careful. See right there, now that you know he's throwing those question mark kicks, and the reason why he threw a lot of those front kicks, Dre, early was to try and essentially condition him, right? So he was trying to condition Hydro into the fact that those are coming, and that's why the question mark kicks become super effective. Now Hydra's fighting more of an in and out type of style, and starting to tighten up a little bit. So what I'm thinking Hydra's going to do is he's going to try and catch him off of a counter hit.
All right, so yeah, no, Hydro's definitely playing a little bit more reserved than he was earlier. A little bit more.
Well, he has to. He doesn't want to burn his stamina, and he's realizing that he's getting caught, and he got stunned. Granted, he put Dre on the ground, but now this is actually how I'm accustomed to seeing Hydra fight. A little bit more patient, trying to measure things out, and now we have an even fight.
And it looks like he staggered a little bit after that hit.
Yeah, those are the counter hits. But Hydro has to know at this point, you can't just keep coming forward with this dude because he's throwing reckless. Oh, right there, it would have been a huge time for Hydro to capitalize because Dre's stamina was drained. So you could have put him right there on the canvas. There you go. Body kicks to slow him down.
All right, so
See, if I'm Hydro, I'm coming in and I'm eating 2 shots through my block.
So it
Coaching
looks
errors
like
from
the
Ghost.
Ghosts are down to 2 timeouts left. Essentially, what you would have at halftime. So it looks like the Wolves are actually, despite that forfeit, they're doing a much better job of what they did last week or the week before that.
See right here, if I'm Hydro right here, or even if I'm Dre, I'm eating punches like through my block. I'm going to do that, and then on the third punch, I'm going to try and slip and counter, because by that time they've wasted stamina, they've wasted some sort of guard, and they become much more vulnerable. Dre's fighting a good fight though. Definitely knows the game. It's a little reckless, but he has some good techniques with the conditioning. Hydro knows to stay out of the way of that now though. Good leg kick. And all these little shots add up. That's the thing. Hydra's making really good use of his jab, whereas Dre's throwing a lot of heavier shots, trying to condition.
For that one big shot.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was working earlier, but that's what I was saying. Hydra was going to pick up on that.
And now it's getting these.
See, right there, you got to throw a kick to the body. And real smart from Hydra to take him to the ground. He's going to test his ground game knowledge, and Hydra is going to try and bully him down here.
Oh, but it looks like King Dre's not doing a bad job. Got back up. All right,
against Edwards, that's such a tough pick to go with Burns. I would have gone with Usman, 100%.
Just the play style, kind of.
Yeah, and he's super strong, just super strong with the punches. So right here, this is exactly what I was talking about. Now you can open Dre up because he's been throwing a lot of haymakers. So now you can throw a jab straight, and then probably a hook or uppercut, just like he's doing right there. Now Dre's going to fire back, and now Dre's using his jab and utilizing it. But the fact that he keeps throwing that kick and missing is draining his stamina. And I was just about to say, that's what's going to hurt him. And right on cue, he's out.
So that's 4 in a row for the Ghost.
Right.
And League of Legends is next.
And I don't know. I don't think the Wolves have a League of Legends team very much. You know, Hydro and OG play.
But do you put both Hydro and OG in?
Yeah, you secure this. I mean, you're already on a roll. You got to feel good about it. And I don't really know where the rest of their team is, the Ghosts in League of Legends. So you don't want to risk it. But looking at who's over there for the Wolves, how much of a risk is it really? Maybe you get away with just putting in OG.
I think it's unfortunate because I think you want, for the Wolves in this game, you want Jorginho, Peruvian, Alchemist, and Bernay, but you're going to be missing at least one of them.
Yeah, but now that you have this lead, right?
No, I'm talking about for the Wolves.
Oh, you said for the Wolves.
Because I think you want Alchemist, Bernay, Jorginho, and Peruvian in for this game.
You probably want your best shot to win, but then how confident do you feel?
But then think about this, if you put Bernay, if you put those people in and you end up losing, you don't have Bernay, Alchemist, and you're gonna be missing one of your star pieces for the next game. So it just matters how confident you feel in this game, because if you don't feel confident and you end up losing this game and you put some of your veterans in for this game, now you're just starting to landslide, right? Like it's starting to.
Yeah,
but
I mean, just off of that last match, that was like excellent adjustment from Hydro, right? Showing his veteran savvy and being able to secure a win. It really does hurt them that they didn't send the lineup in for a game like that, knowing exactly who was going in. That should be the first thing that you're doing amongst setups.
I mean, honestly, what I do, and you just put placeholder, and you put that placeholder there for the win or loss. Then you put the next game in. You put the person you're putting in. You go back after that game's over, edit placeholder to win or loss, and then you already have the next lineup in.
Do they allow you to do that?
Yeah, I've been doing it for 2 seasons now.
Placeholder?
Yeah, and then you just change it.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, especially right now, you don't want to be, because the second that game comes up, I have that ready, so I know the next game, because you don't want to be in with all of the confusion and potential setup issues. You don't want your lineup to be one of those things that you have an issue with when you already know who's going in.
All right, and it looks like we should be getting started.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but this should be a Wolves setup.
It should be. What are you thinking? Who are you thinking is going to come on top here?
I think this could be a 50-50 game. I just don't know how good. There's a lot of rookies on the Ghost, and that's the issue.
Right. That's a lot for us to learn.
I think if the Wolves, I think if the Ghosts had some people that played, then I think the Ghosts have a good chance. But if it's just OG and Hydro, I don't think they win. But this is where it becomes an issue for the Wolves, is you don't know how good they are at League of Legends. So right now, ultimately, you probably send in Fervent Poppy or those two people and Alchemist or Renee. But if you throw one of them in for it, then it becomes an issue where you have a bad rotation.
So just from a purely from a momentum standpoint,
The banning Malphite. All right.
if I'm the Wolves, I'm really looking to win this. You got to feel confident here. If you don't feel confident, I almost want to forfeit if I'm the Wolves. But we'll see. We don't know.
I mean, this is going to be one of those pivotal games. So it looks like we have OGL, Hydro, Connor, Rad, and Exile. Sorry, OG. My bad. OG. And for the Wolves, we have Peruvian. We have Bad MJ. We have, let's see,
Bad MJ,
Burnett, Jorginho, and Alchemist. So they think they have the chance to win this. They wholeheartedly think just based on their lineup.
And we're about to learn a lot from these rookies. Connor, Rad is mad, Exile. Let's see what you got.
Right, like let's see if they're
and you know that they've been practicing this because Miss OG loves this game. Therefore, you know.
And honestly, if they practice this game and they know a little bit, that should be enough.
You know, for me, underrated angle that I'm actually really interested to see. I'm kind of glad that Mr. OG is like a centerpiece for his team, and now it's being built around him. It's similar to what was happening with the Gorillas, but now it's almost like a restart on this type of thing. I'm actually curious. I want to see. Oh,
Call of Duty.
We were real close to Fortnite. We were real close to Fortnite, and I wanted to see some fireworks. Call of Duty's good too, though. Gonna see some good McDonald's shooter action.
All right, so it looks like we have Ash now list. Mordecai's a really big popular pick. I want to say 300 gets everybody on Mordecai. Is it 300 that gets everybody on Mordekaiser? So it looks like on the other side we have Lux, maybe Master Yi, Vi, Yaris, Alzheimer. So yeah, so as opposed to previous seasons, we don't play. It's just one lane, right? So it's a little bit different of a game mode. You don't have to manage, who's playing top lane, who's playing bottom lane, who's your mid laner, and who's like your jungler. So Misfortune is the last person that is chosen. All right, so it looks like they're just choosing their loadouts now.
I ain't about to have no choice but to see.
We are watching Jorginho. Sorry, yeah, Jorginho. All right, so let's see. And a big thing with this game is once you can't go back and buy an upgrade until you die. So one of the things that you have to kind of keep in keep in mind is managing when you die, damage scaling and such.
Right, especially with that 15-minute timer. Really want to make sure you know what you're doing.
All right. All right, so let's see. We are watching from the perspective of Jorginho.
Right, we'll get that next spin here shortly so we know what's coming up next. Oh, wait, no, we do actually.
Yeah, it's Call of Duty, yeah. Which is another PC back to PC where they only have those 4 minutes. So let's see if it is a not Gorillas, it's a Ghost setup. Let's see how good the Ghosts are at setting that up. So I want to say Call of Duty was an issue last time. All right. So it looks like we just have a little bit of poking here and there, trying to kill off some minions, just get a little bit of level, get a little bit of gold. All right, so it looks like we are watching Bernay. So it looks like they're being pushed back a little bit by some minions. Let's see if we can. It looks like the Ghosts aren't pushing up too far, and that's what we're going to get really early on. Is like not a lot of teams pushing too far in, just trying to get some pokes, maybe get a kill here and there. They can level up, get some of their other skills a little bit higher up.
We need every OP.
All right, so it looks like we're watching now from the perspective of Mr. OG. Pushing a little bit up. And you can tell from the bottom right on the screen, the map, you can kind of see how far each team is pushed up if you ever lose track of that.
Right. Now, here from what you're seeing so far, what are you thinking about the Wolves?
I think the Wolves So I think the Wolves have an idea of how to play League, but I think this is going to be a clear-cut victory for the Ghosts. And I will say that even if it was just OG and
Be careful.
Hydro and the others knew how to play a little bit, I would say it's a clear-cut win. But now, looking at this, I want to say the Ghosts seem like they have a better handle on the situation.
And you're fucked if you get caught.
Yeah, and I do like the fact that the Ghosts went full send for it. Like they want to make sure that they make a statement here. If they can pick up this 5th win before Call of Duty, it's really going to put them in a good position.
Comfortable.
Yeah, really good position. I mean, when this match ends, we'll be probably looking at 2 hours 32 minutes left.
15 minutes.
Probably somewhere around there. How long has this been going so far? So when you're talking about it from that perspective, if they can get this W, I mean, Call of Duty, for all we know, could be a toss-up. We don't know. Yeah,
But they're being pushed back already. I mean, they have that advantage a little. Like, I don't think we haven't had first blood yet. But from looking at it, right? It looks like somebody leveled up there. Just from looking at it, it looks like early on that this is a Ghost favored.
Yeah, what are you thinking here about the map selection? Pretty straightforward, right?
I mean, that's what we play in League. I mean, we're going to get this regardless. I do think the Ghosts outside of OG, they do look like they have even taking out OG, they seem like they have a better handle on this. That Mordekaiser is pushing up. Their minions are pushing up there too. They have that mouth fight. They have.
I'm so sorry.
But
yeah, but it's all a learning process.
Yeah, I mean it's a learning process, and maybe
you get pointers along the way.
Yeah, it just seems like this is a game that the Ghosts really pride themselves on. So I wouldn't be surprised if
about the Ghosts, you mean OG?
Well, no, I mean the Ghosts. As soon as League of Legends, I mean even with OG, you had X-Ray, some of the other chicken, like people that aren't on a team anymore.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, they still have OG now, but I'm sure OG has touched the game with them a handful of times, and the Ghosts do a really good job of out practicing. The jury's still out on the Wolves practice. We don't know too much about how effective they are, but I want to say the first tower is going to definitely go to the Ghosts. All right, see if they're moving back a little bit. Just to get a little bit of healing there.
Get the other one.
Let's see. So it looks like I said, it's a little bit of a back and forth, but we're going to see the Ghosts start to dominate this a little bit more. But
we can go for
now I'm curious if the Wolves are. There's been no deaths yet, right? And I'm curious if that's because the Wolves are playing like super passively. And they just don't they're playing a little bit too passive, or if, yeah. Let's see. Looks like the Mordekaiser's just hanging out there in the bush, waiting for somebody to come to get that pick. right there aiming. And you see, the person doesn't notice he's in there. Let's see how many he can get. Waiting for that person to push up a little bit. Because what he's trying to catch is probably somebody going up there, taking a little bit of damage. He's probably trying to get that last little bit, but it looks like he's going to push up.
Trying to get a slightly better angle right there.
Well, no, I guarantee you he's waiting for somebody to fall like right there. Because somebody's going to push up, take a little bit of damage, think they're safe, and he's pulling them to him. Yep, and now it looks like he has, I want to say rooted. But now we're watching from, I'm not quite sure what his name is.
Yeah, big smiles on it. That's MJ.
Big smiles.
Big bad MJ right there.
All right.
Now, is that a smile of confidence or is that a smile of nervousness? That's what I want to know.
I mean, some people smile when it's like, when they're uncomfortable. Maybe that's him. He's like, I have no idea what I'm doing.
I'm gonna back up.
But it looks like they've done about 10% to that tower. Still no first blood at all. And let's see, it's kind of hard to see how much time has elapsed. But it's been, normally by this point, we've seen a little bit. But you look at the bottom of the map, we've seen the ghost pushing up a little bit. Everybody's cautious about dying because that's points to the other team. And it may come down to a kill for all we know.
That's what it's shaping up to be. I mean, with nobody dying yet, keyword yet.
They're just, honestly, they're just farming the minions at this point.
Wait, go in. Oh, wait, no.
Right, trying to level up.
I missed the hook. You're good.
Then expect we'll see a boost once.
And you see right there, he's in the same position he was earlier, where he's kind of hanging out in the bush. He moved back a little bit now.
At this point, they're just playing the.
I was about to say, but will they fall for it twice?
I mean, they didn't really fall for it. They didn't really get close enough to him earlier. But they should have seen him hanging out there after he left. So hopefully they kind of paid attention to that. And that's one of those things where communication comes in. All right, but the ghosts have done a good job here of taking up space, pushing them back. But somebody needs to get a kill at this point. Let's see. All right. So far this match, what's your initial thoughts?
I think that the ghosts just look more measured, from what I can tell. I'm not gonna say it front like this is my strongest game, but what I can tell, obviously, when it's head to head like this, you have to be very measured in the way you go about it. That's why they're just farming these minions, and I think
they're not making mistakes that
exactly.
kill.
Yeah, I think who's done that more effectively so far has been the ghost. Simply probably from OG's leadership.
You know, and this can attest to it. The OG, like give him some time, and he's gonna have his people right. Especially with them having 5 rookies here today, it's really gonna be on them to kind of get everything. And then think about 5 rookies here today, and they still have at least one more that I know about that's not here, and that's Devana.
Oh, they loaded up. They had so many first round draft picks. So many. I think it was like 2 or 3.
I want to say they had 2, and then 1 at the top
of the second.
Yeah, they had Devana. No, Devana was second round. Connor and Rad were both first round picks. Number 2 and 6, I want to say 2 and 6 or 2 and 7, something along those lines.
I'm literally not doing anything.
All right, but I know a big thing that the Ghosts really prioritized, it looked like, in the draft was availability. Because a lot of their first earlier picks were all people that showed up to the combine.
I mean, that's how it naturally goes, isn't it? You get the closest look at them. Granted, you can obviously scout and have prospects come to your discords and play with the team prior so that you have an idea of what they're good at. But seeing them in person, talking, getting a feel, right? It's
different.
It's an in-person interview. So that's exactly what I would have done. I would have been like, oh, these people are here, top targets, bet.
Best ability is availability. But let's see how much time. We are about 12 minutes in, and I don't think we got a single.
But they had first pick.
We have not gotten first blood yet. Now, no, Anarchist is somewhere out there. Billy Anarchist somewhere out there pulling the hair. Well, maybe not so much Billy, but Anarchist is pulling.
Billy has hair.
He has hair, but not as much as Anarchist.
Yeah, but he has enough to pull.
True, but they're probably somewhere pulling their hair. Every single person who enjoys League of Legends is looking at this right now, like, what's going on? X-Ray somewhere out there.
3 minutes left.
X-Ray especially. He's gonna sit there and talk through it. Like, why?
All right. So it looks like we are. The Mordekaiser is kind of hanging out in the back, but slowly but surely they've been working on destroying that tower. Like it's not a lot of damage, but it's roughly 20% on that. And I want to say it's 5 points per tower, one per kill. So if they're able to push forward and get that tower, that's going to be 5 points, which is going to be more than enough to win this. All right, so let's see.
They laughing at me. I don't appreciate that.
No, we're under 2 minutes left here, so this one will be wrapping out shortly. But the interesting thing is, match doesn't end until people die. So are we going to see a mass scrum here, or are both teams going to continue to play it safe, which could actually drag this out very
I mean, I think honestly, if it keeps going like this, it's going to be a Ghost victory. It may be a slow one, but this is how there's still potential for the Wolves to win. Is once you hit that 15 minutes, if they're able to get the first kill on the Ghost and then start to start having a numbers advantage. But right now, it looks like Slow and Steady is winning this right now, and it looks like this is going to be a win for the Ghost. Let's see, yeah, so it's killing each enemy tower is 5, killing a person is 1, and killing the team inhibitors is worth 10 points. So traditionally in a regular map on team inhibitors, once you destroy that, you get something called super minions, which are like your minions but a lot stronger. Now I'm not sure how much of an impact that will have on this game per se, but those towers are also going to be doing damage. Once you get in a certain radius of those towers, they do a good little bit of damage. So a lot of times, like, if you have your minions with you, they'll target the minions first, and then the screen will kind of glow a certain color once you're the one being targeted. Now those towers do a lot of damage.
Back up.
So that's why you don't just run up there and, because like if you're fighting a straight up team fight within the range of that tower, the team with the tower is gonna have the advantage because they won't have that extra thing doing damage. But it looks like right now it doesn't really matter.
Yep, timer is up. We will see. So all deaths at this point are permanent. We haven't seen one, but
when they happen,
it's over. I think both teams are very cautious of that, and that's what they're playing to. And I can have this going for a while. To be quite honest, not a bad strategy for the Ghosts because at this point you're up. So hey, why not milk it?
I mean, and honestly, the less games rolled, probably the better for the Ghost at this point, at least before half. Just because you less setup, right? Less
opportunity for fail. I could argue you probably. Well, no, it's good either way because I would say a majority of the wheel goes in the Ghost favor from here on out. If you really look at it.
Yeah. But now it's just one of those situations where you die and whoever dies first, right? Whenever we get first blood, that's going to kind of heavily tip the scale. Now it looks like we are getting a little bit more damage on their tower. They're about 30% right now.
I'm wondering if somebody could bait them into coming in. If, let's say they make a stronger push for the tower, but back out just enough time to get them to chase.
I mean, honestly,
it's a risky strat. Right?
I want
I'm
to say it was the
wondering.
Mordekaiser that was staying in the bush. If they see the Mordecai or know the Mordekaiser's there, if they all just, essentially gank him, that could be a free kill, but. And their tower is practically, if not untouched. And you have some minions coming now. He's going back to get some health. Very slow. I think this might be the longest League of Legends game we've seen, at least this season, at the very least. Alright, but not a lot of action per se. Still no first blood. But you see somebody on the right side there in the bush. They're waiting for somebody to push and to get out of position.
Right there, and now they're pulling them over. I would retreat just a little bit, bring them in, see if they chase. I think they know.
Yeah, no, they're not. They're not playing this. They're not going to overextend or do anything too crazy. All right. And now we're down to about half an hour left and a half.
A little bit under. I mean, we're right over that 28 mark, 228.
All right. It looks like the ulting. Now, so one of these teams has to make a play, right? Like you could, if you're the Ghost, keep playing it this way, but all right, that was a big ult there.
How is it the time?
Let's see if it was able to get to the tower.
Oh, miss. Fuck. Wait, back up. Just help back with me. Then go to the back one with me.
Nice amount of healing. They're essentially all back to full. And that tower hasn't been touched. I want to point that out. The Ghost Tower has not been touched as of yet.
Advantage goes. So really,
Well, it's not advantage till somebody scores a point.
Well,
you can keep getting close all you want to.
I say that. I don't know. Keep my mouth shut. How about that? I probably shouldn't do that.
All right.
See, at this point, though, if I am the Wolves, I'm wondering what's the value in continuing on like this. Is it going to benefit us in the long run?
Somebody got pulled. Yeah, somebody finally.
From a UEL perspective.
Somebody finally got pulled over there. Let's see. We're watching right now. Peruvian Poppy.
This game is such a snooze fest.
All right. And an all nice job of not getting hit by that. Or you have the Mordekaiser backing up a little bit. Alright, so we are over the 20-minute mark for this. And still no first blood.
Back up. Right. Let Connor get it.
So, a game that we thought might be a little bit more favorite to the Ghosts is not really like there's a advantage, but it's not a like I said, it's not
major.
Not advantage until you score a point with how we play it in the league, and that's another thing that these rookies have to get used to. Is even if it's a game that they play a lot, they may not have played it how we play it in the league, right?
The UEL way.
Yeah, Call of Duty Resurgence, for instance, where you're hoping your other team members don't get that much kills. Like League of Legends and play it in this way. And it looks like they're steady doing that, where they're trying to almost bait them. And you have, look at all these people, there's 4 of them hanging out right next to the tower. All right. All right, no kills as of yet. This is this is crazy close. All right, let's see. Is this the longest game you think that we've seen? Individual game.
By far.
Individual game we've seen.
By
We
far.
gotta help him. We gotta help him. We gotta help him.
Oh, are they gonna get a kill here? He has to back up. First blood. Finally, somebody got first blood. Did Hydro die? Is that Hydro we saw die?
Keep playing.
So Ghost got the Ghost with the first death. So now the Wolves have a chance here to really start pushing the numbers.
It really depends on what the Wolves are gonna do with it. Are they gonna get reckless?
I mean, at the end of right now, if I'm the Wolves, I keep playing it the same way I've been playing it
Because now it's incumbent on the Ghost to actually get a kill to even this up.
the Ghosts have to be the team to
Hey, Adrian, I've been a good
get
asset.
the advantage. The Ghosts have to play better, right?
Yeah, let's go heal.
Because at this point, they've been playing around tower, haven't done too much, and now the Ghosts the Ghosts haven't been able to really fatally get any kills. It's been one kill the entire match, and that was just now.
Okay.
All right. And then the Wolves, knowing that they have to play into them, can just keep doing what they're doing. This falls exactly into what the Wolves have been doing this entire match.
Yeah, this will be a big sneak for the Wolves if they can get it. If they can get it done.
Back up, Rodrigo. Back up. We can't.
3-4 is a lot better than 5-2
30 minutes. We have to
for the Wolves. That's for sure. I'm no expert in math, but I know that.
Rodrigo. Back up.
Man, this has been.
Rodrigo,
I mean, win how you can, right? The Wolves, look, play lane, win games, I guess. But look at that tower damage. That tower's at 50% right now.
True, back up, bro.
I mean, it's a good thing that the person that died wasn't, say, OG. That's probably a bigger impact, right? A death is still a death, but it wasn't OG, which is if you had to take somebody dying, I'm guessing
Jorge, are
it
you
being Hydro might not be
Jorge?
the worst thing in the world.
You're fucking ugly.
All right. I mean, you have somebody just kind of chilling behind the tower. And honestly, once they get that tower out of there, it's pretty big advantage. Now the Ghost, on the other hand, can't have another person dying. You can't go down 3 to 5 people because at that point you just start swarming.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's
Too big of a number.
it's too much of an advantage killer.
Yeah, we got we're good. We're good.
All right.
Yeah, we just gotta kill that tower.
Connor, you get it.
So it's just been essentially at this point a bunch of minion farming.
Yeah, there's been a majority of them. If we're 20, are we? What are we? 28 minutes in?
But at the point the amount of time being spent, right? It doesn't matter at this point in the game just because it's like if they win, this is 1 point difference, right? And at this point, do the Wolves cover more games than the Ghost on the wheel? So at this point, you kind of want to play less games. It's not like it's an hour. Oh wait, that's somebody close to dying there. It's not like we're an hour away and you're down by this, right?
I could argue that if I'm the Wolves, just with the new team and new chemistry, you want to play more games. Like, especially against a team with the Ghost that has enough veteran talent to where it's going to be a challenge regardless of how you do it.
But yeah, no, if you're the Wolves, a win here makes all of this worth it. Because if you lose here, you're down 3. If you win here, you're down 1. That's a huge swing. All right.
Yeah, because we are what 30 some odd 27 minutes in. It's wild. We haven't had games go this long since what season 4, season 5.
Sheesh, it's Madden. Billy playing Madden at the left.
Ref, I think we broke the code.
Are they just sending it right
We
now?
found something that'll take a long time.
Like, is that
Yeah, I
some
mean, the game's going to end at 30 minutes regardless. And I wonder if the Ghosts know that, just because we don't really see League, at least unless I just haven't been paying attention at all. We haven't seen, which is very possible with League.
pretty weak?
We haven't really seen a game be forced to go to that amount of time.
Well, if that's the case, and that's what you're
And you-
facing, and you're the ghost,
You have a few people on the Ghost. The Ghost have a few people with lower health. So, because they have to push, right? They
you
have
have
to.
to.
You gotta
All right. And we have somebody in the back there with lower health, so they can't really be much help. But if you look at that tower's down to about 20%.
Yeah, but is that going to be enough in this situation to get it done with this amount of time left? Right,
So-
we're encroaching 2 minutes. So
No, know what I want to know? What happens if it's a tie? Because it's very possible. Oh wait, no, 2 kills. That's another kill for the Wolves. So it looks like the Wolves.
oh, there you go. The Wolves
Triple.
are cleaning up.
Oh yeah, no, this looks like this is very much.
Very, very, very big win from the Wolves.
So at this point, that is very much worth it.
What
They're
a shocker.
down. Yeah, they're down 1 point now
I tip my
with
cap.
Call of Duty.
I have no hat, no cap to tip to you, but I'm tipping it. I was completely thinking it was not going to go that way.
And that is a Wolves win.
Look at you writing notes, so professional. So proud of you.
So Call of Duty Warzone. Who do you have? We're gonna see.
Well, we're definitely seeing Mystical and J-Lu. So there's that. And then I'm putting in Alchemist. And I don't know. I don't know between the three of them. If I had to guess, I'd say you might put in
Big
Big Bad.
Yeah.
Big Bad MJ. He looks like he plays Call of Duty. He looks like, yeah.
You look like you play Call of Duty.
You look like you rage at the screen a little bit. Just a little bit.
Rage Against the Machine.
Well, I said the screen, not the machine.
Hey, either way. So it's gonna be a full reset after this for the Ghost. Call of Duty and no Rad or Connor. They put them in for a game that they lost. So I mean, they could be those two, J-Lu and Mythical, could be good shooters. I don't know.
But we know for a fact that Rad and
Connor are both good
yeah,
shooters.
they're good shooters.
I mean, what we talked about earlier is like they have to be in for these games. They have to be available for these games that they're good at, and they're not available right now. So you think potentially that we see a tied up game 4-4?
There's definitely a chance.
4-4 heading into half. Think about that for a second. 8 games played.
Yeah. And the thing is, Alchemist and Renee are sneaky good shooters. I mean, the league's kind of caught on now, but they're sneaky good shooters. They have their moments and they have their games where they can actually come out and flex. In
Halo being one of them.
Halo definitely being one of them, right? So I think that being said, like there's a good chance that this was a 50-50 in my head, regardless of like what was happening. I did want to see Rad or Connor get in here, maybe Exile.
But it's good that we get to see how good J-Lu and Mystical are at this game, because it'll kind of give you understanding of where the Ghost depth lies at. Because if those two go in and they perform really well, that kind of changes the dynamic. And it'll also be interesting to see what the Ghost decide to do with these rookies, because they have enough rookies to start to just play all rookies. But at the same time, like, you have Hydro, OG, LJ, and Dev. Those are 4 people that in your best lineup are guaranteed to start. Who are the other 3? You want to assume that the other 2 of the other 3 are Connor and Rad. So that means that's a lot of people fighting for.
I mean, if that's how they run things over there, I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to Hydras. I don't know how exactly they view these things or how they run them, but if I had to guess, yeah, I mean, you could say that there's so many people fighting for a spot, but in reality, it's really just veteran versus rookie and who develops the most, right?
Mhm.
Like take for instance, drawing back with the Ravens, Him.
True Hunter
right?
and King J. That's interesting.
No, I mean, I think that makes sense.
No, I'm not saying that like I perceive them to be bad, but it's different than what we thought would be their two shooters. Completely opposite, actually, of what we thought would be their two shooters in for this game.
Nah, man, I got it right.
Okay, buddy.
See, I'm glad you accepted it. But no, I mean, oh well, it looks like we're okay. I thought we were transitioning into it. Well, actually, I think we're just getting word that True Hunter says that he's one of the best at COD, and that's why they put him in there. Can we find a hidden talent? Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel about Call of Duty the same way I feel about 2K. There's a lot of people who say they're good, or they're the best, and then they end up being bums. So I need you to show me before you like make that claim. You don't have look. You don't tell people you're the best. You just show them. I'm just saying.
Oh no, I agree with you. All I can do is smile to that because instantly, as you said, that list of 55 people triggered in my head. I'm like, yep, they said they were the best at COD. They said they were the best at COD.
2K.
They said they were the best at COD. You already know. I know about.
I mean, if I see you whiffing every shot, I'm about to roast you. I'm just saying. Like, I need you to go out there and do your thing. Because who knows? Maybe he is good at Call of Duty. But I mean, we've seen other people come into the league saying that they're good racers and that they're good at Call of Duty, and they're not really great. So
that list generated up to 70. Other 55 to 70.
other wool players say that they're good at Call of Duty and racers, but
I mean, they're by far Call of Duty, 2K, Madden, and what else would you say is like super top that you see when you're recruiting people that they say they play and
Smash.
that they're the best at Smash? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, people don't really say that they're the best. It's just you
They say
see it
they're
often.
good.
You see it often, yeah.
and then if we still had it on the wheel, Mario Kart. A lot of people say they're good at Mario Kart, but a lot of people aren't really good at Mario Kart.
You're right. They're excellent.
I'm trying to think of other games. I think Overwatch a little bit.
We're dropping in the COD here.
Yep, and this is about where we usually see a wheel spin, kind of when it's kind of in that warm up period.
Especially with what we got 60 minutes left in half. Call of Duty could take a little bit of time, depending on if the Wolves want or honestly,
Depends on how
even the
long
Ghosts.
everybody lasts.
Exactly.
But like, yeah, this is about a good point. While like the game's still long, because we got about 10 more seconds until like the actual gameplay starts. So like, generally a good point to see, what's next. All right, so he's like, well, doesn't matter now. Let me just drop.
Yeah, I don't know.
Blazing Torch.
I might purchase a Call of Duty game just for old time's sake.
No, this is free. I'm not purchasing nothing.
No, I mean I'm gonna purchase one. I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna buy back in.
What is your favorite Call of Duty? So two questions. What's your favorite Call of Duty? What's your favorite Call of Duty mode?
Modern Warfare 2.
Okay.
Then mode. No, it was very basic. I like Team Deathmatch.
My guy. I was always bad at Call of Duty. So the thing that I would do is when I played, I would throw down a bouncing Betty 1v1 and run around and help my friend run into it. And then the other thing I did was when they had the UAV, I'd get the rocket launcher out, aim that joker, and shoot.
Look at that.
Halo.
Yeah. Nice save on Alchemist there. Now you get Alchemist and Bernay there for Halo, which honestly I think tilts the favorite in the Wolves for the next shooter.
But we also have full reset.
Do we?
Yeah, for the Ghost.
For the Ghost, yeah. Oh, well, that means we are going to get to see. Oh, one of them is Polo's friends.
Oh man, he works with him. So if he's not good at Halo,
yeah,
he's gonna have to hear that at work.
15 bonks. 15 bonks to the head.
Well, looks like he got this. Oh, and Polo.
Yeah, Polo's here watching in the ground, like, yeah, y'all better do what you're supposed to do.
All right.
It seems to me that we haven't really gotten a chance to test that shooter metal from Rad and Connor that we've been looking to see. Exile probably plays shooters because Snappy and wow. Ooh.
We are watching True Hunter. Now, you say you're one of the best, but like best at what missing? Like you're a sniper, you're supposed to be good at these shots.
Nah, just leave him be, man. It's a practice shot. See, he had to lean in. He said he ain't got his glasses on. Let's go.
Your squad is being hunted. Now they probably have a general idea of where you're shooting from. But if he's now, I wonder if it's one of those situations where they say you're the best without any kind of confirmation, or if they've actually put time into this and see where they land. And also another
Just
thing,
DJ Khaled it, bro.
and another we the best. But another thing you have to consider is with these mixed lobbies, you may be in lobbies that are a lot stronger than you're used to. So you could be in with some sweats that you're not.
Yep, there's no ranking system here.
All right. So we are watching.
Ouch. Ouch.
We're watching 2 kills. It looks like.
I didn't know he was right there.
Who are we focused on right now?
We're focused on a ghost player right now. All right, so he's being respawned right now. So he's about 27 seconds before. So we'll catch another person and see what they're doing. But so far, we have 2 kills. It looks like at least from Mystical. That's Mystical, okay?
Good name.
All right. So let's see what goes on here. Response, somebody else died, about 20. Looks like we're watching King Dre right now. And King Dre has impressed me today.
Yeah, he's come out and he's shown, like, well worth the stash, right?
Like, he's not... So here's my thing. He's not... Like, he wasn't amazing in UFC.
But he showed knowledge.
And, like... And the fighters are really probably a little bit more of his strong suit. He looked good in Overwatch. And then you can really start working on it from there, right? Like, oh, hey, maybe you have King Dre be your primary fight. Maybe King Dre could be your anchor at this point.
Right, we haven't seen a traditional fighter so far.
We have not seen a fighter at all.
Yeah, well, obviously we saw UFC, but that doesn't.
This would be the 3rd shooter. We've had 2 racers. We've had 2 strategy games and a sports game.
Yeah, it's been a really different type wheel so
No
far.
fighter.
No fighter.
Which is what, if you're the ghost, you really want.
Yeah. We'll see right here if the ghost can clutch this up over here. Not the ghost, but I would say the Wolves. I would like to see this tide coming in from half potentially if it gets that far. I just think that would make it for a much more exciting match. I mean, right now, I gotta admit, to start the season, Wolves are impressing me.
Yeah,
it's a stark difference from last season. Stark difference. Having people show up helps, and veterans that aren't Jazz and GFC. Well,
yeah, no, like
Mayor, but
I want to say it's yet to be determined how good they are going to be in terms of leadership. But we've seen much improved leadership from the Ghost. Sorry, not the Ghost. The Ghost too. We've seen much improved leadership from the Wolves, right? Like we're having leadership that's at these games, you know, active, playing, holding people accountable. So right now we're still watching Mystical. All right, and do you think at all this season we'll get a Warzone game or Resurgence game where they win? Because last time I saw it played, the team got 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, but it'll happen by all means. Someone's gonna have a good run.
All right. So it looks like we are watching True Hunter right now. I don't know if he's gotten any kills as of yet, but he needs to at least he needs to. He said he's the best.
I saw him miss a couple sniper shots. This is not being critical. This is what we saw.
Yep. And he has an assist, so they've gotten at least 1 kill, and they're both down right now. And at this point, like, there's a lot of strategies, right? Like, some people are like, oh, we have more kills than them, let's just die. Right, they're down, let's just die ourselves. It's like, we're not going to give them the chance to, like, potentially find somebody who, like, AFK and farm them real quick. Because that's things that can happen, right? Like, you can be a better shooter. You can be much better in Call of Duty. But if the other people on the other side just happen to run into a couple of people AFK or get a few, what's the word I'm looking for? Third party kills.
Third parties are the best.
I mean,
They feel so disrespectful.
I mean, it's easier kills. It's like, hey, I'm gonna let you do all the hard work. and I'm gonna come in and clean up.
That's right, man. Nobody wants to clean up after themselves, so I'm here to help.
Right?
I seen y'all rooms. Not good.
Look, why would I put all this effort into killing? Look, the shooting these people up when you can do half the work for me. All right, so it looks like we are watching True Hunter right now.
Why so aggressive with your run, True? Oh, take it easy. Oh, you missed.
All right, another person up there. Is he gonna get this kill?
Okay, yeah, I like that one. But expose yourself too far out in the open now.
And that's the other thing is that you are playing.
I wouldn't do that.
He's keeping it headshot level.
Yeah, but I guess he didn't really have time to heal up. So it's like, what else are you gonna do? Not a
back yourself into a corner and like, if he had gotten that shot on the dude when he
nice.
when he ran past him the first time, if he had gotten that shot and had been able to line up a headshot, then yeah.
Oh, then there would be some credence to what he's saying, right? At least the knowledge is there, right?
Yeah, like he's aware of how to play.
The execution, on the other hand, right now is, it's not.
We don't know.
It's not bad. It's just not best.
Yeah, we've been watching mainly Mythical and True Hunter. So for all we know, King Drake could be balling out right now.
Hey man, I like ballers.
Shock. Hey, when there's a if there's a will, there's a way. All right, but it looks like we are back on watching King Dre. Let's see if he can hit his shots a little bit better. Fire sale started. All right, and he's just I don't know. Okay, so he's trying to get some shots off before those people land. And hey, that's a strategy, right? Start picking people off while they're still in the air.
Hey, if you can do it.
Free kills. Try to do it be as little gunfights as possible.
Right, and I haven't really seen too good a use of the angles, to be quite honest. No shielding.
Yeah. I got somebody in front of me.
All right.
They got two sniper.
So there's some more people over there. King Dre's teaming back up. And another thing you have to consider is this is a 4v4 mode. And you're going off. Titus is a cruel man. You're going off. And you have to be like, yeah, try to get as many kills as possible, but you're going to be versus squads of 4. And yeah.
Oh, yeah. King Dre, I know that feeling. But you just like, yeah, I don't know about that one. Oh, man, somebody clip that. Man's got body bag that said, yeah, I'm going to head out.
Probably switch to the shotgun.
Oh, and we're watching J-Lu right now. Another thing to consider about, even if you don't get kills, if you get 1,000, is it 1,000 damage? Yeah, 1,000 damage, that's 1 point. So, I mean, there's not a lot of kills going around right now. So, King Dre could be putting in that work. He could be the best assist master out there. He could have 2,000 damage, no kills, and that's still 2 points.
What you were saying was making sense until I saw his reaction. And then his reaction told me that don't make sense. So, yeah, no. It looks much more composed now.
So 2, 2, 1. Oh, well, he got about 300 damage. So not quite enough. And we are watching King Dre pull a True Hunter right now and miss every one of his shots.
Yeah, man, them not easy shots, man.
So why are you taking them? Why are you taking shots that you know you can't hit?
Cause man, you never know.
You're giving away.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and we shooting out here.
Yeah, he's missing 100% of the shots he does take.
Well, he's shooting out here now, and that's all that matters.
All right, so. I mean, at this point, do you just provide support for True Hunter, right? You just team fire at anybody you see. Oh, he got a 60 hit. At least one bullet there. So it looks like True Hunter got another kill.
All right, True's starting to pick it up just a little bit here.
And we're talking about somebody yelling out there that somebody hit their shots. All right, so it looks like somebody's down over there.
If depending on if this gets finished and I'm the Wolves, regardless of what happens here, I'm playing Halo before half.
You're calling a timeout?
Yeah, I'm calling a timeout. I'm making sure we play Halo before half. And wow, that should have been a kill.
All right, so it's curious to see if there's a team member in there.
He just ate bullets like a fat kid eating cake.
Hey,
Crazy.
but so if you are one of these teams, right, and you see you see a teammate go down, right? Do you go over and try to take that fight, or do you like?
Yeah, why not at this stage?
I mean, just in general, just from off rip.
Off rip, if you feel like you have the skill to go in and really finish that up, you can help your teammate in that. Okay, good aim right here, not bad. Okay, that's a little 2-piece. You know what I'm saying? Some nuggets out here.
All right, so 3 for Mythical, 3 for Brene, 2 for J-Lu, and none right now for the last person.
Exile. Oh wait, not Exile, but oof, good finish. Mystical with 4.
Oh, but look at the damage. So it looks like that's 4 points total for.
And it's looking like we're not gonna get this done before half. Well, we're cutting it close.
If a team elects to take a timeout. But yeah, looking at that, it looks like right now oh wow, but you can get some kills here if he's able to finish off. There's a good little bit of kills he can
I
get.
have the high ground, Anakin. Yes, sir.
Is True Hunter gonna be able to clutch it up right here? All right, no, but he has to move. He doesn't want to die to this. All right, so he's just trying to find a good way to get out without exposing himself. Also, we'll watch it. Oh, actually, this is Mystical. Yeah, this is Mystical. All right. And watching, trying to catch anybody who has to come into the... Because you have the advantage there, right? Like, they have to come into you. So you...
Right, and from you... And it's good holding the top position here, because now people really have to find the angle to even see you when you're poking out. Exactly. So, right here, solid strategy, holding the right ground to end the match here, which can be a crucial difference in tallying up these points here at the end, especially with all the damage being racked up, right? Just a little pick shots. Now it almost doesn't matter how much of your position you're giving up, as long as you...
And it looks like it's closing in on him, so he's going to have to get out. Or unless he knows that they won and he's... Who? Second? Was that second place again? Man, we got some in-gamers here. We got some second place. We got some gamers. So we're going to tally up that score.
So I think J-Lu had none, and Mystical had 5.
Was it J-Lu that had none?
Well, he was under Connor's account, and Connor's on the Ghost, is he not?
Yeah.
So yeah, here you go. That's what I'm thinking.
Man, you messing up Connor's KD. So was he the one that had no kills and like 300 damage?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, maybe shooters aren't his thing.
Now, are we playing Halo here? Is a timeout getting called? Let's tally it up, see who got that W.
So you're saying that if you're the Wolves, I'm
playing it because I have 2 extra timeouts. At this point, you've seen that you can contest ish and shooters, and it's Alchemist and Brene's game. So
why not?
Why not play it right now and get it out the way? Get another W.
All right, but doesn't it look like we're going to get that? And if you're the Ghost, you're fine with that. Especially if you won COD, we're going to tally up those scores here in a second.
Yeah, if you're the Ghost, you're honestly looking and thinking, okay, well, team games, clearly the Wolves can compete because they've shown it. But the your secured games, you secure more than what the Wolves do currently. But we can't fully say that anymore because it very well may be a tie game here. Just have to wait for the
potentially 4-4 score going into half is crazy. 8 games played. And after the first 2 games, I think the first 2 games were over within like 15 minutes. Gears and
Car's drift was done in like 2 minutes. I was like, did they even play?
The setup took longer than the game.
I closed my eyes and it didn't work. I was like, what happened? Do we even drive anymore?
Oh, but I mean, a really good game. We had Wolves to start, then Ghost, and then Wolves. You think we see Wolves again?
Possibly. You know, it's funny. Like, most of the games this season have been really close, and the Ghost managed to get that W right there in COD. Now we've got Halo. Now I definitely should have called a timeout if I'm the Wolves. 100%. No questions asked. No questions asked, because like losing that, dropping that right there, and knowing that you can get a point back on the board.
All right, but so it looks like we are going to half right now.
Yes, sir.
With a very exciting 5-3 game, Ghost up. We will see you all back in 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man.
I'm Rex, joined by...
I'm Polo.
Hey, the best commentator out there.
No, not even. Not even. That's you. So we are getting into some Halo.
All right.
So tell me a little bit, Rex. How's the game going so far? Give me an update. Give the viewers an update. Tell us where we're at.
I think it's been a very interesting game because we've seen the Wolves start off 2-0, right?
Okay.
Rattled off by 4 consecutive wins by the Ghost.
Okay.
The Wolves stole League of Legends, which is what everybody expected the Ghost to steal.
Okay.
So very surprising. They played it very slowly, played it their way to win it. And then we had a Call of Duty that was separated by what, 38 damage?
38 damage.
Think about that for a second. 38 damage. That's like one shot.
Right. Absolutely. And, you know, when you look at the Ghost team composition today, and you might see this all season where people are underestimating the Wolves based on last season's performance. They're running a lot of rookies right now. And I'm a full believer in getting your rookies reps, getting your rookies game time, you know, letting them experience UEL. But they're running all but 2.
Hydro and OG. And in this case, those games that you would want them for are the fighters. That's who you want OG and Hydro for, the fighters, and then like League of Legends.
Right.
And we've had one of those games roll up, and that's League of Legends. And according to my little paper here, the Wolves took that.
Yeah, Wolves took that. So surprise game by the Wolves. So we're jumping into Halo right now. Connor, Matt is rad, both in game, both great shooters. They weren't in Call of Duty, so that was a lineup failure by the Ghosts, even though they still won. Just goes to show they may be a little bit deeper than we thought as far as the shooting category is concerned. What do you think?
I think it's a very good testament, right? Like, you obviously want Rad as Mad and Connor in for that, but to have those two people who are probably not your optimal lineup and to have them go in and win shows like, hey, if in a clutch situation, it was by 38 points, 38 like damage, but a win's a win. And now you have Halo coming up next. Like, I mean, this might be this game right though. Halo may be a little bit closer than what most people anticipate, right? Because we have Chris and Bernay on the other side, right? Yep. And they've shown, yes, the Wolves have kind of struggled in some of the shooters and in terms of wins, but those games have been close. Overwatch wasn't one-sided, right?
Agreed.
Call of Duty very much not one-sided.
Right.
And now we have F1 next.
Interesting. So Racer coming up next. Looks like they had a small tech issue. May have to go online for this as opposed to playing LAN.
LAN, yeah.
However, you know, we look at Bernay, we look at Alchemist, those two former Gorillas. I believe Bernay played for the Gorillas. You know, he's got control of this team now in the Wolves. And him and Alchemist come a long way. True Hunter, another veteran.
Oh, Jorginho and Proven Poppy were both on the Gorillas.
Absolutely. So a lot of Gorilla transplants coming over to this new expansion team Wolves from last season. You know, the great thing is we're seeing them come out and we're seeing them participate, right? That's first and foremost. We want these teams to show up. We want to put on a good show. But they're competing a little bit more than we thought. And last week we saw them against the Phantoms, and they played, granted, some mistakes on setup, but these are both new teams, new compositions, and it was a competitive game all the way down to the end.
Yeah, and then I want to say these two matchups, like if you put this lineup in, right, much later in the season, say like a later season matchup, this is a completely different game.
Right.
Because look at all those rookies for the Ghost, right? That's a lot of growth they're going to have at that point with how they practice. And then with the Wolves, we see a lot more familiarity with each other, a lot more settled into their role kind of situations.
Right.
So these early season matchups are kind of like a litmus test about where you really are right now. Because, for instance, right, I'm a GM Bandits, right? I looked at some of our
Bandits.
I looked at some of our early matches last season, and then looked at some of the later stuff, and like we would curb stomp our earlier self. And this is what you want to look for if you're the Wolves or you're the Ghosts. You want to be like, we can't necessarily always compare ourselves to other teams. We have to compare ourselves to where we were yesterday, where we were a week ago.
Yeah, agreed. And you guys played a great match last week as well. So you guys are definitely improving. I give you that. We definitely want to see some wins on the board. You know, I'm really excited for you guys to, you know, start stacking wins and maybe a playoff run.
And This is going to be an extremely pivotal game because right now we need Rad is mad and Connor, right? So before the season started, there was 3 rookies that people really put for heavy favorites for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Connor,
I was just about to ask
Rad
you
is
about that. Great
mad,
transition.
and then we also have Marco. We haven't seen Marco play yet.
Yeah.
And Rad is mad and Connor, we've both seen them excellent in moment. We haven't seen them consistently great throughout a game, but they've had their moments.
But you know, I want to bring another player into this because someone who I think was overlooked, and I'll be the first person to say,
could you DM me the second?
I overlooked this player. So I want to give my shout out to Coolfire. Coolfire, great player, had an interview last week. I'll be honest with you, more professional than half the players in this league. And that's no offense to anyone, but he was incredibly professional, showing that, you know, he wants his team to improve and he wants to be there helping them along the way. So I want to give you a big shout out for drafting Coolfire. I didn't think a ton, like, you know, he kind of struck me as maybe a Smash player or just strictly fighting, but Coolfire, great personality, great player. Honestly, amazing pick. You've redeemed yourself in some ways for him. You know, you have a solid core, I think. You have Sam, you have Boar. You know, they need some help in certain areas, but I think they're a solid core. Lucci, solid core. And, you know, hopefully you guys make the playoffs this season. I'm really excited to see it.
I want to see that. I want to get that the Cobras matchup later in the season in the playoffs because I know that lineup they have isn't what they're going to be running later in the season.
Okay. Yeah, they're going to be a different team for sure. But coming towards the end of a technical timeout for Halo, we'll see how this goes. And it looks like they were playing
Bizarre.
No, they weren't playing Bizarre.
They weren't playing Bizarre.
No. They were playing a pretty symmetrical map. It's a long map. I forget the exact name off the top of my head, but they were playing a long symmetrical map. So what you're going to look for in this bottom mid, there's going to be a power up, either overshield or invisibility. Heavily contested 2-minute spawn. On each side of the map, you're also going to have a sniper.
Oh, so you can contest those long.
Right. Center, you have a long. If you go top center, there's kind of a long bridge. There's going to be some heavily contested spots there. And then finally, on the right-hand side of the map, depending on the orientation, there's going to be a rocket launcher.
Okay.
So tons of power weapons. And I think the key to playing Halo, even if you're bad at the game, right? A lot of times it's about understanding the spawns. If I pick up a weapon, put that 2 minutes in your head.
Yeah.
You know, talk to your team. Hey, I picked it up at, 11:45.
I have somebody tracking it. Have your coach who's not playing track it.
Absolutely. I know it's going to come up at 9:45 in that case. So if you play the power weapons, you play the objective, even in a Slayer game, you're going to have much more success than some teams who just may consider themselves great Slayers.
So question for you. What would it take so Connor, Rad, right? Brene Alckmin, those are the ones that we'll be looking at the most in here, right?
Sure.
What do you want to see from them outside of just good aim in this game? What tells you that they're a good Halo player outside of just them being able to hit their shots?
You know, I think the understanding, because the map that they're playing is a symmetrical map, and they're playing Slayer, so there's no dedicated spawns. Typically, if you're playing like a flag game, your spawns are going to be relegated to your side of the map. When it comes to Halo, you're going to be in Slayer. The spawns are going to work in what we call a rotation. So as the team pushes into one area, even if it's your side of the map, quote unquote, your spawns are going to be pushed to the other side of the map. So let's say your team gets wiped or you lose 2 or 3. People are going to seemingly spawn in a random fashion, but it is, if you're smart enough, you understand the predictability of where the other team might be. So jumping right in, they're grabbing the sniper right off rip.
Oh, I know this map. Okay, I have played this
and
map.
they're playing for the spanker right here. So this is actually really important. They only have one guy going for it. He may get caught in the crossfire, but there's no contesting. We need to find out who is who.
So this looks like this is Rad and the Mad?
Yep, so this is Connor. So we are on board with the Wolves right now. They're playing this a little like Overwatch. You can't do that. You can't stand in one spot because people are just going to throw grenades at you.
Or Valorant, like an attack shooter.
Absolutely. A little bit more shield. They have all the power-ups. They have, we're actually on Brene right now. They have Overshield. They have Hammer. They have...
Gravity Hammer.
Yeah. So the gravity hammer is really good, close range, and we just saw him across the map. So they're about to engage very soon. He's got the barrel. He's going to throw it. Not doing anything with that. Needs to understand the way some of these physics work. He's got the rockets, though. Great challenge, great
Wow.
shot. It's now 2 up.
so.
And that's Mr. OG. You know, not looking at the radar. There's someone there, but he's backed off. So, you know, he's alone right now. Don't want to challenge right
By
off of
yourself.
that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Over here on the left by me, he ran away.
All right, so what would you say? Would you say the spawn areas are the important areas to control? I know you're not going to be standing.
There's no specific spawn areas.
I mean, for the power-ups.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, for the
absolutely.
power
So
weapon.
power weapon spawns, really important to hold down. And it looks like Brene just took a kill right off of the Ghost. It is 2-3. Still a very close game. They're playing this pretty slowly. They're not looking to push into one area. He's got someone behind him. The hammer guy with the hammer needs to understand that and push that corner. So when he puts it in, it's an easy kill.
Yeah. So one thing I've kind of noticed earlier from the Ghost side in these shooters is that they normally start off a little slow. And I don't know if that's because that's just how they are as a team, or if that's them getting more familiarity with how each other plays, and as the game evolves, that's when they start to really pick it up.
Right. So we're on board right now with Radismad, and I played a little bit with Radismad personally. Solid player. I think he's great at shooters overall. So this isn't too crazy of a
Believe the thing that he'd be good
right
at
of
this.
a game to pick up, and he's just dominating with the rockets. That player has to understand. He knows that player has rockets. Just play back, bait him into you. Throws a nade, challenges half shield. He may get wiped on this. I don't know why you would challenge it, but players running away smartly. You know, the guy has rockets, so
A little bit more of an aggressive type of player.
I agree. So he's located the player, going to hit him with the AR spray, but that's kind of a short range weapon. Gets him one shot. Hopefully his
Just
team
pull
can
out your
pick.
pistol.
Absolutely. Wait, he has a AR and a
yeah,
rocket launcher,
yeah.
so he doesn't have that pistol. Challenges with the rockets. He's one shot. See if he can get the pick.
And he got the
Teammates
assist.
Gets the assist. So, you know, playing complimentary Halo right here. They've got someone trapped. They're making the challenge. Gets the kill. See, they're doing that teamwork, even if it's not the entire team working on one target. You know, kind of playing a doubles game where you have 2 and 2. They're engaging from different angles. Really, I think the goal is to find those crossfire points. This is an incredibly long map. So there's a lot of spots where you're not just fighting someone head to head.
Yeah.
You've got that person across the map who's, you know, potentially grabbed a
Picking you
sniper.
off.
Exactly. They've got a sniper or a battle rifle, that 3-shot weapon, where they're taking shots. So lays down the shroud, kind of covers themselves up. It looks like the ghosts are going to be fine to just sit back and wait for
Force them to come into them.
wait for the ghost to push up. And when it comes to Slayer, that's all you got to do. Get a 5 or 6 kill lead.
And then
Just wait for
force
them to
them
come
to
to you.
make mistakes.
Absolutely. Force them to come to you.
So if you're one of the players that's not as technically good as some of the other players, what role do you play? How do you get the maximum value out of yourself without putting yourself in a position to feed?
Communication and waypoint marks, or like marking different points on the map.
right.
So, you know, you see the enemies, you mark it out on the map. You know, don't just say, "Oh, they're over there." Well,
Yeah,
what
what's
is-
over there?
Right. What's the context for that? Right. So, using up on your D-pad, marking where they're at, you have a better understanding of team rotations. Using your radar. You know, if you're looking at your radar.
Constantly, yeah.
Right, you're gonna see he turned around, he understood where he was at. He honestly should have pulled out the secondary weapon to get that kill, and he's gonna survive there. He's got the hammer, but someone behind him with overshield's got to take 2 shots on him. Waste
Pull out your
those
pistol.
2 shots. Got overshield 1 shot. Hammer's gonna take somebody down. We have a 13 to 15 game, so teams are staying close here. They're pretty evenly matched. Again, those power weapons
Matter
see
so
how,
much.
Absolutely see how they're coming in handy here. Someone had a rocket launcher. There's 2 hammers on the map. This is getting ridiculous. It's almost like playing Fiesta.
All right, so we really contested game, and this is
I just got 2 with grab.
what we expected.
Oh,
Right,
absolutely.
like we didn't expect it to be a blowout either way, because the shooters have gone that way.
Yeah.
If there's anything
Connor's
that
got
for
the VR.
if there's anything for the gorilla, not the gorillas, the
I don't think there's the option.
wolves that kind of hang their hat on is that
See, they're clumped up right now. They need to back. See, he
Because
threw
he
that
can get
barrel
nade.
and he just got the nade kill. So you cannot play this game like Overwatch. What they should have done is someone should have, or 2 people should have flanked to the center of the map, and they could have gotten around them. This is not Valorant. This is not Overwatch. You cannot play it that way.
yeah, just because you're gonna throw nades when you're contesting anyway, so
Right.
they don't have to do anything different, and they got
Right.
extra.
And the enemy team's gonna throw their nades anyway.
Yeah.
Like people get nade happy because you can pick up grenades on the map. It's not like utility in Valorant where you want to be really careful about how you use it. People are gonna spam it.
Yeah,
So,
and
go
then
ahead.
that's smart because that's how you want to engage, right? And then if you get if you hit some people a little bit, right, that's still damage onto them. That's still
Right. You're forcing them back. You're you're playing your game. I'd rather someone go, 5 kills and 7 deaths than 15 kills and 20 deaths. You see what I mean? Like let your good players lead the charge on this and just mitigate your deaths.
Yeah.
If you keep it under 10 deaths, you've done your job.
And especially since we're not playing like
just drop the overshield. See, he didn't activate it, or didn't activate it in time, so he did lose the overshield. So the Wolves may look to pick that up.
And especially since we're not playing like comp rules where the grenades are going to hurt.
Oh no, it's the same damage.
Is it?
Yeah, same damage modifier for him.
No, I meant like where if you accidentally hit a teammate.
Oh, you're talking about friendly fire.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, there's no friendly fire in this one.
So like, grenades are gonna be going there where you don't have to be as careful with your grenades.
So it looks like Matt is making a play for this sniper. He's got teammates in front of him, but gonna miss that shot. That was a very easy, uncontested shot. So now his players have to find them.
All right, and let's see if he's able to. But
great headshot, but gets taken down by the Rockets.
A trade for trade. I mean,
it's a great shot. Connor's gonna go down as well. Currently score close, 30 to 30.
And we are currently watching Peruvian Poppy here. No team has really, not at any point in this match has a team really
taking
a commanding lead. This could go down to the very last second, and it looks like it may.
Yeah, we're down to 40 seconds left in the game. 31 to 30. Looks like the Ghosts are ahead right now. On to Brene, 32-30. Ghosts are taking that lead. Play off of that.
And then the time is their friend right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So even when you're making those small pushes, he went down. That's 30, 32, 33, 20 seconds to go. Who are we jumping on? We're jumping on with Mr. OG. He's getting challenged. He's going to make the push. Going to grapple onto it, but is going to get taken down anyway. Ghosts are looking kind of weak in this scenario. It's 1 kill remaining, 5 seconds. Why is he waiting for that overshield? It's not going to pop up. That was a terrible play by Matt is Rad. He's going to get easily taken down because he just went to the middle of the map. Did not have the awareness to know where the time was. And it looks like the Ghosts are going to take it in the final second, 35 to 34. A greatly contested game by the Wolves. I think they showed a lot more than we thought they would have in Halo.
And I'm going to be honest, this next game right now could very well be a Wolves W. They have True Hunter available, and a person that I know off the top of my head that you want for this game is Mr. OG. He showed a lot of promise last season in it, contesting some of the, I think it was Hollywood near the end of the season that he went toe-to-toe for in this, so this may be another lineup issue.
Could see another mismatch here, but I'm going to hand it over to Mike. Just wanted to jump on some Halo. One of my good friend Rex. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, so F1 is up 23. It's a little bit different, but so I think right here is a interesting situation for the Ghosts because I feel like unless one of these two rookies came in playing F1, I feel like Hydro would be the best option to put in for F1. But do you put him in? Because if you put him in, and that means those two rookies right there are going to be your option for the next game.
I don't think it's that difficult of a situation. I go ahead. I put Hydro in. I try and extend this lead. I know he's going up against True Hunter coming up here. So I think if I remember correctly, Hydro's played it just a little bit, just enough to not be like a complete liability, which might be enough to get past True. You never know. I think you put him in because the 1v1 game that you were waiting for Hydro to play.
It's not even that, but like there's, I don't know, it's weird how you play because so they're putting J. Lou in, but like there's certain games, right? Like FIFA, you probably want him in, and not only just the next game, right? The games after that, because if you put Hydro in, right, and then you have to put Hydro in for another game immediately, he's out for a long part of that rotation.
Depending on what the game is, if it's 5v5, then more than likely you'll get him back in rotation at some point. But yeah, I mean, them going with J. Lou, let's just see what that looks like. I hope that J. Lou is low-key nice as all get out at this game, and we get pleasantly surprised, as we just didn't know that he was nice.
Yeah, no, it's certainly one of those. It's certainly one of those things that we have to keep an eye on. Because I mean, honestly, hopefully they kind of had everybody touch F1 a little bit, but we will see. All right. So we'll get an update in a second on who's who. Now, I don't think True Hunter's never, I don't think really, because you have people that change their perspective. I think True Hunter ought to just generally go with Ghost are top. So
All
it
right,
looks
Ghosts
like.
are up top. We've got F1.
So, I mean, he's not looking bad. He's 7th, 8th out of 20th. I will say this. I've seen a lot of people look a lot worse than he looks right now.
Especially for showcasing first time.
Yeah.
And he's actually taking these turns as if he knows what he's doing, so he does play. But hey, shout out to True. Look at him stepping up, man.
Hey, 2nd place. This is what we need to see from True Hunter.
Exactly. I love the marked improvement. I'm hoping he can secure this W right here for them. J. Lou's showing out well, but you're the veteran. You know how it's played here. Unless J. Lou is just a sweat at home at this game, you should be beating him. Right in this Madden. Woof. I can smell the cognac coming out now. It's time. Yeah, so Madden's going to be interesting if they have King Trey or Big Bad, if I'm not mistaken, for the Wolves. I think that Madden should be a forfeit for the Ghosts, believe it or not. I don't think they have any. Oh, no, Hydra's actually available. Hydra will play it out. It'll be a good game. I thought Hydra.
I think if you had to choose between Hydro and OG, I think you want Hydro more.
Are you talking about for
Madden?
Oh, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Hydra plays like enough. True giving up 2 positions here. J. Lou giving up 4. So J. Lou is actually not showing up poorly here. So this right here shows you that he has potential to become a bonus racer for the
Ghost.
The Ghost. Yeah, I like that. And this is what I was hoping to see from J. Lou, and he's actually made me happy to watch him play. Like, he's not necessarily at the top of the race, but he, in my opinion, held his own, considering that we didn't know what to expect from him. So they put him in there with confidence, and he didn't show poorly per se, but he didn't necessarily knock it out the park either. Let's see if True can go ahead and catch up to these NPCs here and actually take this first place. That's what I want to see from True, consistent first place finishes.
Yeah, no, like this is what we need. We need you. We need you to be that dominant. We talked about this earlier. We need you to be that dominant racer. Because that's what your team needs, right? This is where you offer the most. I don't think True Hunter's bad at fighters. I don't think he's bad at shooters, and I don't know how about sports and strategy that much. But what we need you for, we need you is for these racers, right? Like, you can be a secondary fighter, let King Dre maybe take that mantle for your primary fighter. But look at some of the best teams. Look at the 2 teams that's been to the finals the last 2 seasons. Who do they have? They had Hollywood and they have Jury. And what do Hollywood and Jury have in common? They're both great racers.
They just secure wins for their teams, man. Like, that's really what it is. Those racers act as secure. And right here, True just taking some of these turns a little bit too hard, and that's what's giving up his position. So I think it's just a matter of map knowledge and knowing when to ease into these turns and when to let out. J. Lou is just losing ground, maybe a little bit too aggressive with the race, but he is doing a good job of avoiding.
Survive.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you look at the oh my goodness, that was a very
yeah, not a good collision for J. Lou. Start off really strong, have to give him credit there, but both of these racers not taking the turns as well as you would want, and that's the only thing giving them ground. But I mean,
if you look at it, 15 laps. There's 15 laps. They're on lap 3 of 15. Like, this is going to take a minute. And if you're the Ghost, that's what you want, right? And what's the next game? Madden. 2 games that could potentially take a while. I mean, if I'm the Ghost, I'm telling J. Lou, hey, don't die. That's what we need from you, is to just don't die. If you get overlapped, so be it. But
yo, Sly is delicious, man.
Hey.
Our sponsor Sly is actually delicious.
Healthy too.
I know, it's almost like I'm drinking one right now.
And the other thing is, like, that's all you have to do, J. Lou. Stay alive. If this is what their strategy is, of to just waste as much time as possible. Because, yeah, maybe they win this game, but Madden potentially going to the Ghost, like, time is not your friend right here. Which is, to your point, a reason that
be careful, True. Be careful. Don't get too aggressive. You have the lead here. You've got more laps to race. That's for sure. I would ease up right here. You have plenty of time to take back over. There you go. He's doing the right thing, letting them pass. At the end of the day, yes, you do want to see him beat these NPCs, but that's not who you're racing against. You're racing against J. Lou, and J. Lou is in 20th place, so he has all the ground to make up. As long as you're in 19th and out racing him, you're gonna win this thing overall.
To your point about the Wolves needing to have taken timeout before the half, very at this point astute assessment, because taking that timeout beforehand, right? You win, you lose, whatever, right? Now you're getting more time to
play
these
some of these games, yeah.
And if you think about it, no fighters have rolled up.
I know.
And then after Madden, it's going to be a full reset.
Full reset, no fighters. You still have a shooter or two left on the board, some strategy left on the board. We've got Pokemon, we've got Yu-Gi-Oh. You don't know what's going to roll. This might not be a sports-heavy wheel, which honestly, sports favors the Wolves overall.
It depends on what sports. I think FIFA favors the Wolves, obviously, because of Alchemist and Renee. But
I'm leaning Wolves in Madden. That's for sure. 2K, I'm leaning Wolves.
NHL, I'm very leaning the Ghost. Rocket League, I'm leaning the Ghost.
That's a good pass from True right there. That's how True needs to play this if he's going up against these NPCs, man. Don't rush it. Don't get DNF'd. You know you can race it. You're out racing. And right now, it just looks like J. Lou dug himself too big of a hole.
But I mean, if I'm J. Lou, my thing is, okay, I'm gonna survive and waste time. And True Hunter's the one that's contesting with all of these, right? If he keeps getting these penalties, he could just get disqualified or he can just get wrecked out. J. Lou is just out there, like, vibing. Like, True Hunter's the one that's contesting. And if I'm a coach, I'm letting him know that, like, hey, slow down. J. Lou is super far behind right now.
No, well, sometimes that actually throws him out of rhythm. And this will be the last lap right here. They're not going to hit the full 15. We are racing 2.5 essentially. So looks like True is going to wrap this W up here. Coming up soon once he crosses the lap line.
All right. So it looks like this is going to be
as long as True doesn't crash here, he's good to go.
As long as he doesn't choke in the last moment. I mean, just drive straight, like.
Well, you still have to turn, Rex. I hate to tell you, that's how cars work. Hate to tell you that, but listen here, buddy. Yeah, like ultimately, like it's. I think it's just the consistency we're missing from True, right? He
has potential.
You see the flashes. Whoa. Yeah, that would have got me.
Me personally, yeah, the F1 jump scare.
I'm not gonna say I was scared, but I definitely wasn't comfortable. That's for sure.
Yeah, right, just go ahead and finish. Ooh, yeah. There's a pack of people.
Woo.
So Madden's
That's it. True Hunter should be the victor here. All right. So that's a really strong way for the Wolves to come out and start the half. So imagine that you get to, well, not start the half, but follow up their initial L, right? So good showing right there from True Hunter. Like you said, can beat the bad, but I actually don't think J. Lou was bad. I just think he wasn't strong enough, right? He's not going to beat a Hollywood.
He wasn't that level,
but he wasn't completely inept at the game at all. It just he had a really bad collision that knocked him out, and he's not going to make up all the time because it just looked like it wasn't his map. But now it looks like we're going to get Hydro and Exile over here.
All right, so
versus, it's definitely going to be Dre and
maybe Dre and MJ.
Big Bad MJ, yeah. Okay. I just had to make sure that they were available. That's what I was looking at. That's why I paused. So they're definitely. I don't see why you. I actually do see why you don't double up here. I think that in Madden, it does help if you have somebody who knows how to be a receiver and can also run linebacker with you or control the safety and coverage. However, you can get away with having a weaker number two. So I put in one of these guys since sports is something that you're looking to secure here as the Wolves in case 2K rolls.
FIFA.
Or FIFA. Yeah. So I'm not putting in Alchemist. I'll put in like Peruvian or something.
I have a question for you.
What's up?
So at least from my perspective, right? this game, the wins that each team have had hasn't really had anybody per se stand out outside of like the 1v1s, right? It's been a lot of team effort. Would you say that there's a player to you that's particularly stood out this game in terms of in-game stuff, not necessarily who's out there managing?
Feeling like I learned something about is what I would be looking for here. No, it just feels like a real team effort overall. I would say, well, we definitely just learned something about J-Lu. He's got some racing potential for sure. I like what I've seen from the Wolves as a team. I would say King Dre and Big Bad MJ have kind of surprised me. Jorginho a little bit as well.
If I had to take somebody who's kind of building their like reputation up a little bit, Mystical, I'd say he's shown stuff here and there. But yeah, I don't think it's been like a lot of pure dominating.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because we haven't seen the fighters yet, which is usually where you see more of the one-on-ones kind of highlighted. Like League of Legends, right? League of Legends wasn't a particularly great showing by any one person. Call of Duty, we did see Mythical grow pretty good. Gears of War, Cards Drift, Texas, Overwatch, I would say King Dre. Wreckfest, True Hunter was doing good, but then they had a setup issue which may take away from it a little bit. UFC, we saw what we thought we would see. Halo,
but that's what I'm saying. That was Big Bad MJ over there who fought Hydra. Like that showed me something about what they do. Granted, you could kind of, I guess what they play, but from what I could tell, that was definitely a good show. And I think Mystical is done well.
Yeah. Halo, Wolves are the 49ers. Okay, so for Halo's a very conflicting game for me because we saw like instances where everybody was playing great, using their radar, doing good things. And then we also saw moments where they did really bad things. Like at the end, as Polo pointed out, Rad, right? Going to that center point, I think he was waiting for the overshield to spawn, I guess he wasn't really taking account of the amount of time left. It was a very highly contested game at that point, where one bad decision could end up costing you the game. Now, fortunate for them, the Ghost took that game. But, it's just little things here and there. All right, so it looks like the Wolves are going to be 49ers.
Run back here, so they'll bring it out to the 25.
This looks like this is a Wolves setup, if I'm not
potential Super Bowl matchup. Got to go with the metas.
I would really like to see that, but I feel like everybody in the NFC to me is exploitable.
I feel like a Lions might make it. I really thought the Rams had a chance. But
Lions, Packers, NFC Championship game, that would be fire.
Packers. It's going to be the 49ers. And I'm actually going to be really interested to see how they use Brock Purdy here.
So it looks like we have Chase Young on the outside. That's the last time the Commanders played in the playoffs in a minute. Shout out to the 49ers.
He's not a Commanders player, so.
Hey, they got your left tackle too.
Don't remind me. Let's just watch this game play the way we're supposed to.
So it looks like first down,
oh my God.
And look, there you go, Chase Young.
No surprise there.
Now imagine his sack total he had with the Commanders.
So right here, a really good defensive stop front. 2 tackles for loss, 1 for 2, the other one for 10.
And that's that
should have been a pick, but right here, that's already my God. Good excellent showing so far from
the Wolves,
Big Bad MJ and Dre, and they doubled up on who should be in there. Both of them are playing their positions and made sure that there wasn't too much they could do defensively. Now let's see how they rock with Brock Purdy out here.
So just for those just tuning in, the Ravens are the Ghosts and the 49ers are the Wolves. So great defensive play, right? But we've seen times where people aren't necessarily great at one. They're great at one and not good at the other. So I'm curious to see how good they are in offense here.
Oh, they're going to be good. I can tell you right now.
So DNF duel.
We get our first fighter.
So I will say something though. I do remember Alchemist asking him, and this is a game I'll talk about later. Actually, I'm gonna talk about this after Madden.
Yeah, say some content for later, free.
So now we have down. So let's see how well each team plays the other respective side. And he's just going to take.
Yeah, these guys are sweating.
Now we have now there's Kittle, right? Kittle we haven't really heard
Oh my God, I hate when I do it like this. They play.
Yeah, this
and
hurry up offense.
Altering the routes. We're gonna run crossers. Have McCaffrey out in the flat. Kittle off there, and if you don't call the right defense, they're just gonna do it the whole game.
Yeah, they're not protecting the flats
whatsoever. And then the second you do protect the flats,
they like, go mid or
exactly.
deep. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they
You see now he has somebody.
They went all out for this one. Look at the space that they created on the run right there, and this is the difference. Like, we've seen a lot of shoddy Madden play here, but people who play Madden at a high level.
We haven't seen is a game plan, right? Like, we haven't seen someone like, okay, I'm gonna keep running the ball to set up the play action, or I'm gonna attack this zone, and the second they make an adjustment, I'm gonna play a game of rock paper scissors. You do this, you throw paper. I'm gonna keep throwing rock. You gonna keep throwing scissors, right? And then the second you go to paper, I'm gonna start throwing scissors. And the second you go to rock, I'm gonna start throwing paper. We haven't seen that yet.
And that's the one thing that I can't wait for Madden to somewhat eliminate. They've done a better job. It's just where you can kind of spam the same plays.
And that's a touchdown.
Yep. But I mean, if it works, it works. Like, you can't hate it. But that's something I just personally can't wait. Where you have to actually choose your plays every single, like, go at it. You know what I mean? Like, but it's just not there yet.
All right.
So Wolves coming out.
Early return right now. Looks like the Wolves are the ones showing out.
Oh yeah, I expected that. Like I said, I think sports leans Wolves. I think other than UFC, yeah, like it leans Wolves pretty heavily too.
Are you gonna take that out? Okay.
Here comes Justice Hill.
And one thing that people don't really realize, like, you shouldn't necessarily be, when you're coming out, right, when you're taking the ball, you shouldn't be hitting. Yeah, because it makes it harder for your blockers to set up a block. It makes it easier for the people trying to, on the defensive side, to convert to where you are. You have to wait for your block to be set up. So we'll see what the Ravens, what the Ghosts have to do here. Now, Ghosts already in a down position because they gave up the touchdown first, but they got the ball first. Meaning,
not only that, but they got obliterated. 3 and out, 2 tackles for loss, and then a near interception.
Yeah, sack, a tackle for a loss, right off the bat.
Oh my God! Great throw, great read. I like that.
Made up
Getting
for
it out to Zay Flowers. Now,
one of the better rookie receivers.
Yeah, for sure. He had almost 900 yards receiving this season.
Oh no, Ravens, mind you, Ravens haven't been known for putting out 1,000-yard receivers like that.
No, he's gonna be the first one in a long time. Yeah, that was a really good read from. I'm assuming Hydra's the quarterback here.
Yeah.
So really good read from him. I think if it was just a better pass, that's a touchdown.
Yeah, I think he not led it too much. If he
it's just a little bit out in front of him.
Yeah.
He had to jump to make it, which killed the momentum, allowing for the tackle. Which I can tell you right now is gonna be really tough against this defense. Right bumper. Yep. I saw it coming. Those crossing routes are so deadly if you don't have them covered.
And this is going to be that game, right, of chicken, of who's going to stop what. But honestly,
look at this right here. They're making a coaching adjustment. The hooks dropping. Like, it's whoo. Well, there's in a few players, Melk Zolo, LK, Sooo, to name a couple who've played it at this.
That's an interception, and that's probably a pick six?
No.
Oh.
It's right in the middle. Good pick. Good. And he went in.
Momentum killer.
My lord, that was good. I have nothing else. That was good. Good adjustment. Yeah, Fred Warner, the best middle linebacker in the league.
Is that a forfeit?
It shouldn't be unless they.
Well, yeah, they are giving a point to the Wolves. It's 5-6.
Yeah, they just decided to forfeit that. They said, like, forget it. They saw 2 adjustments. They're like, yeah, this ain't happening here. This is not happening here.
So, W to the Wolves.
Yeah, so...
And DNF. Okay, so what I was going to say about DNF. I asked Alchemist, what game does he want to see played? And he said DNF. He said he's like, go 3 on DNF. Now, I didn't know there was enough people actively playing for Rank the Matter, but...
is that shots fired?
I mean, no.
You should be nicer.
I'm not being mean or anything. I'm
not being mean. I'm just being extremely rude.
But Alchemist is going in here. Maybe King Dre. I don't know, because DNF is such a. At least Like you're not doing any like complicated inputs. It's like down and X.
Yeah, but you got to secure. Like right now, the Wolves are really fighting.
But
Right?
like what I'm saying is like I don't know who. Like it's a simple game, so I don't know who else on their team really put time into that game.
Maybe true.
Now, this is the interesting thing right now for the Ghosts. Who do you put in?
You have to win this one because you're now losing momentum, and fighting games are supposed to be in your favor off the
rip.
Yeah, off the strength of just.
This feels like
your
lineup. Like if I'm guessing, Mr. OG, just because he is married to LJ Skater Girl,
and last time he played, he did show improvement, but is it enough?
Because this is a situation of do you put in Hydro and Mr. OG?
I think,
and then riff like Street Fighter rolling up or MK or. This is tough. This is one of those critical moments where you have all these rookies in, right, and you don't know, like there's so much unknown because you don't want to be caught with your pants down and Street Fighter roll up, right? Like, and then you just put Hydro and OG in, right? Like you don't want MK to roll.
But you should secure this because what if it doesn't roll up
No.
next?
It's just one of those. It's just an interesting thing to think about, right? Like you have to play the game that's in front of you.
Oh wait, they put in Peruvian Poppy. I feel like I did see him play this a while back.
All right, so Peruvian Poppy and Alchemist are going in, and the Ghost. That's the lineup I really want to see. I want to see what they feel. Because I feel like OG or Hydro have to go in. One of the two at least has to go in. I doubt that they.
Yep, it's gonna be OG and Hydro. I think I would actually put in Hydro and then throw in an extra. I'm feeling like that's what I would do.
Ooh, I'm super interested about this game. I'm also super interested in the next game. Also, we'll get confirmation on who's who in a moment.
And then we'll also get the characters and sides for you in a second. Wheel spin is coming up right here. Let's find out what the next game is. It's going to be a very critical game. Watch it be MK. We are going to
I want Pokemon. Crash Team Racing.
I think that this works in the favor of the Ghost because now you're one step closer to. I wouldn't put.
You wanted OG in for this. You wanted OG in for CTR. I can guarantee you that.
You did, but the reason why I say it works in favor of the Ghost is because you're still trying to hold out for these fighters.
Yeah.
So, though it's not optimal, it's like, okay, at least it wasn't one of the fighters where we have a better chance of winning.
So we'll get a confirmation on who's who. It's like I feel like Poppy is probably launcher, depending. Ghostblade seems like a OG or Hydro character. Are we getting a button check here? I guess not. Alright, so I'm curious to see who's who. So Ghost are player one, so your OG is launcher. Oh, nice. Oh, but
Peruvian Bobby just as someone say, holding ground.
He's standing there menacingly. Oh.
Yeah, and this is why I put in both. You just want to secure it just in case. If OG ends up sweeping, then he ends up sweeping. It is what it is, but you don't want to
guard break
off guard when you could extend your lead to 7.
Okay, I was about to say, is Peruvian Poppy playing still? Because last I saw him, he was just standing still, not blocking, not doing anything. Is this gonna be a perfect? We don't see perfect, so okay.
Hey,
no perfect.
He did a move.
And then one more touch and he's dead. Just keep him in that block. You got 20 seconds.
Yep. Getting zoned by zoner.
Now, this is where Alchemist comes to shine, right? Is the acquisition of Alchemist going to pay off, right? So we've seen where they've shown that the impact they've had on his team,
For
right?
sure.
But now we get to see like a one-on-one, right? A one-on-one situation. We saw it that first game, week 1. It was that Sunday night game. It was a Sunday game that they played, week 1. We did get to see them have that impact, but now we need to see it again against the opponent, who at this point has the lead. I don't think the Phantoms really had a lead at any point, or if they did, it was short-lived. So we have Launcher versus Hitman. Okay. So we'll see if Mr. OG can clean this up. Because like I said, this is a game that Alchemist really, really, really said that he wanted to play.
All right.
Okay, some decent pressure to start from Alchemist, which is a stark difference from Peruvian Poppy, because now we're actually seeing OG being forced to block and respond to somebody with some sort of offense.
Now, if we need Alchemist needs to win this without losing
Two lives.
A life, generally, because you don't want to get to Hydro down. All right, but it looks like can he finish it here?
Can he finish? Come on, Alchemist. We room for
he
you.
dropped. He
dropped, but he might be able to recover and pick back up.
He has to realize there's not a lot of time left. Wow.
I got to clap that one up for you, Alchemist. You said you wanted to play. You came out. Good stuff. Can you finish the job? Job's not done.
All right.
Shout out to Cole.
Oh, wow.
Don't get zoned. There you go.
And this has been and I want to see how good Hydro.
That move seems to have invincibility frames, if I'm not mistaken.
He's you mean when he's dashing at him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just dashing through it. All right.
Oh man. And OG keeps falling for that. So let's see if OG makes an adjustment to that.
And then Alchemist keeps dropping that. He's not able to quite finish it.
Or extend, or really have a mix-up with it to reset you.
Now,
wow, okay. So we got 2-2. Alchemist going into Hydro. Hydro, as we know, is the resident fighter, the Hydro backpack.
All right, so what is going on here? All right, so
go ahead.
If Hydro is better and is able to secure, that would be a great win, because it'll be 7-5 at that point with CTR coming up next.
And you went full send here, knowing that you do need OG for CTR, right? So it's critical for the Ghosts to win here, because they could be dropping this next game. I don't think any of the rookies are on that level yet with CTR. I don't remember any of them.
I don't think anybody else in this match right now. But so what would be interesting to see is if the Wolves forfeit CTR, because I asked them, hey, who's your racer? Who's gonna lose in CTR? Like, we're just forfeiting that. So are they gonna have that situational awareness to know? Because it's interesting, and I've said it multiple times. True Hunter has been provided the opportunity to learn the game. He refuses to.
Yeah, that's fair.
You could at least go in having the comfort of, hey, I've played this game.
That would make sense, Rex. Don't do that.
Hitman versus Hitman. All right, so player one side is going to be the Ghost. All right. So it looks like we have Hydro. Hydro opened them up there. And we just need. They've both been caught by that. Alchemist has good timing on that. Let's see. He keeps dropping that. I don't know if you can extend that, but I know he's dropped it every time I've seen him try. And nice block there.
And that's the interesting thing about mirror matches is, especially if the other person's better, you actually learn a thing or two that you sometimes can incorporate mid-match.
And you can't complain, because it's like, man, this character's characters. Crap. Like, no, because you're going up against the same character.
Yeah, we have the same base stats, the same moveset.
And is he going to kill him here?
It looks like he will.
Nope. And honestly, Hydro can just keep him in a combo. Like,
and I guess that would be the next step right there for Alchemist, is understanding how to keep the pressure up and at least make it to where the response has to be more or less a counter.
Yeah. All right. They use the same move twice and trade it back and forth. Well, yeah, it just seems like Alchemist is not quite converting all the way.
But he's still doing enough to catch.
He's doing good enough to beat a lot of people in the league. All right.
Oh man, that's a big whiff from Alchemist. Big whiff. With the back turn as well. He's got to see what he's got to catch, but for the most part, Hydro knows what combo he's going to do, and he's preparing for it. He's still getting caught, but like you said, Alchemist isn't really finishing.
Now, all Hydro has to do is not overextend, right? There's 10 seconds left. The only way you lose this at this point is if you get caught up in like a super or
and
something.
This was a huge win for the Ghosts. They needed this to put that lead back up to 2. Give them a little bit of cushion for CTR. The Ghosts may still forfeit it. The Wolves may still forfeit it, but they might just have to give it a go because, to be quite honest, maybe J-Lu, based off of what we saw, but who on the Ghosts can you definitively say play at CTR? You might as well play it out if you're the Wolves. This is not the situation you thought. But OG's not available.
OG is the only one on that team I've shown.
Yeah, that you've shown, but we don't know. Maybe Connor's been playing CTR his whole life. You never know.
I mean, Rad's friends with Polo.
There's a connection. Nah.
I mean,
pretty sure Connor is too, but anyways.
Hey, Rad's the one he introduced me to, so Rad's his better friend. He didn't introduce me to Connor, he introduced me to Rad, though, so I'm going to put that out there. But whose setup is it? It looks like this is a Wolves setup, so they would get map choice, not that matters at this point. But I mean, honestly, I think the Wolves might forfeit it, right? Because it's not a game they're fully comfortable in. They probably feel like they have other stuff.
I could argue that the Ghosts aren't fully comfortable in it either.
But that's where knowing who you're going up against matters, right? Do you think the Wolves are at the point right now? Heck, if the Wolves had somebody listening to the stream right now, they would know. But do the Wolves have somebody who looks at the other teams and is like, yeah, we're not playing them? Because outside of like, there's a lot of people that will tell you what they're good at, right? And like, to watch out for them. But like, there's a lot of people who don't necessarily say what they're good at. The only way you can figure it out is by watching and paying attention. And how many people on that side are paying attention? That's the next step, right? Is you need to go into a matchup knowing, like, oh, hey, did you just see what the Ghosts, or not the Ghosts, did you just see what the bots did against the Reapers in Street Fighter 6 the other day? Because that's a team that's in our division. They used to play twice, and we can't go in being like, oh, if Silver and Scants are in, we'll win Street Fighter 6. No, because Billy just wiped a team essentially, right? Like, This is one of those things that you have to pay attention to, and that's one of the things that, like,
I think whether or not the Wolves forfeit this will be heavily dependent on the next spin. And to your point, technically, Exile is friends with Snappy and Nexus.
Yeah.
Which means that they are CTR adjacent because, all right, that might be
You said Snappy and who?
Nexus, Exile.
So this is Nexus' first season with CTR Beyond a Will. And Snappy, while not horrible, isn't like
spectacular, but it's still adjacent. If you make the argument for the Wolves, you make it for them too. And they did put in J-Lu. So it's safe to say J-Lu's probably one of their racers, if not their racer.
But like at this point, it's not like it was a full reset and like you had people we knew play the game and then you put him in. This is a hey, we want to say, who do we want to save, right? And you want to save, you know what I would really want to see? FIFA. Because Rad is apparently really good, and I think Connor is too. So to see that matchup with, we wouldn't see it. We wouldn't see Brene and Alchemist, but we'll see at least one of the two.
Oh, it would just be a matter of Big Bad MJ or King Dre plays at all.
So the question is, who do you put in? Are we getting this gameplay? I think you should. Right under Wolves.
Okay, so Alchemist is going to be on the top left, Jorginho is going to be on the top right, and so they are the top. The Wolves are the top, and Alchemist being top left, Jorginho top right. Bottom left is going to be Mad, and bottom right is going to be Connor. That is the Ghost.
So bottom is Ghost, top is...
Yes. And then bottom left is Mad, and there we go.
Hey, that's what we want to see.
I want to see what the hype's about. I want to see it. Anyways, the Wolves are forfeiting if they're smart.
Hey, the Wolves paid attention.
We'll see. Oh yeah, I heard an audible woo. So I'm not gonna hit that high pitch because my voice cracks because I'm still going through puberty. But
one day you'll grow. Go ahead and drink your milk. You'll get taller.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Dad. So this is a forfeit from the Ghost.
Did the Ghost forfeit CTR?
That's what it looks like. There's a.
I'll tell you, both of the teams might as well played it. It was a 50-50. Why forfeit something that you could possibly win? But hey, that's a coaching decision. That's something that they don't feel comfortable with. So we'll tag that up to a forfeit. Now we've got
Fortnite.
Yep, Fortnite, which should in turn...
I'm gonna be honest. You should play CTR out and use that time to set up for Fortnite.
Hey, you should have played it out. However, now I have a strong suspicion that the Wolves will forfeit if they did any sort of reconnaissance in the draft. And
didn't Rad what was it? Did he hit the dug and shoot somebody in the face? He did something. What did he do? He danced in somebody's face and shot him like.
You mean Stars?
No,
I know that's just something Stars would do, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Or attempt to do, but it's not a bad thing. Just a little shout out, little taunting,
But Rad is mad. So who's the third you put in? I think you put an Exile here, so you have it won't be a clean reset, but like.
Well, I think Exile is in. I think Mystical has to play.
Does he? Okay, it gets confusing sometimes with.
Yeah, it's
the creative player. Yeah.
Yeah. So so far, man, bro, really good match. I'm glad that this is the way we get to start off week 2. Sorry,
week 3.
Week 3.
The first Thursday game was Ravens bot. Second Thursday game was Bandits.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And some teams just have buys. Excuse my French. Week 3.
Under trois.
Don't know what that means.
1, 2, 3.
Still don't know what it means.
All right. Well, while we try to teach Michael Black Diamond how to count.
Yeah, don't use my government name out here, man.
You know how many people there are with that name? They're not gonna be able to find you. Now, if I said your last name.
Yeah, then they're gonna find a bunch of people from Britain. Anyways,
Pip Cheerio, whatnot.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Really close game. The Ghosts and Wolves putting on a really good show to start off week 3. As I was saying before, I'm really happy about it. I like what they're doing so far.
And it's hard to say because we've talked so much at forfeit.
Yes, that was the right move. That was the right move.
It's hard to say because we haven't really seen it's hard to tell, but
well, both teams essentially just traded forfeits, right?
No, what I was gonna say is the Ghosts have been out of alignment sometimes this game. I don't know if we can really say that for
yeah, that was the right move. And this might have to be another forfeit.
Well, because
this might have to be another forfeit. This is where it gets sticky for the Wolves. Like, you have one pretty much fighter on that. Well, I mean, true to some degree, but he's not a fighter in heart. Like he's learning to become one. Here, for the Ghost, you really have 2 fighters that are now going to be.
So if I'm the Ghost, like if you come out with a victory, okay, so 2 things, right? If you're the Wolves, you come out for victory, you're 2-0, right? 2-0. Not only have you gotten a win this season, you got 2 in a row, haven't lost, and that goes a lot to your playoff push, right? If you're the Ghost and you lose, that's horrible, right? That's like, you should have maybe won this game if you had your full
There we go. Forfeit. They forfeited.
Did they?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm looking dumb on stream.
All right.
Anyway,
But if you're the ghost and you're able to survive this game and come out with a victory, that's very valuable less points here because you have OG and Hydro coaching in a close game, and you have the rookies getting valuable experience.
you know what game's looking really crucial right now?
What?
Breakfast.
Woo!
We're talking about 7-7 right now. It's the little things, man. It's the little things that
Texas
matter.
Chainsaw. Call of Duty. Do you know how much damage the Ghost won by in Call of Duty? 38.
Whoa.
So this
Didn't know it was that close.
yeah. It's a lot of.
Is it fair to say this is an evenly matched team?
Right now, it is.
As it stands, I think it'll. Like I said, these fighters rolling is going to start to sway in the favor of the Ghosts.
Well, okay, so hit me out. We've rolled 14 games. Yeah, there's a chance that it's fighters start rolling up, but that's what 15 games, right? There's still a lot of other games that potentially could be because we have DNF and Street Fighter that's rolled. Smash, I want to say favors the Wolves.
It should. Oh well. Do you really think so? I think OG's good enough to get through the Wolves.
I mean, Bernay and the Alchemist, right? Like, especially with items being a factor.
It could work. It could happen.
Because it's one of those things that, like, OG just needs to get messed up. If OG... Okay, so hear me out. If you trade OG for Bernay in terms of getting messed up by items, right? So say Bernay... Say OG gets messed up by items, right? And then Bernay gets messed up by items, so it's an even trade-off, right? Alchemist still clears a lot of the other people from what I've seen, right? Hydro isn't... I don't think Hydro is, like, the worst person at Smash, but it's certainly a game that he kind of lacks in. And that's something that you see from a lot of fighters where, like, you don't see a lot of fighters who are good at Smash and good at the other fighters. Good enough to carry at.
That's true. It usually goes one way or the other because Smash players dedicate their whole life to Smash.
Hey.
It just is what it is. Therefore, they don't really spend the time on other fighting games. And believe it or not, although some of the same fundamentals are present, there's not enough focus on them truly when you're actually like playing a fighting with different mechanics because you're not used to executing them because really you're talking about simple directions as opposed to, inputs and quarter circles.
So like I thought it's going to be Rad is Mad and Connor.
They have to go in.
And no, they don't have to. Like, it was a full reset for the Ghost.
Was it? Okay, so then that just wasn't updated.
So what is going to be fun is, I'm not sure if you remember from the Phantom Wolves game. Do you remember what ultimately, it's a little thing, I'm not sure if you know, what ultimately killed the Phantoms that game?
I have an idea.
It was, they kept at the point anchoring Rebellion and Dad Hat Tony, and twice it burned them. In Madden, it burned them, and it burned them in 2K.
Yeah.
And Rebellion being a shooter, or being more known for shooters, you think, oh, put her in for Overwatch. So now you have somebody out for 2K. Put her in for Call of Duty. Now you have one of the other two in for Madden. Like, and they explained the logic to me, right? It's just one of those little quirks. But Rad and Mad and Connor, like, I mean, they still want FIFA, something they probably still want. Rocket League will be amazing right now.
I mean, I want to see FIFA just for the spectacle of Alchemist and Bernay going up against Rad and Mad and Connor. If they're really as nice as they say,
It'll be a good test, right? Because Rad, particularly, I'm not 200% sure about Connor, but I do remember Rad coming in saying that he's really good at FIFA, right? So what's a better way of showing how good you are at FIFA up against Alchemist and Bernay, which I don't know if Alchemist and Bernay have lost FIFA when they played together yet.
It's because they haven't played me.
Okay.
But anyways, I diverge.
So this is a timeout by the Wolves. So this is a Wolves setup, and that is right on par with what I have.
Now, question. Are you in favor of carrying over 3 timeouts to halftime, after half, or 2? I think I would like to see 3.
I think 3 has an impact because... Yeah, I think 2 I think 2, just because like it puts a little bit more pressure on you to not mess up early.
Well, it's not. I'm not talking about the mess ups for the reason I'm talking about strategically at the end of the game.
I mean, obviously, the more timeouts at the end of the game, the more. But like, I think so many people wait until they're already down to start coaching optimally. Like you can't, you can't start playing well when you're behind. You have to be playing well from the beginning. So having less timeouts probably puts you in your mind like, hey, I can't mess up as much, right? And like it puts that pressure on people after the second half that like, hey, we have 2 timeouts. We can't mess up setup because that's one of our timeouts, and if we have to catch up, then we only have 1 timeout to do it. Now, if you have 3, that gives you more, and like maybe teams play a little bit more sloppy in the beginning, and then just use that little bit of time at the end to kind of try to play catch up, right? And so that's why I'm a favor for the spectacle, right? I think for the spectacle of it all, I think having 2 timeouts at the end, because it also puts that pressure on, like right now, right? 10 seconds left, roughly. 12, 11, 10 seconds left. Now, are the Wolves going to get in, or they going to have to burn another timeout? And if they burn another timeout, then guess what?
They have no more timeouts.
They have no more timeouts, and then they get in the situation that they were in 2 weeks ago, where, oh, hey, did we learn from our mistake, or are we going to keep making the same mistake over and over again? Because they were doing good at first. They only used 1 timeout. Granted, they lost Wreckfest because of a setup issue, but they were doing good, right? They showed growth. And now are we going to say, oh, it's the same old Wolves? Right, like, oh, are we? Because this now comes down to, they may have that question in their head: are we really that much better than we were last season, or did we just play a team that we should have beaten last season in the beginning? Right. Now we have the ghosts coming in, but it looks like we have this game rolling up right now.
Oh my God, we got 5 DJs.
A DJ, that's my G. But I mean, that's smart, right? Because it's like, hey, I know how to play this, so let me just go ahead and
do this. So I can coach the rest of the team in there. And it's funny because like I wasn't expecting that many DJs to be picked when the game came out. I thought he was going to be a lesser pick character, but
oh, nice grab. That's a chunk of damage.
A lot of people got him. And P1 is definitely.
I think didn't Alchemist play Zangief?
I'm trying to figure out where. Yeah, we just gotta know who P1 is. Oh, that's not Eddie. That's DJ. But yeah.
All right. So it looks like.
So, yeah. So P2 is actually the ghost.
Oh, P2 is the ghost. I want to say that is probably Alchemist.
Oh
then.
my God, that was about to be a nuke right there for. I'm interested to see 2K. Uh-oh, I see some yelling, and we're gonna see who.
Oh, nice air.
Wow, nice aerial. I like that.
All right, so we are. Oh, so that is Bernay right there.
So Bernay getting some grabs in here with Zangief. Really trying to do damage, getting rid of this, more or less the scrubs.
Well, I mean, I saw OG in there. I'm not sure how much time OG has put into this game. Oh, they do it at the same time? No, so if you do that...
Do you know... He doesn't know that. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. Yeah, Bernay's about to...
All right.
Okay, well, I mean, he's got something. No, now you're completely vulnerable.
Right now, honestly, it's on Hydro. Hydro's probably going to have to get through 5 people.
Can Hydro backpack? What did OG already go? Oh yeah. Wow. I don't think we were expecting to see this go this way. But it makes sense. You can't just rely on one person, more or less. And Zangief is an annoying character. Best believe that.
Oh yeah, modern Zangief. Yeah, Yep, and he's gonna keep grabbing you. Honestly, they just need to force him to approach you.
The jumps. just, no, stop jumping. Stop. Oh no!
Somebody has to know.
Please.
And yeah,
Oh man.
this is
man.
something.
Oh boy. Oh god, he did it again. Oh, how modern controls. Man.
What's Hydro? Wait.
Oh. Did Hydra not go in? Oh.
What? I don't.
I guess Hydro didn't play? Or maybe he did. Maybe Hydro played up top because there was one DJ that actually looked like decent. No, he played.
Yeah.
He was the first one. And Brene got him out the way. Man. I didn't even man. Okay. Chalk one up for the Wolves. I guess.
That was
and
something.
Now I'm gonna tell you right now, it's about to get a little ignorant in here because 2K is 2v2, and you got. I'm telling you right now, King Dre is definitely going in, and we'll find out who else the Wolves decides to put in. But I'm leaning Wolves heavily here. I would say they're probably gonna do Big Bad MJ to go with it, and as you can see, it has to be Rad and Mad and Connor. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Rad plays.
I don't know. I know he plays FIFA.
Well, this isn't. I'm telling you right now. I'm hoping to see some skilled 2K player. Like I mean, some actual because it's only 2v2 now.
So from a 2K player, how does the meta shift now that we're doing 2v2?
The meta shifts in that now it's more important to match your opponent because you don't want to have a big
mismatch.
You don't want to have a big and smalls because then there's a complete and total mismatch in the paint and there's nothing you can do to stop it. So depending on what it's almost like you want to counter pick and see
So is it best to have second pick?
Technically, I would like first pick because then you can dictate terms. Right? Because then if you pick a certain player, you know that they're picking as opposed to a player. Whereas if you have second pick, you're reacting.
Yeah.
So I would like first pick just to set the tone to be like, okay, well, I'm picking a guard here. But in some ways, second pick could be beneficial because if you don't care if they pick a guard and you're going too bigs or too talls, the meta really does change depending. It just depends on the skill level of the players and what you're trying to do. Because you could easily go two wings. Right, and then play it that way because the wings are good enough usually to handle the ball. Yeah. You could go two guards, which makes for more fun, fast pace, type play. Where it's like maybe Curry and Dame, Curry and Kyrie, something like that. That's just fun to watch, faster pace. Defensively, you're not going to see too much. Or you could go like shooting guard, wing, or point guard, wing. So it actually opens the door up more because it focuses so much more on the individual players because now that's 2v2. You can't really run or hide a player anymore. Yeah, you can't do that.
You're out there and you're like, oh, somebody's gonna be watching you at all times.
Exactly, and that's pretty much like how the meta changes for it. So honestly, believe it or not, now that it's 2v2, I would like to see more because more often than not now the court is opened up in terms of like the space, and if I had to guess. P2 side is probably the Wolves because I know that one of them was talking about going with Kawhi, and I don't blame them. Kawhi is a very strong pick, and it's all-time Toronto versus Curry. So here's where the meta changes right here. Depending on who they decide to pick, will open up different options for you. Yep. So now you pretty much have to go big, and going Will Chamberlain is a terrible pick in my personal opinion. So, but hey, do you? Let's see how smart these people are. I may have gave some tea to some people. You had it. Don't overthink it. There's only one true pick here, and if you don't pick them, I'm not saying whether you did or didn't. Well, I'll probably say you didn't, but I'm not gonna say who it is. And you didn't.
All right.
So right here. Straight up, this favors Kawhi and Embiid. Because Curry is
small.
Yes, and Kawhi is going to
bully him,
smother him. Now Curry's going to shake free for shots, but it's going to be more so based off of wilt. But when you have Embiid there to guard as well,
It's efficiency. Like
that's what I was trying to say. This is what changes it. Now it actually does make it more interesting because of the skill gap. But yeah, like Curry cannot guard Kawhi whatsoever. So now, for a lot of teams, if you're listening, you can literally render Curry useless, like useless in this mode.
You hear that, Cutters? So it'll be interesting to see what the next game. Did we get the next wheel spin?
We're gonna get the next wheel spin here soon.
All right, but it looks like we're
just checking controls.
They have about a minute, but it looks like they're probably just. Oh no, what it is they're gonna wait that about 15 more seconds for the ball to turn.
No, all they have to do is just like shoot a really bad shot. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. You're wasting your stamina. Can you restart? Can you restart? That's what you should do. Like you could literally just hold a bad shot and it should just set things the right way. There you go. Go back. Good. Yeah, I wouldn't waste your stamina. No. Ghosts are black shirts.
All right, so we're about to get a wheel spin while they do this exciting change of who's. Ooh.
Oh, I think. Ooh, I actually don't know. This is gonna be interesting.
I know that the I know that the Wolves feel confident, but like it's one of those games I've heard a lot of people feel. So we'll see, because this was proven. They said proven Poppy was their guy for this.
Yeah, but they do have OG. OG plays, does he not? No, Hydra. Oh, then yeah.
I'll tell you the sauce once it gets to the game.
Don't put it up. There you go. Okay, that's fine.
So points are points. Yep.
Yep, points are up. So right there, Curry driving, not really getting stopped.
And whoever's on Curry, that's a free.
It is going to be there all game. The paint, the back downs, the post, and Curry's about to get exposed. And Kawhi's right here to strap him up. Like, all you have to do is play the defense, though. Now I'm expecting something from King Dre. They have the meta for sure. They have it. Well, I won't say the meta, just the better matchup.
Yeah.
Okay, I see a step back.
Wow, and he stole the ball. Wow.
So right here, all that's happening is he's doing too much. Play simple. Stay in front of Curry.
You're a bigger man than him. You don't have to finesse him.
You don't
bully him.
You could literally click the left trigger right there. Okay, so he plays for real. I'll give him that. But you got to realize, like, right here, you just got to bully him. So he knows step back. So this is one of the few people that I've seen already off top that I could be like, oh, he plays 2K for real. He's actually good. So for once, somebody said it, and they're actually good. So back to what you said. But you can't. But he looks so lost defensively, and I don't understand why.
And also considering that there's only 2 people you have to account for.
There you go. Good defense.
You have to take that back out. That's the thing that's a little bit different.
Yeah, you're not. Curry's not going to be able to stop him at all. So as long as you can get 2 or 3 stops on Curry, Kawhi should have about 18 points here. Easy. Because
like it doesn't matter now because the format has changed. But like we weren't running Curry. Like we were just gonna whoever if a team decided to run Curry, we're just gonna bully that player.
Yep. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, now watch. All Embiid has to do is clear out. There you go. And Wilt has to guard him because Embiid can shoot threes.
And is that, yep.
It's just like that. Like, they're about to get opened up. Curry has been nerfed, y'all. There's a way to nerf him.
And it's by making it 2s.
I mean, somebody who's skilled enough is still going to be able to cook, but it's so much harder now.
So who do you think will be the most popular pick in
Kawhi? Kawhi should be, because he's just so freakish on both ends. Like Kawhi and Jordan should be like #1 picks. You don't want to be doing that with this. This is over. This is over. I can tell y'all right now. This is over.
So how much longer do you play this if you're the Ghost?
Oh well, the Ghosts don't know it's over. That's the thing.
Ghost. So this. Ooh. You know what's interesting?
Pass that out. Yep. Watch this.
Actually, I'll talk about this later.
And it being on pro for somebody who actually plays 2K makes it so easy for them. It's ridiculous. So you have to have a hand up, or it's nothing. This is why for 2v2 specifically, I would actually like to see it. I think this is where it warrants it. Things are going to be way more open. That's terrible defense.
And that's how you claw back into this game. Defensive stop, and then you just wide open.
But they're not going to. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, that's all you have to do right there is all day. And it's on purpose, so it don't matter. You don't
even green. Like,
you know, it wasn't even close. It don't matter.
All right.
Yeah, this is over.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so look like that. I mean, they're playing pretty good defense now. King Dre's definitely turned it up a little bit on defense and pass it out.
Step back
perimeter.
He's gonna drive, step back.
And this is what you're talking about with the matchup.
It's not even fair. It's really not fair. You have to be perfect with Curry. And then even if you are defensively, he's not big enough or strong enough to deal with. And Wilt can't shoot threes, so Embiid can just camp in the paint. So even if you get past Kawhi, you're not really gonna get free. It's all day. Like it's so free right here.
All right, so let's see. We have Wilt out here, and then they're not getting enough pressure on the perimeter because that's why he's able to take.
Oh no, that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. He's like, I'm not even gonna dunk on you. Don't worry.
And then
step back. There you go. That's your best chance. That's your best chance.
Let's see what. And you could just see him bullying.
If this was fours, this would be okay because you'd have two people to cover for Curry. But this is how you nerf him. And in twos, there's not enough space to clog up the paint for Kawhi. So it's like, even though he's a slower dribbler, like, it doesn't matter when it's twos because he has so much more space to operate, especially when he doesn't have anybody to guard him.
And when considering you have Curry, one person that has to be on a three-point line, or preferably operates best off the three-point line, and then Wilt, where he has to operate in the paint.
Curry moves in perpetual motion and off-ball dribbling, so you have to have somebody who literally cannot keep up with him, and Kawhi is not that. Kawhi can definitely keep up with him in this game, especially all-time Raptors. And like I said, you don't even have to be good.
Be close.
You don't even have to be good. Like, you just got to be close enough.
8-point lead right here.
Like, how you got shot meter on and you're not greening? That's all I ask. If I'm Kawhi, I'm not even letting Embiid score. I'm just letting people know how bad of a matchup this is. Like, now they're just having fun. They're literally just toying with them.
And honestly, like, there's less than an hour left.
They're just toying with him. And it's funny because Will almost has to play the paint, but he's playing too far deep into paint. And he really shouldn't, if I'm being honest. Because it's like, you have to guard, like, the halfway and, like, hedge. By hedging, I mean, like, have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Because you gotta help Curry, but you can't leave Embiid alone.
Oh, and they're on fire. So this, I mean, it's not a matter of when. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Yeah, I told you at the top of this was over. Once I saw him hit one step back, I was like, okay, start playing defense and it's over. And my prediction is coming true. Oh, see, look at that. Oh my God. No shot. Yo, he play. I need to play him. I need to play him. He good. I like him.
You think they're gonna go for a 3-point to end it?
I think they're just toying with him. Look, they're just toying with him. Now it's oh my God. It's just one. They're just toying. Hey, get off the court. They're just toying with him. They're just toying with him.
Go ahead. Just need 5 more shots to catch up.
Do a spin. Hit a spin. Do the dance.
Do a backflip.
They're just toying. Spin move. Oh yeah, see. You don't want to play around too much, but like they have about 5 possessions to play around.
Well,
he has to. Yeah, that was an easy W for the Wolves. Absolutely disrespectful.
So Pokemon, that is a wolf setup.
Yeah, and it should already be set up, like you said.
It should be set up. I'm curious to see if they know how to set it up.
So far though, other than Street Fighter, this is going exactly how we thought it would go.
I mean, League of Legends we thought was a ghost win.
Well, yeah. Other than Street Fighter and League of Legends, those are two games I thought would. I guess I'm so used to the Ghost having a fighting squad.
Because Halo could have gone just as easily going the Wolves' way.
Yeah, we've got 48 minutes left. Ghosts have 2 timeouts. Wolves have 1 timeout. Both teams have forfeits. Wolves having 3 to be specific. Ghosts having 4. So from a strategic standpoint, it really just depends on what the rest of the wheel looks like for each team and what games you're trying to get to and what you're trying to hold off. Pokemon right here is going to be a crucial game.
It could take a while.
Exactly. Regardless of who comes out on top, like both teams have to win this at this point. So I'm hoping that they have Pokemon strategies and lineups ready to go. And if you don't, forfeit. Don't waste your time playing it. Move on to the next game because this game is way too close right now for you to be wasting time on something that you know you won't win.
All right, so we will...
I like it. I like it. We just got some word in our ear. They're telling me to say it, but I like to do my own thing.
All right, so the Wolves said the only teams that can see them are the Clips and the Phantom, not Phantom, but the Wolves, the Clips and the
a notice to the whole
Reapers.
league.
They said he said the rest of y'all some Duke.
Pretty much. They
he said come correct or don't come at
they're
all.
They're going 10-2. 10-2, and the only teams they're losing to are the Reapers and the Clips. Just understand that the Wolves are very confident. I would respectfully
so the question I
tell
have
them
is
to
how
tamper
do they
that down.
how do they go 10-2?
I don't see it because right now you're struggling with a team full of rookies.
No. What I'm asking is like mathematically speaking, right?
Oh, you don't.
Like you go 10-2.
You don't. Oh well, unless they're talking about winning it all. But then where would you lose to the Clips and Reapers?
Well, okay, so you play the Reapers at least once that season, right? So let's say hypothetically you go 9-1, right? So then you saying you just lose
So you win one playoff game and then you lose the other?
But so then like we'll have to ask them what imaginary land they got those numbers from, but
yeah, man, like it is what it is. They got some sort of numbers.
Well, no, because like there's no way to get to 10-2 and lose to like
I know, unless they lose
because they have to lose. So let's say hypothetically they can't lose to.
Well, they'd have to get the bye.
But then even in a bye, you don't start off in the conference final.
Maybe not now.
We're watching from the Wolves' perspective.
All right, so we're getting on Pokemon, and
I'll know whose team's who.
This is going to be a crucial game with about when we get this started, it'll be a little bit over 44 seconds if we go down to the 0.
44 minutes.
44 minutes. Y'all knew what I meant back at home. Rex, don't correct me. Nah, but yeah, I stand corrected. You guys know what I was intending to say, but I'm not quite articulate enough to say it. Either way, it's a crucial point. Both teams have timeouts, so it's 8-8. We've got a close one, and I love the fact that this is how we're starting off the week. I don't know if people were expecting this match to be this close.
What strategy game have we not got? We haven't gotten Dead by Daylight and Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay. Because we got Texas Chainsaw, we got League of Legends, we got...
StarCraft.
StarCraft. Oh, man. There's still a few more strategy games.
Yep.
All right, so we got about 3 seconds
Rocket
left.
League. Rocket League is a big one in the Ghost favor.
So timeout by who? The Ghost, okay?
Smart to use it here, even though this should be set up as you have alerted me. So yeah, I mean, so far we are through 16 games, right? Mm-hmm. We're tied up dead even. Yeah. What a world! What a world! What a world! What a difference an offseason makes.
I mean,
the drama in this league is impeccable.
For every game, you got to consider how much every game matters in this league, right? Like, because for the Ghosts, right? If you drop this, I don't think there's easier games left on your schedule. Like, not saying nothing against the Wolves, but like, you have to still play the You still have to play the bots. You still have there's a lot of tough games left on your schedule. There's not going to be really much time for any kind of leeway. You have to a game like this matters because playoffs, right? 5 teams make it from your conference. You don't want to be the one left out.
Yeah.
Right? Like from the
It's crazy listening to the numbers, yeah.
Considering the Ghosts did not lose until they played Eclipse last season. They won somewhere between 5 and 7 games. Maybe it was 5 games in a row, and then they played against Eclipse. And then even after that, they didn't lose again until they played against the Reapers. So the only 2 teams that the Ghosts lost to last season were in the finals, right? And no, they lost against the bots. I stand mistaken. I stood. But yeah. So Rodrigo's going to be Jorginho, or it's going to be the Wolves, and the Ghosts are going to be UEL1.
And shout out to one of our OG biggest sponsors, one of the big sponsors making this whole thing happen, giving us the opportunity, helping us through. G Cubed. Big shout out. Owner of Eclipse. And the arena that we're in currently, man. Big deal.
Alright, so it looks like a forfeit from the Ghost.
And I like that. That's exactly what I was saying. There's no use in wasting time if you don't think you're going to win it. And I fully support that.
So right now, if you're the Ghost, what games do you want?
StarCraft. You want StarCraft.
I want Rocket League.
You want Rocket League. Ooh, you
Hydro OG, maybe.
Dang, that's a tough one because if you full send here, because really it has to be Hydro OG, and then whoever else plays it.
Lou?
Who knows? We don't know. This is our information gathering session ourselves, right? So this is a really difficult choice here for the Ghosts because you just forfeited. You need to get a win to put things back on track. But based off of the wheel and what's left, and knowing that you have a bunch of rookies, there's only a select few games that you can feel confident with those rookies playing that you know that they're going to secure. So ideally, they can full send here, leave out, I believe it's Connor that's really good at Rocket League, and hope and pray. But if you full send, then you don't get OG.
Well, for Rocket League, yes, you can still. Well, is Mystical available? That's the issue. I don't know.
He is. His name is not blurred out. That's how you can tell.
So
yeah,
if you send in Hydro, OG, and Rad, you can still get OG in because you can play between 1 to 4 people in Rocket League. It would just mean
depending on who. That's a team's choice, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
but it also depends on who the Wolves select to choose and put in here.
And then Dragon Ball FighterZ is going to be interesting. I actually think that's a toss-up. I don't think that either side necessarily takes that for sure.
I think King Dre isn't bad. You got to realize a lot of these people played with TLG last season. TLG kind of tried to beat stuff into their head.
I'm really fascinated by this game right now. I'm not going to lie to you. Like I said at the very beginning, you've got a completely and totally revamped Ghost Squad, missing some of its key element players, which honestly... LJ, Dev, and Zach, right? Players that definitely changed the complexion of this whole game. Probably swing a couple more games in the Ghost favor.
Street Fighter. Let's look at the games. I think they win League. Let's see. Well, I think they win League at that point.
Oh man! And if this game takes place about a week or 2 from now,
I think they win CTR, and I think they win Street Fighter. And that's 3 different games, right?
Yeah.
Because oh man, it's so hard to.
It's hard to project these things fully, but either way, I'm thoroughly impressed from the Wolves. This is complete night and day. I always like their colors.
But at the end of the day, you can only play who's in front of you, right?
That's it.
And the Wolves have performed.
That's all you can ask, and that's why I'm looking at it. And I'm like, yo, I'm thoroughly impressed. I like what I'm seeing, we've got a little over 40 minutes left in this game. They've got to play what's coming up right here. So
NHL.
We
got Bernay, Jorginho, and
as expected, they kind of have to full send here. There's not really an option to not get a W here because it's so close in time. It's so limited.
And
you don't know what can happen.
And there's games on there that there's games on there that you aren't guaranteed.
Yeah, this is
Smash will be brutal for them, I would say.
So Ghost are blue jerseys. This is a crucial game, man. Really big for the complexion of the game.
All right. Let's see. Map doesn't really matter. Just go ahead and whatever looks best to you. So NHL.
Oh man, please no.
What controller issues?
Yeah, I don't want to deal with it. Okay, cool. So, just a reminder, the Ghosts are in the blue jerseys. Very fitting. Well, they both are blue, but
different kinds of blue.
Yeah.
And that's a
damn.
Oh, let's get a wheel spin so we know what next game is before this game is over.
Yeah, because that was 2 seconds and a giant disrespectful screw you. Gotta keep it PG for the kids. Oh, I forgot about Guilty Gear, dude. Ooh, Forza Motorsport. That's interesting.
You want to start getting this set up now.
Oh, yeah. They get on it. Get on it because somebody's about to catch a forfeit.
Or a timeout.
And you do not want to waste timeout right now. You don't. This is the last thing you want to do.
And True Hunter's your racer, right? Like, you need him to show his worth right here.
Well, it's just a matter of if he's touched it or not. We're allowed to have those little trainers on? I guess so.
No. Whose setup is this? You're not, well...
I don't think there's a rule against it. Those are aids. That's no different than changing your controls.
No, I'm almost positive, but that's neither here nor there. Right now, it looks like. I mean, after it looks like the go. Okay, I won't say that. It looks like the wolves settled down a little bit after that first go, but
no. This was the whole point of full sending in NHL, right? The Ghosts had to do it, and right now they're making it pay off. Money puck can change a lot of things.
Oh yeah, no, the Wolves can get up ahead. This money puck means a lot more to the Wolves than it does, because like at most the Ghosts will be up 3-0, but if the Wolves get it, they'll be up 1-0.
Is it -2 for this?
-3. You can't go negative, so -2 is good as -3 here.
Yeah, really good showing off top for the Ghosts so far.
And you want to win this game quick.
Yeah, you do, because you want to see what did spin next. Oh, Forza Motorsport. That's right.
Like they need to make sure, they need to have told their people, hey, start setting this game up on all of the PCs. Ooh,
that hurts.
You did all that work.
That hurts.
And now you're down.
Yeah, look at Hollywood in the background like, yo, sucks to be you, buddy.
Me personally.
I kept the on-ice trainers for this. It's literally telling you who to pass to. Those gotta be illegal. Yo, 300. Take them joints out the game.
All right. So it looks like right now we have, unfortunate, but we'll see by their reactions if anything happened. Nope.
So right now we've got 1-1. Ghost starting off hot, but getting absolutely obliterated by money puck. Yeah.
Because it should be like the Ghost scored 3 goals as opposed to the Wolves 1. But you can tell, but like just by looking at this, right? Like you think it's a even game, but that's
Oh my God! Get rid of the puck.
that's the power of the money puck.
Honestly, this looks disorganized from top to bottom. It kind of looks like a big scramble.
Another one-on-one. They scored really well on these one-on-one situations.
Yep, and they're just waiting for that green to show up. Not really having to use their eyes too much. Just waiting for the green to show up, and then that looks like end of a period.
Is he a coach? Hopefully.
Yeah, it looks like mentality-wise, man, like they have it right now. The Wolves have the right mentality. I like that dog in them. At least they're giving it a real effort.
All right, nice job holding on to that. Don't want to give up any easy goals. All right. Nice just throwing it down there. So based on what you've seen so far, who do you have winning this?
I still have the Ghosts winning it because it just seems like they execute better. But it would not surprise me in the slightest if the Wolves manage to sneak this one out, especially considering that there's only one more period after this, and any money puck could go either way. But if you're going off of like who I think has more skill technically, I would say the Ghosts. But it's not like the Wolves are that far behind in this right now, if I'm being honest.
For it to be like, if this is a game, if the Wolves win this game, like that close to wraps this matchup. Like it's not fully over, but it puts it in a really precarious situation right now. You could pass that out so that you don't get the goalie fatigue there.
Well, that's why the Ghosts have to win this, and they started off really hot, which helped. But now it's a matter of finishing the job here and really making this what it needs to be.
Because could you imagine losing the game and you made 3 shots and your opponent only made 2?
Yeah, it happens all the time in this.
Yeah, no, I mean, but you get what I'm saying. Like
oh, I get it.
You full sent for this game.
Oh, I get it. Trust me, I understand. We are sitting at 34 minutes of game time left. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really liking this new setup timer, man. Like, games are moving by fast. We got through a lot of them. It's pretty smooth today. Teams are setting up real nice.
A lot of nice even games. This Southern Conference is going to be a nightmare to get out of.
That was scary. Use your teammates.
All right. Trying to create a wall there. But
well, right there was good stick handling. They had a lane to get that pass off, but it's just a tight window at the end of the day. The Wolves did a good job collapsing on it.
All right, so puck is still...
I won't say it's completely shocking, but it's kind of crazy to see that teams don't really utilize the one-timers. You know, that pass and then one shot to catch the goalie off guard, especially if it's a good pass. But, I mean, hey, everybody's got their own styles, and that requires you being in sync and playing the game, like,
together
a lot.
Pass it out. You should have passed. We got about 19 seconds left. Let's see if the Wolves opt to be a little bit more aggressive or if they're just going to play a little bit more defensive. Now, the Ghosts here just have to, if you get the puck, just take the shot.
Yeah, to me, there's no use in really playing defensively for either squad. You should be, because when you start playing defensively, you're just inviting pressure, you know, and that can often get you scored on, actually, because you're like, oh, well, we're gonna play defensive. Well, sometimes the best defense is an offense, and then in NHL, you probably want to be pressing a little bit more.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like we have. He's gonna hold on to the puck here.
Which, I mean, isn't really the best thing because you're really just giving the puck back up at the top.
Well, not only that, but the mechanic of, the goalie gets exhausted. Like, it makes it easier. The more and more pressure you put on the goalie, the easier the shots are. Which is different than NHL 23. Ooh.
Yeah, pass
it out. You have to. Yeah.
This is getting real scary for the Ghosts.
Scary time. Scary hours. Like this pressure right now, right? And even if they score, they like that next goal matters just as much too.
You needed a real mean deke right there.
All right. Oh, that's a
whoa! What a save! Wow! What a save! This is now. See, if we're going according to forecast, this is where the Wolves have to take advantage. Sports was the area, that they had to capitalize on in order to secure a W here. But as you can see, NHL being hotly contested, man, the Wolves have actually tightened up really well here. They're not allowing pressure. They're actually keeping. It's almost like a 1-1-1 that they're running. Up at the top, it's like a 2-1. Defensively, but as it breaks down, it turns into a 1-1-1, and it's actually tightened things up a lot. As you can tell, the Ghosts have had a lot less shots. Now, if I'm going based off of who's played and how they're playing,
the Wolves,
the Wolves deserve to win this one now because they've figured out a way to kind of keep the pressure down while keeping some pressure of their own. Yeah, really interesting.
All right, let's see. Who we got here? Nope.
It's a mad scramble. Puck is behind the net. Try to get a pass. All right, it's good to just dump that out and get it out the way.
Get to the other side, start putting pressure.
We will go into overtime until somebody scores. That is the one thing about NHL.
And for it to, like, the game to transpire the way it did is, I mean, this game is a testament of how the match went as a whole.
It's just back and forth, blood, sweat, and tears. People fighting, babies crying. It's a good time.
All right, so we are seeing. All right, let's see if we got. Oh, that's a goal. Oh.
That was a big goal for them. It wasn't the cleanest, but it's what they needed right now.
But the Wolves still have a chance.
Absolutely. I guarantee this is a money puck. I knew it. We knew it. We could call that. So this money puck right here will end the game for somebody. I promise. So it's +2. So whoever scores it essentially wins. If there's no score, the Ghosts will win. The Wolves have 25 seconds to make it happen. And to come out and shock the whole esports world that pays attention, which should be everybody at this point, that, this is a big break, that they can start 2-0 and, looking for the nice, cheap, easy one. Why? No, I don't agree with that. I just don't. You invite too much pressure, but I guess it worked out. I don't like that. I don't like that.
You're playing risky.
Yeah, I don't like that. You're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And scare money don't make money. So it's like, man, you got to be careful. Good win from the Ghosts. It is exactly what they needed right here. Forza Motorsport better be set up because somebody will catch a forfeit, and that is not what you want right here in this situation. You don't want that.
All right, so we have Forza coming up. That is
interesting game.
That is a Wolf setup.
Yeah, interesting game to have roll right now.
Do they know how to set up? Do they have 5 people that know how to set this game up?
And if you don't,
timeout?
No, you forfeit. Keep it moving. Because do you really want to waste your time out here? Are they that good at Forza Motorsport? But then again, this is a 50-50. Do you want to take an L?
They have to put. Who is that person they're going to have to put in here? They have to put somebody in after. And at the same time, like, the Ghosts have... Do you put not Brene Nakamas. If you're the Ghost, do you put OG and Hydro in? Like...
Oof.
Because I feel like with these games that, like... Games like this, we have to feel that Hydro and OG are the best players for that team.
I think in this situation, depending on how long Forza Motorsport will take... Since you have a timeout, it's not your setup, you can actually risk, based off of what's left on the wheel, not putting in either Hydro or OG, especially if neither one of them plays it. So I'm assuming I'm assuming that OG plays this because he's been learning some of the racers in the past, and this seems like one that he would attempt to pick up.
But who do you put in if you're the Wolves? You put in Brene?
No, because FIFA still exists. I would hold that because at the end of the day, you need to play for the game that you can secure.
Yeah,
and you also want your best players available.
There's 10
at
seconds
the
left
end
on
of the
setup.
game.
Remember, it's a 2-minute setup because
It was console to PC.
Yep.
Real interesting. What are we dealing with here? Real interesting.
Timeout Wolves. So they have no more timeouts.
Which for the Wolves in this situation isn't necessarily the best thing, but it's not the worst.
What other games are on the wheel that would be difficult for them to set up?
I think this is the last one.
Dead by Daylight could be an issue because you might have to rush in and get like all your perks and such. I could see. I don't think any sports games.
Not for setup. No,
No.
sports games are pretty straightforward.
That's assuming you have your setup correct. You know. There's no other instance except unless they don't set this game up, which practice yourselves, right? Smash should be simple. They should be Drew Smash. What strategy games? We have Yu-Gi-Oh! So I wonder if how good they are at setting that up. Dead by Daylight, we already talked about. StarCraft may be one. But we also have to consider that the Wolves, after this setup, it won't be that setup again for another game after that. And they can't.
Right, and with 25 minutes to go, that's the other crucial part here.
The Ghosts have flexibility to, like, if it's at the end and it's tied, and it's a game the Ghosts know they're going to lose, they have the ability to forfeit timeout, right? The Wolves lost that just now. They don't have that ability to really manipulate at the end a little bit.
They can't. That's why I said you forfeit and you said that timeout, because the game's so close at this point that you kind of want to risk it if you're the Ghost. But honestly, the Wolves probably did the right thing trying to play this because it's probably a 50-50, right? So yeah, I don't see an issue with what the Wolves tried to do. I could just see the case for forfeiting if you're not confident in the game and you're more confident in something else on the wheel. But I don't know what that is for them right now.
So who do you send in here from the Ghost? I needs to know.
You probably send in OG and take the risk. I mean, MK's there. Yeah.
Are they playing for the next game? No, they're not playing for the next game. They're playing for this game. Smart, right?
Well, you are, because you still have Hydra out.
Yeah.
So, like, you are still playing for the next game, which is good.
But what game do you want if you're the Ghost? Fortnite
StarCraft.
or the Road?
StarCraft. You want StarCraft. You want Dead by Daylight.
It's hard because of J-Lu. I'm not sure what else he really covers. Sports games. Do they want any sports games right now? I mean, right now, FIFA might be the optimum time if it's going to roll. If you have to roll FIFA.
Well, no, because you're still going to get Brunei or Alchemist back in rotation, so it's not necessarily the most optimal
But they
thing.
played. But there's a really stark difference between when they play together, like their ability to play with others. Like they don't play as well when they play with other people. They don't play up to what they normally play up to.
Well, yeah, because they know how to play.
Together.
So it's like, well, not even just that. If you know how to play, you're kind of going to jump in and you're going to be able to work with people because they'll have like the right mentality or whatever towards it. But obviously they have a legitimate like built-in chemistry that makes a difference. So
What racers left? Need for Speed. Tell me, what game don't you want to see here? If there's any game, like just in general, what game do you not want this wheel to end off on?
if you're asking me,
Yeah.
I don't want to see no StarCraft.
What game do you want it to end on? We already seen 2K, so
Well, 2K was. I actually wouldn't want it to end on 2K because I didn't feel like it was even. I feel like that's a good question. What else is left?
because I feel like a lot of these games. So shooter wise, we want to do Overwatch. We have seen Halo. We haven't seen Valorant. What game do I want to see? I mean, honestly, Rocket League.
Did the Ghost call timeout as well? Wow. I'm perplexed. I would love to see this end on Apex or Guilty Gear. Apex or Guilty Gear. I would love that.
MK would be kind of nice.
Anyways, like I said, Apex or Guilty Gear. MK, I like this new MK. I actually do. I touched it. It was pretty fun to look at. But I like the fluidity of. I like fluid games, and Apex. There's not too many more fluid shooters than Apex, and Guilty Gear, as you can tell, is fast, and I would love to see what the Wolves have in store for that, because I know I have a good feeling of what, like, for instance, actually, the Wolves are just full of surprises.
Yeah,
I don't know how to explain it. They're just full of surprises right now.
MK is definitely a game I want to see. Dead by Daylight, not so much. I don't feel like.
I do. I feel like if you have two sides that are equally good, whether they're killer or survivor, Dead by Daylight is one of the most perfect games to end on.
I'm talking about this matchup, though.
This matchup, I actually wouldn't mind it ending on Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight's a fun watch.
I mean, the next setup is the Ghost setup, so they'll be affected more by not having a timeout quicker than. I just know I need Hydro to the second the next game rolls. If it is a console game, I need him on it.
I'm alive if it's Guilty Gear because I know which way I'm leaning.
Which way?
Oh, Ghost. As long as Hydro's there, I don't think anybody over there is good enough to be Hydro. And there's Nagi.
I can see that. So. If there's anybody, it would have to be King Dre,
who is showing really well today.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
He's certainly.
He's showing pretty well today.
And this is a player that we did not see last season.
Just much because of distance.
Yeah,
nothing more, nothing less.
And the fact that he's up here on a Thursday.
Hey, he wanted to make sure that this season was different. I respect it. They're showing a lot, man. They're showing a lot today. Like I think this is just testament to any team that, especially like the Wolves, had a rough expansion season, inaugural season. It just goes to show like right work, right moves, willing to make certain swings at things, right? Because right now that trade for the Wolves is looking absolutely spectacular. It really is. I got to give it to. I saw it and I thought it was a good trade. I didn't think it was going to be life changing, but clearly it is, because I just didn't think they would have enough support around it. I just thought it would kind of be them. But as you can see right here, they have support, but it's also because it's like you said, it's a lot of players that have been in the league, so it's something you can kind of expect. To be honest,
but timeout's over, so.
Yeah, and that's the tricky thing with Forza Motorsport. That's why I was saying just forfeit it, because both teams have burned through timeouts. It still hasn't come up. Yeah, like your last timeouts, and both of you guys had to. Like beautiful graphics, but hey, this will be interesting. You've got True available as well in here, so that's really good.
So it looks like we are watching right now.
So you got
Exile.
OG.
That's Exile.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're watching Exile, I believe.
All right. So we didn't get the next wheel spin. Do you think we hold off for now?
No. Well, with no timeouts. Well, there's 26 minutes left officially, right?
Yeah.
So with no timeouts, yeah, I think we can spin the wheel here because there's gonna be enough time. It just depends on after that. There's a lot of interesting ways this wheel can go, and then that'll make the importance of this game that much more significant. And what do we have?
You don't want this. You don't want this.
You don't want these problems.
Like, if I'm Hydro, I'm having this set up now. Like, honestly, I'm having this set up now. Because if you don't win this game, you have to get 2 games off quickly. And you just wasted the timeout. So it's going to also come down to OG. OG's going to have to, like, have a great effort. All right. Making his way downtown.
Not moving fast at all. Oh, well, it looks like he's got issues.
Yeah, well.
Oh, that explains it. Big Bad MJ decided to go manual. Nah, I got this, bro. It's not working right now. If something's off with your controls, I will trust that he usually knows what he's doing in this game to switch it to manual and be like that.
Well, he's at least shifting gears now.
Yeah.
But the thing about it now is, like,
this graphics are beautiful, but keep going.
When at the end, right, if he stays that far behind, he's going to mess up the rest of them by time because he's not going to get a finish.
That's right.
So it's also like, okay, so let's say True Hunter is really good at this game, right? How good is the rest of his team? Is the rest of his team going to finish? Or is second, third, and fourth place potentially going to be Ghost players? Alright, so we have what's that man's name again? We have
Jorginho?
No.
Or Exile? Or is that Exile?
No, that's not Exile. That is Mystical.
There we go. Yeah.
That's Exile. And that's Alchemist
They're
above
both
him.
killing it with the blonde hair. It's not making me happy.
Right. But it looks like somebody finished. The race will end in about 20 seconds. I'm curious to see how many for each side has finished. But if, like I said, if I'm the Ghost, I have Smash set up and I have it ready to go. You have map choice. And this is going to rely on OG winning it for them. Now, Smash can be a quick game.
Let's tally it up. Let's see who got this dub.
So, I mean, honestly, if we're looking at it correctly, I think this was won by the Wolves. 9th is PC10, so PC10 is on the Wolves side.
I'm in love with this game's graphics, man. It's so beautiful. PC5?
PC5 won. So PC5 won saves the Ghost side. They have like 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 or 4, something. I don't know. So we'll get an update on the second. Yeah, so we're gonna get, but Smash needs to be set up.
Smash.
Yeah.
Rex is so happy right now. He can't contain his excitement. Look, he's smiling. Look, I got Rex to blush. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Would have been more excited if Pokemon was played. Got to see Pokemon and CTR are both forfeited. Like, bro.
What do you expect?
I'm guessing the Wolves, because the Wolves, it hears somebody clapping. Oh, that was a Ghost win. Yeah. All right. I don't think I've heard a Ghost clap much tonight.
Really gritty win from, this is this is such a good game.
If OG can clutch it up, because here's how I think. I think OG is definitively better than Brene. I know OG is definitively better than Brene and Alchemist. But like I said, there's the kind of the numbers thing. Hydro's. This Smash is also one of those games that, like, it's not traditionally always like your fighting game players are always good at. So right, so like Rad is Mad, Connor, J-Lu, they could be nice at it, right? They could be nice with it. So we don't know yet.
Well, I don't know, bro. I walked by all of them and they all smelled good, so I don't think that they're. You're
saying that that Mr. OG smells?
I'm not saying he smells. I'm just saying they all smell good. So he's not elite, you know?
You saying that Jekyll smells?
I'm not saying Jekyll smell. I'm just saying like elite.
Hey, Jekyll's elite.
I do like Jekyll.
Yeah, who doesn't like Jekyll? So it's a forfeit from the Ghost. Okay, so I imagine
is that a setup forfeit?
No.
Is that a setup forfeit? Or is that we're just not playing this because it is a waste of...
So Smash goes to the Wolves. Okay.
I hope that's not a setup forfeit. I wanted to see that.
All right. And this is where not having like LJ matters, because LJ, like, they definitely play this. So Smash Bros. Like I said, I don't think they throw OG in for that, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense to forfeit that game and throw OG in. But I think they throw Brene and Alchemist in.
Well, the Wolves are down, so they have to.
So that means Brene and Alchemist are out, depending on what game is next.
Oof, this is interesting.
This is like a field position battle in football.
It really is.
King of Fighters.
Interesting. I think I have been up and down on my predictions. This is a Ghost win.
I think this is a Ghost win.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said.
I could be wrong. The Wolves have shown me.
They've surprised me all day. Well, somewhat. Like
Yeah.
the games I thought that they were going to win, for the most part, they've won. Or it's just going back and forth. Like
it's those games that they've stolen that made this as appealing of a match as possible. So let's see. I'm curious to see who they put in on a reset. Now I know Mr. OG has played King of Fighters. I'm not sure how good he is. He plays. I do not know the name, and Anarchist is going to hate me. He plays a dude with like that uses manipulate sand on his body, sand, something like that. I'm sure Anarchist knows. The second I said something about sand, he could say this is such and such person, yeah. But so I think right here you throw in. It depends on who you drew in for Smash, though. So True Hunter, King Dre, and MJ are available. It looks like. So I mean, I imagine True Hunters might be somebody that you want, and King Dre's might be another person. So it's not a bad shakeout for them. But I really want to see who the Ghost chose to send in for Smash. Who do you think? I say Mystical. If they had to choose another person on a reset, if they're going to already forfeit it, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't throw OG in for a forfeit.
OG's not available.
No, he should be. Because unless they threw OG in for a forfeit, there's only going to be one person not available. And that's going to be...
Okay, they're not confident.
No, I think that's what... Because remember, they only had...
Okay, so these are being updated.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Forgive our stream tech. He is killing it right now.
Yeah.
Running solo dolo. So...
Hey, that's our director of the year right there.
The one and only. He's blushing through the mic right now. It's crazy.
Hey, you can feel it. All right, so honestly, Hydro and OG in for this should be enough. I think it'd be regardless of who's in.
It should be. So that's a Ghost W. So.
But we said there's been a few should be.
Yeah, League of Legends.
League of Legends, like that was such a long game, and like looking back on it, a good thing that the Wolves opted not to forfeit it, because if they forfeit it. Right now is 9. Okay, it's 11-9. Like it's a much different game.
I respect them for playing it. They had a plan.
They stuck to their plan. Like you saw it in Street Fighter. Like that was a spectacular Street Fighter game. It was enough. It was what they needed to win and sweep.
Yeah, and that's the sneaky thing about Bernard and Alchemist. They're like just getting sneaky good at these games now, to where it's like they'll come in and they've taken this seriously since day one. I got respect for them. They're usually they come in, they're real cool, they're real quiet.
So. On the right is the Ghost. Kukri would be OG. Now I remember Hydro not being bad at this game.
Same. And OG learning from LJ, of course. So when they have a baby, what's like the initials gonna be? LO? OL?
LOJ? I don't know.
Oxcha. Yeah, no. Anyways, enough of this couple stuff. So OG taking the lead here.
Yeah, OG's on the right. Let's see what happens here.
He's gonna zone.
And that's smart. Guy finally learned to block.
Yep.
Now he has to learn to hit him. All right, good. As expected, Wolves are P1. All right. And honestly, if OG can get out this without taking too much damage, puts him in a very good position. But he's getting caught now by just random hits. And you want to come out of this with a little damage, because you can tell obviously that the person on the other side doesn't really know how to play the game.
Right.
They're just jumping and pressing square.
That's big bag MJ.
All right, so here comes True Hunter, who is probably their secondary fighter.
All right, we got the next spin coming up. 15 minutes to go. No timeouts. What did I tell you? I'd love to see this end on. What did I tell you? I'd love to see this end on.
The rookie's gonna come and show out.
I think that this would be the opportunity.
And that's a clean. Oh my goodness.
Mr. OG proving his worth here.
I mean, this is what you have to do if you're leadership, right? Like, you have to come in, you have to like win in this instance.
Oh, you gotta be careful with jumping in the air. You've got the zone advantage.
Yeah, like you don't have to jump, like back up and force him to come to you. Yep. See
That's it. That's it.
See what happens when you listen to me?
I mean, I was already thinking it. I just didn't say it. So
yeah, but we know that you're a slow thinker. So
really, that's funny.
All right, so
slow lifer.
Hey, let him know. So we got King Dre in here. Let's see what he got.
Really smart from the Ghost to go and throw OG in right there at the top. Able to cheese out a couple victories here, get some life back, and keep the pressure here on the end. This should be enough to knock them out.
And I'm gonna be
Apex
honest.
should be getting started right now. That's only a 2-minute setup, and OG just handle business.
And this will be a Ghost setup.
Yep. So Ghost should be right on it. Ghost taking the 11-10 lead.
That's
here late.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. That Apex is probably the best role for them right now. It's a shooter, so you don't have to really worry about Connor and Rad. You put Connor in for the last game, you can get him right back into this, and you go with Rad, Connor, and J-Lu. And honestly, that like I said, that's a great role
for the Ghosts.
Yeah,
yeah. I'm not saying that there's nobody over there on the Wolves side. As we've seen, they've been one to surprise
they
us.
can be contesting in these shooters.
But I would like to think, based off of what we think we know, that this is definitely in the Ghosts' favor if they put in their rookie shooters.
And then I'm gonna be honest with you, the issue right now with how this played out is that the Ghosts are going to have a really good lineup. Even if the Wolves win this game, that potential last game is going to be, you're going to have both OG and Hydro available.
You know what's crazy?
What?
No Rocket League.
That would be crazy if that was the last game, because guess who would not be available? Yeah.
Yeah.
What a time.
Well, I mean, as long as they have either OG or Connor, they're fine.
Yeah, but Bernard and Alchemist both play it at a decent level.
OG should be enough to take them.
Depends on how good the rest of the team is. Oh, but wait. Do they have to send in Connor, or can they send in Exile? So so that means if Rocket League does roll up after this,
yeah, they have whoever they need.
Oh man.
What a game. So what game are you looking to roll if you're the Wolves? That's the real question.
I don't know, because Smash is already rolled. Fighters, I don't know. It's a hard, if there's no clear-cut game, I think at this point that the Wolves want. I think Smash was that last clear-cut game, and I'm gonna look at the lineup so out of respect, so I'm making sure I'm not missing anything. There's 22 games that have rolled by this point. You probably want a sports game. You probably want something like FIFA, but you would need 2 games in a row. Well, you would want 2 games in a row. So FIFA,
provided they don't win this.
Yeah, provided.
Realistically, what the best case scenario is for the Wolves is they win this and then FIFA rolls.
Yes.
But then depending on what the Ghosts want to do, depending on what rolls next and how much time is left on the setup timer, depending on what game comes in, because remember the setup timer is not 6 minutes anymore. It's now 4 and/or 2, depending on where it goes.
Looks like it's a technical timeout.
Okay, so that saves time. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting wrinkle with the setup timer switching. Depending on what game rolls, you may or may not have to burn a timeout. Just something for coaches to keep in time. Man, this league every season gets better and better and better.
Apex could be the last game though.
It could, because of the time and length it takes.
Because
if FIFA rolls and Apex only takes
2
8 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Take a deep breath.
But if it's a console game, if it's a PC game, Apex. So StarCraft is something that you don't want right now. I mean, a lot of it is heavy dependent upon who's left in the lineup and if you win this game or not. Because I think if you're the Wolves, you can tell pretty quickly if you're going to win this or not. But at the same time, I think we hold the spin here because of the implications, right? Because if we spin it right away and there's 10 minutes left, there's still time to maneuver around a little bit. So I think, honestly, at this point, the spin is held off, and it is a ghost setup. So this is in a ghost court right now. They get to choose game mode. So whatever game mode they're most comfortable with. Now we've seen primarily TDM.
Is it game mode for Apex?
So with how RPS works this season, right?
Well, no, I'm saying for Apex, isn't it just one game mode that we play?
No, we play TDM, we play Gun Run, or we play Control. Now I don't think we've seen Control yet, which is awkward because of the size of the maps and there's only 6 total people. I want to say TDM is what we've seen the most, but Gun Run we have seen. I don't know. TDM seems like the obvious choice here. For the Ghost, because at that point, I'm not sure how much Apex, Connor, and Rad have, or Exile have played. But here's the thing: if you choose TDM, you get to choose essentially what gun, right? Like at least in Gun Run, you have to kind of at least know how each of the different weapons work a little bit. With TDM, you choose your weapon, get comfortable with that weapon, and you just go from there. Control, I don't think is the play ever, honestly.
It depends. Depends on how good your team is.
Well, I just don't think Control works that well with
it. I get it because of the construct of the way Apex is. I get it. Like, but at the same time, if you're a team that knows how to hold your angles and exactly how to play to your strengths in a situation and environment like that, then it can be the best play because another team will not, because of exactly what you just said.
Also, I want to see what map gets chose because we see Skull Town a lot. Watson, Sage, we see a good little bit. So I'm curious because there's more stages to select for more maps. But we have, looks like if one of the technical still going on. Looks like there's another one. They're just trying to build up, hype up the anticipation. So I asked you this earlier, and I'm going to ask you again. Who has impressed you the most today?
I think it's starting to sway. Like, I'll be honest, maybe Mystical and King Dre.
I think King Dre is definitely somebody to consider.
I think Alchemist and Brene, you almost expected that improvement. Like they've now worked themselves in a position where it's like I kind of just expect them to get better at something. But if you're talking about impressive, like they were both really impressive today with the stuff they picked up on.
So I have 2 questions for you then. One, do you think in-game leadership has or should have any impact? Do you think it?
Wow, we're skipping Apex because of technical issues. That's crazy.
Do you think it should?
Director, will we come back to Apex?
StarCraft.
They needed. Oof.
Hey.
I actually don't know what I'd do if I'm the Ghost. Sorry, not the Ghost, but I don't know what I'd do if I'm the Wolves here. This is a...
Well, I know the Gorillas practiced it a little bit. So, but on the other side, I don't know how good they are. But okay, so to the further question. Do you think that your in-game leadership, do you think those things should factor into most improved, one of the awards at the end of the season?
Yeah.
You think that should be a factor, right?
Yeah, why shouldn't it?
Just curious, just wondering what you look at if it's like just a playing. And then the other thing, do you think King Dre, Trucker, do you think either one of them, Jorginho, Proven Poppy, people who didn't really play that much last season, do you think that they should be up for potentially most improved? Do you think most improved should be from one season, like season 7 to season 8, or do you think it should be over the course of the season?
I think it's a mixture either way, because if you're getting better over the course of a season, then it might as well be season 7 to season 8. And the jury's out on them just yet. I need to see them be more dominant. Like, for instance, True flashed more of that today.
Yeah.
Than he has in the past. Today was actually one of True's overall best showings.
Yeah, because, like, when he's beating people in games in the past, it's been because not because he's good at the game, it's because they play bad, right? And to his credit, he's taken advantage of bad people. But now I need him to assert himself, right? You need somebody on the because I don't see. I'm gonna be honest. Right now, I don't see anybody on the Wolves that truly asserts themselves outside of like Rocket League, not Rocket League, sorry, outside of FIFA with Brennan and Alchemist, right? Like even in the games that they've won convincingly, it hasn't really been in a manner that would make you reconsider something if you put time into that particular game, right?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily strike fear into your heart.
Yeah, like and granted they have their games, right? Like they play well in Halo. They play really well in FIFA, right? But we need to see something where they just come out and just dip somebody. We need you to come out and like stump somebody.
You need a good 05 mixtape out the back of the trunk talking about yachts.
But Apex not working. That is brutal.
That's tragic. But looking at the way it turned out anyways, it was going to be StarCraft at the end, which would not have worked.
I mean, but think about it. Like, right, you go Apex into StarCraft. If you win
Are they not playing OG for this? Or is that behind?
Is he not available for this?
No, that's just behind. Yeah, I think here you got a full set if you're the Ghosts. Game's on the line. You got a real chance to win it.
I mean, honestly, for StarCraft, they want and I could be wrong because I don't know how their team, like how the rookies are, but you want OG and Hydro in.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, there's nothing else I'm not gonna say there's nothing else to save them for, but like,
I think it was a situation where they had to play. Let's see. I'm just waiting for the lineup thing to be corrected a little bit, but if that is their lineup, I'm really curious what they're playing for. And who do they put in here? Do they put in True Hunter? Do they put in Bernay here? King Dre. Alright, so Bernay's going in. So it can be Alchemist, True Hunter, Bernay, and it's interesting because I wonder if Jorginho and Peruvian are available because those are the people that I believe, Peruvian and Jorginho are the people I believe, right? They're your quote-unquote strategy players on that team. But StarCraft to end it off.
Will it be enough? I mean, best case scenario to me, the Wolves pull off the StarCraft W. We get one last match for all the marbles, and we get to see some fireworks.
But no Apex. What do you want? Say this is the
Guilty Gear.
You want Guilty Gear?
I love Guilty
with Hydro and OG?
I mean, it's a Ghost win from what I know, but give me Guilty Gear.
Oh man. So no Apex. Wolves forfeit.
Is that the smart play here? Do you have enough time?
Well, we have to see how much time is left. Because they want specific thing.
It's GG.
Dead by Daylight.
GG, your game. There's not enough time.
It's a Wolves setup.
There's just not enough time. The Wolves fought a great game. They did.
Well, like I said, we have to see how much time. Because and we don't know, because they could have been in practicing the heck out of this game. If they are practicing this game like that and they choose survivors and they gen rush and they get them all done, this could be a quick game. We've seen teams do it. Now, I'm not going to discount them because we haven't seen them do it. It's a possibility.
Yes. That's all I have to say to that. Yes.
It's a possibility. So we can't count them out yet because we've seen great play in certain spots. We've seen the Wolves show up when they need to so far in this game. All right. So I think OG goes in here. If those lines are correct for the Ghost, I think you sit in OG. And what's going to be interesting to see here is who he decides it's a Wolves setup. So do the Wolves have somebody that's really good at killer? Because if the Wolves don't have some...
This is rats, bro.
Okay, so if you're a killer and you start slugging and you can get everybody out quickly, there's still a possibility, right? But you have to have somebody that's good at killer and who can make this last no time at all. Because you can't choose survivor and give them map and killer. You can't do that. Giving them map and killer, you choose something like Chucky on a map with a lot of grass or something. Like, yeah, you.
I've yet to see Chucky played in the game.
I think. Oh, you haven't. Chucky's been played here in the league, I think, once. But what you can do, like you said, you have to be killer and you have to slug. And the ghost should know that. I think you send in OG if you get killer.
Yeah, just off the strength of the wheel is where, like I was saying, like these last few games, there's more clear-cut games that you'll say, like, nah, that should be a ghost win.
Yeah.
But maybe we're thinking of Ghost of the Past. Literally. So they are. Ghosts.
Exile. Oh, wait. If you say if we're gonna conflate people being friends with games that they're similarly good at, Exile being friends with some of the Eclipse kids, college kids, they love Dead by Daylight. So who goes in for killer though for the Wolves?
I don't know. I just know that those timeouts looking real juicy that they don't used.
Using that to set up F1, or not F1, sorry, Forza, which the Ghost won anyways.
That's why I was like, just forfeit that. Imagine they don't play that. It does save about 5 to 10 minutes.
So where do you think right now was a critical mistake for the Wolves? Assuming they don't come back right here.
Critical mistake. Honestly, I don't think they had too many critical mistakes today, man. Like, I actually agree with most of the coaching decisions. I think they showed well.
You would say probably taking that time out before half to play.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest mistake. I think by far that was probably their biggest coaching mistake, just because of the nature of the situation.
You had extra timeouts.
You had an extra timeout, and something tells me you had a better chance of winning before the half. Now, because of that,
Proven Poppy is killer.
It went like 9 minutes off the clock. I'm pretty sure they'd love to have that time right now.
I'm pretty sure it's going to come back. But if you're proven, you have to win this game quickly. That timeout will help so much because essentially if you had that timeout, no matter what the next game was, if you had the timeout, if you won this before the clock hit 0, you have a chance to play it. But timeouts, but in their defense, they've done a much better job managing. If the Wolves set up games this week, like they set up games on the Sunday game, it would be them get blown out. Yes,
that's the big difference. Like, they're not losing games because of setup the same way they did against the Phantoms. Like, that's a big tightening up and something they had to do. All right, looks like we're getting some started here.
All right, so let's see. All right, so League of Legends and StarCraft being played. Billy's having a field day right now. Oh, StarCraft being forfeit. Ooh, my bad. Oh yeah, no.
We're not getting that with spin.
All right, so it looks like he playing Wraith right now. Looking for somebody to, and there's somebody right there. You gotta uncloak. And you gotta run for the hills. All right, so he's gonna cloak right back up here again, probably shortly, unless he. Ooh, yeah, pallet drop. You're gonna have to. Let's see, destroy the pallet. Nope, he's gonna cloak. He should be letting the rest of his team know that he is being chased. He has to uncloak. And he's going to have that pallet drop on and just go around. Did he hit? Nope, he missed it. And he's just looking at you. Like, you just going to let that man disrespect you like that? He got a hit there, though. And look, if you look, the ghosts have one generator done already.
Well, the Ghosts do.
Yeah, the Ghosts have
That's
one.
this is not good for the Wolves.
No, this is horrible for the Wolves. And right now, the only thing that the Wolves just have one hit. They don't even have a knock yet. They have a pallet drop, but he has another hit. Let's see. I wonder if the other person's healed up yet. But he's just being chased around. There's 2 people on that gen. Let's see what's going on here. Is he going to try to take the hit, or is he going to? Or you got to damage that? Is he going to damage that?
Yeah, going for the damage here makes sense. I don't know. Maybe you should have chased one of them just to make sure that they were down and then go back and hurt the generator.
But like, I don't think this killer doesn't seem that adept at the game. If I'm being honest, the Ghosts are working well together. You have to uncloak, man. Come on, man. You have to uncloak.
You don't have to, man.
I mean, you don't have to. I mean, but if you want to win this game, so he's gotten 3 hits on 3 separate people so far. He has to start downing some of these people, and they're playing with him right now, honestly. Let's see if he opts to cloak again. All right, nice straight path right there. Oh wow, and he just kind of messed that one up. Wow. And then if you look at it, he has to get more people out at this point. And if it comes down to points with all those pals dropped in his face, all these chases he done lost, point wise right now, it's looking like a Ghost favorite game right now. And he uncloaked. Let's see what happens here. Does he run over? And he gets the hit, but they look like unless he's somehow has hit 4 separate people, they're healing up. And he has to know that that's done, that gen's done. I mean, he's just standing there right in front of the gen that's already been done, trying to hit it, wasting time. Like, I don't know what he's doing, if I'm being honest. Forfeit from the... Yep, that's a forfeit. And that's GG's.
Yeah, that's GG. I don't blame them. I don't blame them for forfeiting. I really don't. It wasn't too much that they were going to be able to do in that situation. Yeah, from the survivor perspective, they were hitting the gens at the right time. Peruvian was...
All right, so we're going to get one final wheel spin. Let's see what game it is. If it's Rocket League, I'm drawing a hissy fit. I'm just letting you know.
Or FC. I actually wanted to see that. I feel like that could have been close. I would have loved to see that. I would have loved to see that. Oh, man. Yeah.
Somebody sounds upset.
Well, Apex, technical.
Because think about it. If they could have won Dead by Daylight, they could have won MK.
Well, really, I mean, at the end of the game, the Ghosts were able to rattle off wins.
So let's see. At the end there, it went Ghosts, last 6 games. Ghosts, Wolves, Ghosts.
Wow.
Yeah. The Ghosts, like, it's been a slugfest back and forth, but good job for the Wolves keeping it close. Congratulations on the Ghosts. A lot of these players' first win, right? You have 5 people out there.
Brand new.
Yeah, 5 games. And you survived this game playing so many rookies. This is valuable experience, right? Not only do they have more game time experience, they have experience in a close contested matchup, which is what they're going to be seeing if they hope to make the playoffs. But we have the victors in here today.
Come on in. Join the party. Join the party.
Who's the leader today? You want it, OG? You want it? All right,
squeeze,
one of y'all
squeeze
too.
on in.
You want it? Actually, yes. Your first win as a GM. You have to talk.
All right, and we are here with today's victors, the Ghosts, after a valiant effort against a now certified scrappy and strong team in the Wolves. How are you guys feeling?
Good. First W. Glad to get it over with.
I've got some questions, man. First W as a GM. How you feeling?
Good. I would like to be more. The score be bigger, but it's a growing experience, and I can't really complain about that.
Now, I've got something for your rookies. I see that you brought 5 of them out today. Didn't play some of the veterans. I thought you might want to sprinkle them in. What was the idea here? And I want to hear from some of the rookies. Rad, Connor.
Jay Luke's birthday's today.
Oh, hey, happy birthday. Yes, sir. Hey, man, you gotta get the dub on the birthday. That was making you sweat, huh? Yeah, come on now. Well, come on, well, birthday boy. How was the experience here? How was it to experience that first W?
It was good. It was good. You know, some games didn't roll in our favor. Some did, and we performed well. And you know, sorry about Call of Duty. I don't play mouse and keyboard. But no, I mean, great learning experience. Regardless, we're just gonna keep getting better. You know, we're not here for the drama. We're here to play video games, like Hydro says. So, and we're just gonna keep getting better. This is a great group. We have great rapport. So we're just gonna keep going.
Man, if you don't sound like a mini Hydro, come on now. That's wild. Now, what would you guys say is probably the biggest lesson you took from today, and what are you looking to improve on moving into your next match?
Me personally, I got to do some fighting work. You know, I've been focusing on a whole bunch of other things that I've been slacking on my main genre, so I got to pick that up. And I think we learned that things are doable. We just got to stick together. You know, focus as a group. Don't worry about the team, because like I keep saying, we're here to play video games. Don't let anybody ruin that for you. And that's it.
All right, last question. I see that you guys had a lot of changes in the offseason. Obviously, you guys have some strong building blocks here in you and Mr. OG. I want to hear this from Mr. OG. For me, I'm super excited to see this from you, because I think that you can be a super high-level player, and you've proven that so far. What are you doing from a leadership standpoint to make sure that happens, and then what are you working on for yourself? Because I think you guys have a really solid group, and you can make it happen.
I think we are not as focused on the results of our gameplay, more so versus like the quality of our gameplay. We're looking to have fun. We're looking to play games that we like to play, and we're looking to build a trustworthy group that we have going on here. So, I mean that goes for including me. So when it comes to the grind sessions, I mean I ask myself first, like, am I having fun? If the question is no, then I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I am super excited with what you guys were able to display. It is a turnaround, a revamp, not a rebuild, but a retooling of sorts. Very good win to you guys, and congratulations. Happy to see y'all get it done. All right. And we will be tapping out here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Really appreciate the opportunity to do some commentary for you. It's your boy Black Diamond, and
it's Rex, and we out.
We
Catch
out.
you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
6:00.